What do we got from our good friend Tulsi here?
The Ukraine war with Russia. Please explain to people what.
2 months ago.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So, with things like funding the Ukraine war with Russia, please explain to people what that means and why we're sending so much money over to Ukraine.
So let's start with that. Let's start with the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
What is it? Who is it? It is these massive defense corporations who make all these different weapon systems, from the smallest to the most powerful nuclear weapons and missiles. When we are at war, they make a lot of money. When politicians, even if we're not at war but are threatening that we may go to war, they make a lot of money. And these decisions are not made within the context of, hey, what does our military actually need? What do we need to ensure that our military is ready to defend our country and our national security interests? It is very often what members of Congress are advocating for, even more than the military is asking for sometimes, because of those cozy relationships with the military-industrial complex, with these massive defense contractors and their lobbyists. So there's a direct correlation as the money is changing hands there. The problem is not with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. On this issue, when you see so much divisiveness on tons of other issues facing our country, everything from infrastructure to education, all these other things, you see like, oh my gosh, Democrats and Republicans can't agree on anything. This issue
They agree on
putting our country in a continual state of war is supported by leaders in both parties and the majority of people in both parties. And it's directly tied to the military-industrial complex's influence.
Damn.
And tied to people who, want to act and look tough, but aren't asking the most important questions like, okay, if we do this, will this help the American people or hurt the American people? If we vote to, send these billions of dollars to Ukraine, is that strengthening our national security or undermining it? You'll hear a lot of rhetoric, especially recently, saying, hey, if we've got to send all this money to Ukraine, otherwise Russia's going to come and attack us here. Otherwise, our national security will be undermined. So they say all these things to foment fear in people's minds, but they're not rooted in reality. So what we're seeing play out now is essentially a proxy war. U.S. is engaging in a proxy war with Russia, using Ukraine as their military. So the U.S. and some European countries, predominantly the U.S., though, are providing billions of dollars in funding, weapon systems, and so forth, and essentially waging this war using the Ukrainian military and people as their chess pieces in this geopolitical chess game. The ultimate objective being regime change with Russia. And you can see years before, obviously, Russia's invasion in Ukraine, this anti-Russia sentiment has been building up by the permanent Washington establishment and laying the groundwork, and this was the opportunity that they saw.
the opportunity when we forced Russia to invade Ukraine. Based.
It's put us in the most dangerous position we, the American people, and the world has ever been in that a nuclear war could break out in a week, in 30 days. We are staring over the precipice of that nuclear brink now more than ever before. We're hearing language coming from Putin, from Medvedev, from different Russian nationalist leaders saying, no, Putin, you should go and use those nuclear weapons. Whether they're the tactical nukes or the strategic nukes, doesn't matter. There is no way to win this. That would spark a nuclear war. It would spark World War III, and the result of that is destruction of the world.
Which is what the elites
destruction
want.
of the world as we know it. And, you know,
destroy everything.
I hate to paint such a bleak picture, but people need to know that this is the reality that we're facing, that our leaders have pushed us and led us to this brink of nuclear war. They have their own bunkers and ways to protect themselves. There is no shelter for the American people. I think it was last time I was here, I talked to you about the nuclear scare that we had in Hawaii, and how, this message went out to everybody saying, hey, missile incoming, seek shelter immediately. This is not a drill. What everybody found out immediately is there is no shelter. There is no shelter. There's no place to go. There's no place where you can take your loved ones and your kids to be protected, not only from the blast, but the fallout and the lack of food and water and everything else that comes after. New York City recently put out a PSA. I don't know if you saw it, but it is literally a video ad that they put out saying, hey, here's what you do in the event of a nuclear explosion. Why are they putting this out now? Because of where we are as a country. The problem is, as it shows in this video, their advice to the people of New York City is get inside, and stay tuned. That's it.
Stay tuned to what?
The radio, I guess.
I mean, what is even going to be available?
That's my point.
Yeah,
that is
there'll be no
exactly
power.
my point. There will be no power. There will be no infrastructure. There will be no, you see what's happening in Florida right now with the recovery efforts after this hurricane just swept through and demolished it. You think about that, multiply that by 50,000 times the devastation is what we would see, but we wouldn't have FEMA. We wouldn't have these first responders who are able to actually go out and help people. And the worst thing I said when I watched that PSA,
Tell us.
get inside, stay tuned. At the end, I'm assuming as an actor they hired to do this, she looks in the camera and she's like, you got this, New York. Like, what in the world? These people are creating this false sense of security for...
Yeah, you think that's what's happening? You think people are like, oh, we don't have to worry about nuclear war. We had the PSA.
the American people saying oh yeah, take shelter, but there is no shelter.
We should watch that because it's so crazy.
It is insane.
Let's watch that because it's.
Jamie, pull that up.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do? There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember.
Big
Step
smile.
1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
Look at her smiles.
I know.
Big smile.
Step 2, stay inside. Shut all doors and windows. Have a basement? Head there. If you don't have one, get as far into the middle of the building as possible. If you were outside after the blast, get clean immediately. Remove and bag all outer clothing to keep radioactive dust or ash away from your body. Step 3, stay tuned. Follow media for more information. Don't forget to sign up for Notify NYC for official alerts and updates. And don't go outside until officials say it's safe. All right? You've got this.
You don't got shit. Officials, like who? Rashida Tlaib? She's gonna tell you?
Right.
Like, who's the officials? People that they elected? Who's gonna tell you it's okay to
We
go
need the
outside
Joe
during a
Rogans.
nuclear blast in the
Exactly.
United States, something that's never happened ever, and that we're completely woefully unprepared for.
Exactly.
You got this. You got this. She's so pretty though. With her big smile.
She's got a nice smile.
She's got a great smile. That's probably why they hired her. That is a crazy thing to put out there. First of all, because what is it? What's the purpose of that? Is that to reassure people? What is the purpose of that?
Yeah.
It's not to inform people because
No.
none of what she said makes any sense.
No.
Oh, get in the middle of the room?
Right.
Oh, that's okay.
Right.
The outside's not good?
Just stay away from the window.
The middle's not going to be.
Because the radiation is not,
just stays put.
yeah.
Okay, hold on. Firstly, radiation penetrates different materials at vastly different rates. So, no, it's not all the same, number one. So that's incredibly fucking stupid. Number two, the middle of buildings does tend to be the safest place to go. If you've ever lived in a place that has tornadoes, maybe hurricanes, you know that because that's where like all of the plumbing and like most of the foundation and all of like the big shit is. Like if you're in an outside room, it might just be you and like a thin wall and maybe like a window that can explode between you and the outside. But in middle areas, you're gonna have like a lot more internal like stuff going on that's gonna like be more sturdy.
Radiation, it's kind of like a...
Not to say that like if a nuke is dropped on your building, you're probably gonna die no matter what. But I mean like this is... Here we have Destiny, expert on nuclear explosions. RPN, no, I just paid attention during my high school chemistry and physics class, you fucking retard. Email me with a 3-page apology for how fucking stupid you are, that you thought you could type in my YouTube chat being 85 IQ and I'll unban you. If I say anything incorrect, feel free to call me out. Feel free to correct me. But until then, fuck off, you fucking moron.
A fog machine.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't get inside. Like what?
I was in, I think it was after my second deployment. When I came back from the Middle East, I went on a trip and did some travel through Eastern Europe and went and actually visited Chernobyl. And it was astonishing to me even decades after that happened, because I was curious. I'd heard about it and it's like, okay. Went on this little bus and went out there. They gave us these radiation monitors, these handheld radiation monitors, so that wherever we were, you know, you could kind of test and see where the radiation still existed. They're like, oh, you're going to see apple trees and things like that. Don't eat any of the fruit because it's contaminated. It is still contaminated decades later. Walking through the middle of the town, I know everyone...
Okay. I'm gonna get triggered by chat. I don't want to talk about anything. Fuck, I'm so triggered lately. I needed the new year to come, okay? Okay. Nuclear blasts have no comparison to a nuclear reactor meltdown. These are worlds apart in terms of damage afterwards, right? You could go into Hiroshima and Nagasaki today, and the radiation levels there are about the same as anywhere else on Earth. It's normal background radiation, okay? Chernobyl leaked like 500 times the amount of radioactive material that was dropped in Hiroshima. They're not comparable. A nuke on a ground is not going to leave it irradiated like Chernobyl melting down. The mechanisms at play radioactively are completely different from the two. People think that like if a few nuclear bombs are dropped, oh my God, it's going to be radiation poisoning for decades and decades and decades. No, that's not true. A fission bomb or other types of nuclear weapons going off is not the same thing as like a nuclear reactor meltdown in terms of the amount of radioactive material lost. Or leaked into the environment. They're two totally different things.
Everyone's seen the pictures, and obviously now with that Chernobyl series, I think that Netflix did.
And new nukes might even be more efficient. I don't know if they release maybe new nukes might even release less radiation. I'm not sure though. I don't know about the new nuclear radiation, the new nuclear weapons, because I haven't read anything about them. But
more and more people know the story, but you know, walking through like the school and the classrooms where the desks and the books and the kids' shoes and the deflated basketballs, everything is still there in the way that it was when people fled and had to evacuate when that nuclear plant melted down. It was so eerie walking through there. You could almost kind of feel the heaviness of what happened there. And then as we were leaving after we left and were crossing back into Ukraine.
Is that what she just said?
What? We had to go through these, before we got on the bus, we had to go through these radiation, kind of like the thing you walk through in TSA, except it tests for radiation to make sure you're not actually bringing any contaminants with you back into society. All of that is to say, like, this is what we're talking about. So you see that kind of video.
That's not what we're talking about. God, she's so stupid. Everything this woman says, she's so stupid. I hate her. I hate Tulsi. Tulsi and Yang and Trump are like the three candidates that attracted the most stupid fucking people on the planet. Like, it tells me so much about you. Like, serial killer? I don't know much about you. Maybe you had a really good reason to kill a lot of people. Rapist? I don't know. Maybe you're reformed. Okay? Tulsi fan, ever at any point in your life, you're irredeemably fucked in the head. There's no salvation for you, with Yang fans being a very close second.
And you see how completely out of touch it is with the reality of what could happen in the event of a nuclear attack. And the fact that, you know, Russia's got over 6,000 nuclear warheads. The United States has over 5,000 nuclear warheads. Both countries making up 90% of the total number of nuclear warheads that exist in the world. And literally, it would just take the flick of a match to spark this war off. And that's where say, okay, well, you hear President Biden say, well, this is Putin's war. This is Putin's fault. It's Putin who's the one who's solely responsible. Well, the United States and some of these European NATO countries are fueling this war and need to provide the leadership to bring about a negotiated outcome. That is exactly what needs to happen here to prevent the destruction of the planet and life as we know it. They're not doing that. And in doing so, they are failing the American people and putting us in this position of not knowing where we're going to be in the event that this kicks off.
Do you think that whoever the powers that be and whatever the influence is from the military-industrial complex, that they are trying to prolong this in order to profit? So they're trying to...
Yes, the people that work at fucking Raytheon are like, you know, guys, we might cause a fucking nuclear war, but I think it's gonna be worth it for our fucking bottom line. There's gonna be so much fucking money to be made there in the fucking fall. I've got so many fucking Coca-Cola bottle caps saying I'm ready for the fucking post-apocalyptic war. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, these are think about these people as normal human beings, right? Like, not like fucking lizard men in a space station. Right? Like the guys at Lockheed are pushing the button where it's like, hey, we might get nuclear war, but think about the bottom line for our shareholders. Like,
you continue to fund Ukraine.
Johnny Cash, $50. I have no family no friends and family to spend this money on, so here you go. Happy holidays, streamer man. Wow. Well, thank you. That's also a little sad, but thanks a lot.
It gives them an...
Do you think she's actually stupid or she's purposely spreading misinfo? Combination of the both. She is a Russian stooge through and through. 1,000,000%. Absolutely. She will simp for any fucking thing. Dude, Russia could start Holocaust 2.0 and she'd be behind it and she'd have reasons for all of it.
Excellent reason to ramp up budgets and keep shipping over weapons and arms. They keep making more and more profit and just get us right to the point where it gets squirrely. Well, Putin won't do it. He won't do it. He won't do it. But if he does it, there's no pulling back from that.
There's
and the
no pulling
only
back.
reason why we would ever get to that point is because people are trying to make more money.
That's the only reason.
That is certainly a major driver. I have no doubt about
look at actually
that.
caveats like a coward.
I am concerned that we may have passed that point already.
Wow, so alarmist, so scary. I'm
You're
scared.
talking about people pushing us right up to the line,
Yeah.
and then just saying, well, you know, the whole theory of nuclear weapons is one of mutually assured destruction, right? Like, there's no way Putin will ever launch this because of that fear of, like, okay, well, we will all be destroyed if that happens. And they're saying, you know, Putin is many things, but he's not crazy. There's no way he's going to do this. Well, they're talking about doing it. They changed their nuclear weapons policy so that according to their laws, they would be authorized to use a nuclear weapon if they are facing any kind of existential threat, whether it's coming from a nuclear source or not. And you look at the situation that Putin is in right now. He's boxed into a corner. He's lost face. He
Take my money. Apparently, I won't need it much longer. Wow, Stinkfist,
he is-
570.
He is
That doesn't
in a
sound
place
ominous.
where he may feel like he has nothing else to lose. And you find that same kind of mentality in people who are, you know, suicidal or people who are bullied or people who
True.
feel
She's
like
speaking to my audience.
their best option is a way out. And so to be so dismissive and say, well, you know, Putin's not crazy. He's not gonna do this.
Hey, Destiny, I made this app that can search for anything you've ever said.
Thanks.
If you've seen it or
Nice.
not. But I thought, for the sake of transparency, if you wanted it taken down, stay careful, be safe, less than free.
I saw people using it. Seems based.
The reality of the position that he's in.
Christ. More babysitters. Lacytron. Lacytron based.
like XQC or Trainwrecks or Asmon or who the fuck ever will, you know, scream from the fucking highest mountain about sexual assault whenever
LSF is on Casey's side for this. Did this have to do the Adriana stuff? The Miz fans are like super hardcore in like salvation mode for Mizkif. Not that I don't blame them, but it's kind of funny to watch them. They're like the most aggressive posters for doing PR for Mizkif. It's kind of funny. Okay, we need this and gear wheels. Oof, how am I gonna do this? Oh my god, like that. Oh, genius.
it's some sort of drama that helps them, you know, or that whenever it's some sort of drama that's going to help them in some sort of a way, then they're able to talk about it. But I feel like over the past
Based. Tethered internet connection, yes.
week, I've just seen all of these, you know, prominent male streamers who are talking about the whole Adriana.
Oh, there it is. Hooligans, hello, can you hear me? I'm restarting Discord. I can't tell if Discord is fucked or if my internet is fucked. Sex worker with BPD in here for the 17th time this week. What's
Live.
up?
Okay, hold on. I'm here to just apologize for being a guy that thought that every Korean barbecue place, or at least even most of them, were all you can eat. I had no fucking idea that they have like, you can order shit there and they cook it for you. You're not even the person that cooks it. I didn't know that
What are
was
you
a
talking
thing.
about? Why are you wait, what are you apologizing for?
Well, because I used to be one of those guys in chat that was like, you're a dumbass. Every place is all you can eat. I don't know where you're going to get Korean barbecue, where you just like order.
Wait,
Like-
had you just never gone to one before, or we just completely...
No, I've been to a bunch of them. I think the thing is if you live in like a major city, like the Korean barbecue places are probably more likely to be like ordering dishes and then they cook it at your shit. But if you live in like some shitty suburb, you're probably getting like the all you can eat like dog shit quality meat stuff.
Oh, well damn, I'm sorry.
Okay, what I really called on for was you mentioned maybe nuking the GigaChat emote. Where do you stand on that right now?
I don't have strong opinions on it right now, but people have pointed out a lot of the negatives of it, that it's used as a discourse avoider.
True. Was there like a turning point, or you just have seen that happen more and more? Or?
No, just somebody said it and I was like, yeah, that's kind of true.
Okay, sick. Some random Tinder experience askers moment in chat. If you still live with your parents, as long as you have a job, you'll be fine. You can just blame everything on COVID. There's like 6 more months to probably blame everything on COVID.
Okay.
In my experience, yeah, if you're working, if you're like actively trying to improve yourself, most people are like, oh, sick. You probably like save a lot of money then by living with your parents, and you just be like, yep.
Wow, thanks for the advice.
Yep, that's all I have. All right, thank you.
Bye. Have you ever looked into the alternative history conspiracies from channels like Bright Insight? Might be something to dive into. Maybe someday. Dr. Jackstony Darko.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. Wow, who are you?
You know, Dr. Darko, but since you stole my name, figured I'd steal yours.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
For sure. I was wondering if you had any more like advanced tips for people trying to get into like content creation and stuff. Like I know you've mentioned like having a unique perspective and being consistent with your schedule and stuff, but like I don't know. I guess just like pushing past like the bunch of like 0 view streams like for however many days. Like
I don't know. I didn't start like in this type of environment, and this environment is like very, very, very competitive. So it's hard for me to say.
Right. Yeah. I feel like that's it's a hard thing to. But yeah, I guess like I don't know. It is like it's just something I want to do for fun because I have like a passion for like teaching and like arguing with people. But like, do you think that like if I'm not seeking like a career out of it, like someone like Erudite, like she's just doing this on the side, right? Is this like her main?
I think it's a side thing for her right now.
Gotcha. For sure. But yeah, I guess like I don't know. I'm worried. Just that the starting new nowadays will and only doing it for fun be easier to get like disappointed or whatever.
Probably, yeah. Go on panels, collab with people. Like that's generally what you can do, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I got.
Okay. Well, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Legendary Gogeta. Okay. Come back. What are you doing? Legendary Gogeta. What? Okay. Connecting, ... waiting, okay. Watch this video for some bars, 30 sec.
Baby, I'll sell water to a well. Baby, I'll sell water to a well. I was born to get cake, move on and switch states. Capped a coupe with a roof, go on and switch plates. Never dictate, never follow orders, dick. Base, get your shit straight. Fuck all this is Big J.
Oh, fuck. I was gonna ask, is this Jay-Z? Because this super sounds like Jay-Z. Or maybe it's not. She might have written it on her own, and her name starts with a J. Never mind.
Oh yeah, will not lose ever. Fuck off.
Why are we watching this?
Mandy Mayhem in your iPhone. Baby, I'll sell water to a well. I was born to get cake, move on and switch states. Capped a coupe with a roof, go on and switch plates. Never dictate, never follow orders, dick. Base, get your shit straight. Fuck all that.
Why? I don't know why, but he must have a particular type of rap pattern, because this like just screams like Jay-Z. I mean, obviously it's a song. I wonder what that is that makes it sound like it so much.
Oh, you know what? Fucking dogs is actually good. It's actually great. I want to fuck dogs. My dog likes to get fucked.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Am
I the asshole for leaving my husband for a Christmas trip to Hawaii with our kids? Every year, my family spends our Christmas in Hawaii. We've done it every year since I can remember, and it's a fun family tradition for me. After me and my husband had kids, we had to reorganize our family Christmas plans because his parents wanted to see our kids for Christmas, so we decided that we would celebrate Christmas with his parents on New Year's and go to Hawaii for actual Christmas. This is a system that worked for us until last year. Last year, his dad passed away around this time of the year, and it hit him and his mom hard. For obvious reasons, we didn't go to Hawaii. This year, we planned out what we do for the holidays early. We do Thanksgiving with his mom, and we do Christmas in Hawaii since me and my kids missed out last year. Things are going well until right before our flight. About a week out, he said he was unsure. He said that he thinks it might be better that we stay. He said he really wants to spend Christmas with his family and felt like his mom really needed it. Oof. I was unhappy about this. We made a plan. We started last month. We already had my dad buy our tickets and hotels, so it'd be incredibly unfair to me, him, and our kids for us not to go just for his mom, who we'd see a few days after we got back anyways. We got into an argument about it and proposed that me and the kids would go to Hawaii and he can stay there with his mom. He decided to do this, but he was very clearly upset that I wasn't going to forgo my family's Christmas tradition and see my family just for his mom. So now I'm in Hawaii watching and wrangling the kids by myself while he's home alone. He have said he texted me or he hasn't texted me or responded to me that much. When I call him, he only texts about 3 minutes before I want to get on the phone with me and then talk to the girls. Oh shit. The guy in chat was asking if this is like both sides are bad or what. This seems really simple. I feel like the husband is 100% in the wrong here. I feel like it's not even close. Like, they made a plan to go on the holidays, and 1 week before, the husband wants to cancel everything for the wife and the whole family. Like, bro, 1 week before, you're gonna see them on New Year's, right? He's gonna see his mom on New Year's. Like, come on. Or at the very least, why not just bring the mom to Hawaii, unless she's older or sick or something? But like. And they stayed home the first year. Like, nah, fuck that. Nah. Oh, no asshole here? No, the husband's the asshole for guilt tripping her. If he was just like, I don't feel comfortable, I want to stay home with my mom, that would be okay. I think that would be understandable. But a week out? Bruv. I'm gonna get downvoted for this, but incoming brave opinion. I swear like half of Am I the Asshole poster about a husband choosing his mom over the wife. Fuck, I wish I could just experience that one time so I'd have perspective. I think I would dump my partner instantly. If I ever was in a scenario where like, if Melina's like mom or dad was like shitting on me relentlessly, and Melina's like, oh, I don't know, Steven, like I'd be like, okay, well, go fuck your dad then, because you're not fucking me anymore. Get the fuck out, you stupid bitch. I would be so done. I can't imagine your partner, your husband or your wife, choosing their fucking mommy or daddy over you. I would be out of there so fucking fast. I would just be gonzo. That would be insane. Fed up Walmart employee promotes herself to customer.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
This looks to be an audio clip added to a video of a person who isn't a Walmart employee using the phone. This is under her chin and isn't saying her script right, hence the pan over to another customer. Oh, rip. Faked. Don't you think that you're the odd one out there? Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe because I can more easily separate my family. But it's so disrespectful, dude. How you doing?
All right,
hey.
How are you?
Pretty good. You want to be a big streamer? Have you ever thought about running? Why does Twitch allow this shit? It's just like running on stream with massive fucking triple Ds and a fucking bra.
That's actually my next plan for 2023. It's my New Year's resolution. Got like the stream bikini, jacuzzi setup.
Based.
It's gonna be lit. Can I count on you to be my first collaboration?
Oh, you can count on me to be your first OnlyFans subscriber.
Oh no, you would definitely not be my first. You'd be top 5 though.
Oh, okay.
I think Sejin and Matt would be ahead of you in line.
Based.
Are you fully recovered from your Georgia shenanigans?
Physically,
like
yes. Psychologically, not quite. Financially,
financially,
but I'm working on it. What's up? How you doing?
Well,
yeah,
man, I'm doing all right. I had a brief power outage here in Charlotte.
Bro, is it fucking cold where you're at?
Yeah, it's about 22 degrees last time I checked. But the funny thing is, like, we didn't get any snow, any sleet, any hail, nothing. Not rain, not shit. But earlier today for about 4 hours there was a 1-block power outage, and it was my fucking block.
Damn.
So it was like surgically precise.
Damn,
Yeah,
they do
so
that
that
in North
sucked.
Carolina. They target people with surgical precision, I've heard.
They do that like power plant thing that happened like last month or something while we were in Georgia, I think. as a
Oh
matter
no,
of
fuck!
fact.
That was a really good joke that I just made. Okay.
It wasn't. It
The,
really wasn't. It was terrible. People died.
No. Fuck. Do you remember the voter ID laws that they tried to do in North Carolina?
Yes.
That
Actually
was
got
the
struck down.
that was the language that I think the North Carolina Supreme Court used, that it was probably illegal because they targeted minorities with surgical precision. That was the joke.
That was a good joke.
It was
That
a good joke.
I
Thank
retract
you.
it.
Fuck
I
you.
apologize. Yeah. No, actually, it's funny enough that Moore v. Harper case that we talked about a time or two that was just like they had oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court. That actually came from North Carolina. So North Carolina's doing like some fucked up shit with the voter ID laws, the gerrymandering. This is like a nexus of Republican bullshit just all up here.
Based.
But so is it typical for you to spend Christmas Eve like in complete isolation?
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, I'm not like particularly festive, so I moved like 6 months ago to Charlotte and got 4 sisters and they're all kind of scattered. I've got one in Uganda and one
You have a sister in fucking Uganda?
Yeah, she does mission work with her husband and 5 kids. So they've been there for about a year, and I've got 9 nieces and 3 nephews, and also like everybody's just kind of scattered in their own like family orbit. So like large scale gatherings are just like they don't make any sense. So
Jesus.
I actually prefer the calm of spending holidays alone. So I thought you were supposed to be in New York though, or like out of state. Did your flight get like fucked?
I told Melina I was way too stressed to do it, and she was like, "Okay, I'll just come back."
Stressed over the Twitter files and the
Yes.
lack of internet.
Lack of internet, yeah.
So what's up with that? Like I know you said that they told you that it was supposed to be set up before you moved, and
It's just
lied
it
to
was
you?
just like no, it's a complicated like combination of like stupid shit. So I called AT&T and they confirmed that they had fiber in this building. Then I called the apartment and they confirmed that the last residents of this unit had internet. So in my mind, I'm good to go. Okay, fine. Melina wants to move immediately, and I'm like, whatever, fine. Like AT&T confirmed, the unit confirmed, last people who had internet were good. But then when I move here, what I find out was that the last people had a different internet service provider, and AT&T has only run fiber to the building, not my unit. And I'm like, okay, well, that's fucking cute. So now I'm like using a combination of hotspots and tethering on like 2 different phones to like keep my shit running barely. So
I popped in a couple of times since you moved, and it seems like the stream's held up pretty reliably. Have you had any issues with it?
well, it's okay,
off
except
the
one,
hotspot?
I'm streaming at 4 megabits per second instead of 16, so my quality is kind of shit. But that's fine. Secondly, is that everything is just a little bit more laggy than normal, which is a little bit irritating. But then thirdly is I can't stream as much because I'm going to run out of data. But I might have infinite data now. We'll see how this holds up. But it's just like a lot of annoying shit.
I didn't even know they offered infinite data plans. I thought like those policies like no longer existed.
Yeah, well, I'll find out.
Well, the Twitter file shit. So like the last I really dove into it was a couple of days ago with Matt and Sejin. Like, and I got like 14 tweets into it. The latest one, I think it was number 7 with Michael Schellenberger. What was the? Do you even remember? Was it just Connor? Was that the last thing that like the last deep dive you did into the Twitter files, or
When I was in Georgia, I read all of the first leak or whatever it was. Was it like 46 tweets? I think.
Yeah.
I read all of that first one, and I was incredibly mind-fucked by most of the tweets that these fucking journalists, I'm using big, not parentheses, not apostrophes, quotations there,
Quotation
okay?
marks.
Because I don't know, I would flunk these fucking losers out of English class, okay? If you actually read the emails or the images linked, very rarely do they ever support the text of the tweet, okay? And that was just triggering the ever-living fuck out of me. And that just seems to happen over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But yeah. Where the tweet will say some shit like, we've confirmed proof that the FBI is like fucking your mom in the ass. And it'll be like, oh my God. And everybody quotes that tweet and it's like a big deal. But if you actually like read the email that the tweet will link, it'll be like a guy saying like, oh, like I saw Joe's mom yesterday on Facebook, and she looks very pretty. And that would be like the headline versus like the email. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Or it's like the big dog, little dog meme where the huge like snarling big dog, and the meme is like this is like the Twitter headline, and then like the little dog is like the actual fucking leaked material underneath. It's like insane.
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a bait and switch with a lot of these. Now, I didn't read 2 through 6. I just read the first one too, and then kind of put it out of my brain until the conversation with Connor happened, and then the subsequent conversation with Connor happened, and then the subsequent conversation with Connor happened. And then I did read the number 7, like I said, about 14 of them. And then I was like, well, maybe Destiny will cover these, so I stopped. But I don't know what you want to do, if you want to like go through them now, or if you want to like I didn't know how you were going to cover these, but I did not read them all the way through, so I didn't know if you wanted to do that together, or if you were in the midst of Factoro, or whatever.
I'm always in the midst of Factoro. Which one do you want to go over? Pick one.
Number 7.
Number 7. Okay, link it to me. Fuck it, we'll do it. I'll take a break.
Yeah, hang on 1 second.
Oh, well, hang on 1 second. Well, let me check my factory. Oh fuck! Actually, it's 8 o'clock. Do you want to message Connor and see if he wants to join us?
Oh, why not? Let's see. Do you want to join Destiny and I to look at the Twitter files? He may have a wife and family and kids and loved ones he cares about, but we'll see. We'll see.
I didn't ask. I didn't ask about any of that.
Listen, abandon your fucking kids and
yeah,
come
true.
talk
That's what I did.
politics with us.
Drop them off in another state. Just piece the fuck out, and then stream, baby, all day.
Your lessons in parenting are something to behold, man.
Thank you. That and dating, I just have the answers to everything. Abandon your family, abandon your parents, fuck infinite bitches as soon as they invite you to their house. Don't eat waffle cones. Or don't eat sugar cones, or I don't even remember. Whatever one triggers people the most.
It seems like you're on one hot take after another. Your new friend on Twitter, he has not gotten banned yet. I'm pretty impressed. He's making it so far. Dusty Darko.
So far, until that one employee sneaks back into the Twitter HQ and fucking pulls the trigger on my account. I know they're waiting for it.
I thought you said that person was no longer employed there.
I would hope so. I don't know who that person. I don't even know if that person exists. It might just be on my.
Oh, you didn't have a name or anything.
No. That was a joke. I was saying I don't know if that person actually exists.
Oh, gotcha.
Given everything that's happened, it kind of seems like it, but I mean, there's no way I can truly know that. And unlike Connor, I'm not willing to make those jumps in assumptions. But
oh God.
But I mean, damn, looking at the fucking people that are getting unbanned, it's like, oh shit, it's Hitler's grandson, the leader of the neo-Nazis, is back on Twitter again, and it's like Destiny. Oh, I don't know about that guy. He's pretty, It's like, okay, well.
He says he can't. He's doing normie things. Destiny says, fuck your normie
thing. Well, no. If I don't want to, if he's doing shit, that's okay.
Oh. Destiny says, good luck with that.
Yeah, so my account is flagged for, hold on. Let me read what, I've gotten 3 different people now that have climbed up different trees and they're getting similar answers. This is what my, this is specifically what I was told in the last email that I traded with a guy.
Hi.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Well, not much.
Well, base.
You guys going over the Twitter files?
We were, but I think it might be a good idea if we could get Connor to do it. That might be.
If you wanted to join us, that would be awesome. Yeah.
He says
True,
Sunday.
Yeah, I would like to join.
Can you two do Sunday?
I can do Sunday.
Perfect. Is this Stardust?
What time? This is Stardust. Yeah.
Hi, Stardust. This is Ruminate. Nice to meet you. Kind of formally.
Nice to meet you too.
Let's see what time Sunday works best for you.
How much do you fucking losers talk in this group chat? Oh my god.
What
group chat? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just trying to. I posted an email, and these fucking guys in this group chat I'm in they just talk all day. They have no fucking life.
Connor says nighttime. Thanks for the specificity, but what time? 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Stardust, do you have like any like particular time preference? Connor says night.
This is what this guy emailed me, okay? Here's what my context says. He said, "This is what I found out. The user, that's me, actually had a prior account before this account that was shut down for really hateful, violent threats against people. They opened the second account and changed some information to avoid detection and then continue with more violent and hateful posts. So it doesn't qualify for reinstatement given the violent tweets." What? What? And this is what I'm wondering, but I don't know if this is possible, is I wonder if the person that, if I was getting like dinged by an SJW, I wonder if like anytime I made fun of like a trans person, like made fun of Doe, they marked my file as like making violent death threats towards Doe because that one lady said like the deer hunting joke and Doe identified as a deer. So like maybe every ban I've gotten on another account is marked as like a violent, hateful threat. But it's like, Jesus. Yeah, I have no idea. I wish they would like show me the tweets. That's what I want to know. Show me the tweets.
Yeah, as far as doing, I mean, I do spicy things, but I don't say spicy things, so, you know, not as much.
I'm still negotiating with Connor. Sorry.
Good job.
God, this fucking cough will not go away. Oh.
Uh-oh. Wait, did you have COVID?
No, I got the flu, man. It fucked me up for like 4 days, and I've been fine for about a week, except this cough. Like, even like the videos and shorts that I do, I have to like I end up going into coughing fits.
Yeah, you're probably gonna die.
Christmas.
Oh yeah, wait, tomorrow is Christmas.
Oh,
Can
it
I
is,
call out
isn't it?
YouTube chat? I'm gonna call out YouTube chat real quick. YouTube chat,
Uh-oh.
you all were so friendly to me 5 minutes ago. You all were so friendly 5 minutes ago. As soon as I'm in the call, oh, Stardust this, Stardust that, oh, negative Stardust, negative. You know, well, maybe you can take your negative words and shove them.
Damn.
All right? Yeah. Up your butt.
Damn.
What about 9 p.m. on fucking Monday? That's gonna be stretching it for me, but I'll make it work. What about you, Stardust?
9 p.m. on Monday? Sure.
Are you Eastern time zone?
Yeah, usually I take off Mondays, but I'll do Monday.
Okay. I am ceding to your request. I like how we didn't even ask Destiny. Like we just
Yeah.
he'll
Fuck you,
work
Destiny.
around us.
Yeah, I'll probably be okay.
Good. That'll give me more time to. I don't know, man. These fucking Twitter files, they were like a chore. Like Cherry and Matt and Sejin were like, dude, you should like read these and like do a video about it. And I'm like, the first set were so boring. I don't know if you felt that way, Destiny, but you enjoy Factorio, so you probably ate it up. But
the more entertaining thing was for me was just the discrepancy between like the tweeted text and what was actually linked. I like couldn't fucking believe it, but
yeah, but I mean, as far as like just the reading itself, like it's so dry, and even as somebody who binges C-SPAN, like it was a chore to get through the 14 that I did just the other day. And then when you're reading like the constituent documents linked to it, because did you go through for the first set? Did you click the links and actually read through the documents that they cited, or just the screenshots themselves?
I think it was mainly the screenshots. I haven't gone through the actual documents themselves. If those are really long, maybe we can do that. I don't know.
Yeah, see, because that's the thing. Like for the Michael Schellenberger, who's the independent journalist who did Part 7, and this is supposedly the big smoking gun. Where this is the one where it caused Connor to double down on his initial claims, even though, which I don't know if you know about this, but I know Stardust was there. So Chud Logic had a conversation with Connor, and then Aaron and I and Stardust and a couple of others, I think, who were there in the initial conversation with you showed up. And Connor actually pretty graciously conceded like 2 or 3 points. He was like, look, this is my opinion, but I recognize that it's less probable than your and Destiny's interpretation. I'm just, this is my gut instinct, yada, yada. Then these things drop, I think, the next day, Part 7. And then it's been like one victory lap after another, not just by Connor, but also just conservatives on social media. So this is like supposedly the big nail in the coffin for the idea that the FBI was not involved in pushing this. So
damn, that sounds extreme.
Yeah, and they've like in the links, they're like written declarations from attorneys, and like transcriptions of depositions of FBI agents, and they cherry pick, kind of like how they did with the first one. They cherry pick select screenshots and then like make, I think, reasonable inferences, but they're still a leap, right? Like,
and reasonable inferences probably off of only a few screenshots.
Right.
One of the things that drives me the most crazy when I tell people are like being pretty bad faith is there's this thing that people do. I wish I could distill this into like an easy to read like manual, but it's just stuff that I've kind of like picked up intuitively over the years. There's things that people do where hold on. There's things that people do where you've got like this whole scenario, this whole like macro context you could understand, but instead of like, and when you look at like the macro context, when you look at like all the information, it's pretty obvious what's going on, but people will pick selectively like 3 or 4 little descriptive factoids out of this information, and then they'll write like a whole contrary narrative to it. And anytime I see people do that, I feel like I can tell there's like a lot of like dishonesty going on.
Well, the other issue is too, at least that I found, so like, at first I was like, okay, I'm just going to wait for Destiny to do this, and then I will read or listen to like any news coverage of it. But when Part 7 dropped, it was the same day that the final January 6th hearing came out. So like the last January 6th meeting occurred where Congress recommended formal charges against Trump to the Department of Justice. Then this guy drops the Twitter files like in like 30 minutes or something into that hearing. So it kind of like buried the lead a bit. And I also think at the same time, it gave more left-leaning media outlets the opportunity to just kind of sidestep covering the Twitter files, right? Because they're like, oh, we're focusing on the bigger deal, which is Congress trying to get the Department of Justice to convict a former president, which is the first time it's ever happened. But in the week or so since then, only CNN on a couple of articles, and I think like one 5-minute interview with a senior correspondent, they were the only ones who really covered it, and everything else has been like The Hill and Fox News and Fox Business and like all right-wing outlets. Your favorite political commentator Brianna Joy Gray did an interview with a guy with on The Hill or The Rising or whatever the fuck her program is, and it was the laziest, softballest interview I've ever seen from a person who is supposedly leftist.
The Brianna person?
Yeah.
She's like a shill fucking loser.
Give me the box.
She's like a MAGA communist, in my opinion.
Isn't that,
she's pretty close to it. She's pretty close to being a MAGA communist.
That's Haas, right? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Who's
Hinkle.
Hinkle, thank you. Yeah, it seems like I honestly, I guess I did expect her to like, try to push Michael, be like, hey, look, you draw these inferences, and you because he said at one point, he's like, there's a clear fact pattern here where, the FBI was clearly trying to pressure and prejudice Twitter to just disregard the Hunter Biden laptop story. And he even says it in his tweets, like very explicitly, the FBI was trying to just get them, with respect to the Hunter Biden story, to just disregard it. Like, not just in general, not just be vigilant in general, but this particular story. And at no point did she say, well, you actually didn't, there's no smoking gun here. There's no statement in any deposition or any written declaration under oath where somebody says that. As a matter of fact, the two people who feature in the the written declarations and the depositions, one is a former FBI agent, and the other one is this Yoel Roth guy who used to run Twitter's like moderation program. And they both said that Hunter Biden never came up. Like, those words and the laptop
Raiders Envy,
never
thanks for the
came
10
up.
gifted memberships.
And the FBI agent had no idea about the laptop. He had no idea that the FBI had the laptop because he wasn't involved with that particular investigation. So like, nobody's like, dude, okay, why are you just leaping to conclusions here? Nobody is pressing him on it. Chris Cuomo did an interview with the Schellenberger guy, and Chris Cuomo. I expected him to ask tough questions, and all he did was kind of cup his balls, metaphorically speaking. It's the weirdest softball interview with this shit. I don't know. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, it feels like people just aren't like reading any of the actual stuff.
I mean, to be fair, it would be nice if they put it in one place and we didn't have to read through 20 fucking tweets every time. But yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's your fucking job as a journalist to do it, they should be fucking doing it, I would say.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
Because if they don't do it, like all the Tim Pools of the world and everybody else are, so.
They're definitely.
Do either of you find it sus that that nobody like Musk or these journalists actually dropped all the information, or do you think that they have compelling legal reasons to do it? Like
why they haven't like
appeal to-
released everything?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
because-
everything, all the information that they examined.
This is what people need to understand, because these guys are not journalists, and they're not doing journalism, and they're not doing transparency. What they're doing is propaganda. That's the goal. The goal of these leaks is to hurt the Democratic establishment. That's the goal. Like Democrats, not all democracy, well, kind of, but like the Democratic establishment. That's what we're doing. So if you try to look at them and like, well, if these guys are journalists, why aren't they writing real articles? Why don't they leak any of the like more of the source material? Why don't they like none of their actions really make sense? It does like I don't understand like why they're doing the things they're doing. But if you view them as more like a WikiLeaks, like a kind of like a propaganda arm of either the conservative party or like the anti-Democrat party, then all of their stuff makes sense. They're leaking sensationalist things. They're picking and choosing what they want to reveal to the public, even though they're called, like, I don't even like calling these Twitter leaks, because it's not really a leak. It's just a selective like reporting of things and then them trying to sell us a narrative about what exactly it is. But I mean, like the idea that you would release like articles in like multiple tweets is like laughably fucking stupid. So I mean, like it's pretty obvious that it's just like a big propaganda exercise instead of them trying to do like anything legitimate or valid.
Well, and the other thing, speaking of the New York Post, that you mean, so I don't know if you get this way, but with stories like this, sometimes even though I try to take diligent notes and I try to like have quick recall, some of the details, because these like, I don't want to call them conspiracy theories, but certainly conspiracy theories are spawning from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to like quick recall all the fucking details. And you saying that, it reminded me, do you remember that when the story broke and then about Hunter Biden's laptop, there was also reporting that came out that people at the New York Post, not everybody, but there were a number of staff at the New York Post who had serious reservations about posting this because even they questioned the chain of custody and the veracity of the laptop's contents, right? So it wasn't even like the New York Post, which is a right-wing outlet.
Well, and this is like
who got.
Yeah, like what, like in terms of what you're saying, this is like the frustrating thing too. Okay, is that like, this is the easiest test of bad faith ever. Okay, now I want to be clear. I'm pretty sure, and you agree with this, right? The laptop is real, right? It is actually Hunter Biden's laptop. That I think even the FBI's right. So I'm not like saying that's not true. Okay, however, it looks like a fake story, right? Hunter Biden, the president's son, in some fucking crack-addled haze, like drops off and leaves a laptop with a blind computer repair tech that contacts Julie. Like, that sounds like the fakest
Who is
fucking...
also an ardent Trump supporter.
Yeah.
So like,
it sounds like the fakest
people.
fucking story in the world. And anybody, if you're actually good faith, I think you'll admit that. Yeah, it does sound like really fucking sus, right? Now, it ends up being true, but it sounds like the most sensationally fake fucking story in the world, you know?
Stardust, in your community and stuff like that, like, do people argue with you about the Hunter Biden story, or is it like something that really doesn't feature all that much, and this is just more of a kind of a personal political interest for you?
I think so I have like a small but significant portion of right-wingers in my audience, and they do like to talk about it, but I just was interested because I don't know, I'm interested in well, Connor and I talked about it when we first looked at it, and I thought, it must mean something that at least that Ro Khanna was worried about the way that things could be twisted, right? With the way that certain stories are being like pushed down or allowed to allowed to kind of, whether they're being allowed to kind of explode in popularity or not, right? I think it means something that Ro Khanna was concerned about how that might look from a public perspective, as somebody who is a Biden supporter who worked with the Dems.
Well, but
so
does
yeah,
it say
I thought that was
something
interesting.
about it, or is that just like a reasonable thing?
No, I think it was a reasonable thing, and that's why. I mean, I am concerned kind of in the same way that if there's actual suppression here and there, like it's worth it to take a look into this and see, because I don't want. I don't know. I feel like it could very easily spiral out of control, the story around it. So.
I'm sorry, real quick. Somebody in your chat said, fuck, I just lost it. Somebody said, Destiny, I never saw anything that can... Down to Biscuit said, Destiny, I've never seen anything that confirms he dropped off the laptop at the shop. Now, I will say...
Is that true?
No, yeah, that's what's going to correct. I do want to say, in the interest of fairness, the laptop repair guy, his last name is Mac Isaac. He does have an invoice with Hunter Biden's signature on it. That signature verification believes is pretty fucking close to it, right? And they've had like independent forensic analysis, like Washington Post and New York Times. They did like investigate copies of the hard drive that this dude took. Like he made copies before he handed it over to the FBI. And that's how the New York Post got the story. And then Washington Post and New York Times got a hold of it, the copies as well. And they verified that, thousands upon thousands of emails are legit. Now, most of the data, they could not verify the authenticity of it. But there are abundant contents on the copy of the hard drive that was turned over that they did verify belonged to Hunter Biden. So I think that part's pretty solid. I somehow this, I mean, what are the fucking odds? I mean, like it's almost like, I don't know. It's almost something out of a movie. The idea that, again, like you said, in a crack-addled haze, that he would just stumble into the one random ass. Like you would think with his resources and his connections, he wouldn't need to take a laptop to just like this random fucking podunk repair shop anyway.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But I don't know.
I mean, if he was on
Apparently,
drugs, right?
yeah, but I mean, like, fuck, like, I've never done crack, but I can't imagine, again, like, it's like a divining rod for the worst possible decisions, even just politically. Like, it happened in Delaware, right? I didn't even realize Delaware, I thought it was like a really blue state, right? So, like, what are the odds that the guy would be a fucking Trump-loving Republican? I don't know, just...
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
yeah, guy with that industry, too. Yeah, I don't know, it's, I mean, like, look, it's Hunter Biden. I mean, he did sleep with his brother's, like, widow, right? So, I mean, like,
Hey, all I'm hearing are W's.
I mean,
Yeah.
isn't that like I'm not religious, but isn't that like biblical imperative or whatever? Like if you
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
If
I
your
actually
sibling
don't.
spouse, maybe
don't
he's just
have a
doing the
problem-
Christian thing, man.
Maybe I don't have that much of a problem with it. I think that's pretty normal if you're grieving somebody and both
Wait, hold
parties
on.
grieving
Well-
them. Like, will bang probably. So.
All right, yeah. Now we got to
yeah.
Now we got to know, Stardust. Do you have siblings? Number one, do you have
Jesus
siblings?
Christ.
I do have an older brother.
Okay. Oh well, then that answers that. I was gonna say, like, if you had hypothetically a sister and she were married and something happened to her, would you shack up with her widower?
I mean, if I missed I don't know, I imagine, like, they both missed his brother pretty badly. They both bonded over it, and then they just ended up fucking one night or something. So.
I think they fucked, like, more than one night. I think that was part of the problem. Like, they had, like, a full-on... Weren't they engaged or something like that?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and then he ran away or something.
Destiny, I tagged you in a link in your DGG chat, and I'll drop it again. It's time-stamped. Now, you may not want to play it because it has Brianna Joy Gray in it, but I think this is really important because the fucking author basically says, the author of Twitter File 7's like, well, maybe there is nothing to it, but it should be investigated. So take a look at it. Oh, I didn't tag you the second time.
Wait, where are you?
I'm in your DGG chat. I just tagged you. I did it like 5 minutes ago. You missed it, so I just tagged you again.
Okay, hold on. This other computer doesn't have internet.
Oh shit, that's right. I forgot you're doing this off a hotspot. You might not be able to run a link and talk to us at the same time.
I can do it. Hold on. The New York Times last week outside the shop. The New York Times last week outside the shop. Why are you putting this in a quote and it's not even a sentence? The New York
Times. He threw the link in there too.
Last week outside the shop. This was just like the header. New Times. That's okay. Last week outside the shop that he is legally blind and no, dude. Why? Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna try to read this. I'm sorry. Can you tag me again with what you were saying?
Yeah, one more time. Yeah.
Oh, this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
FBI showing they had taken the laptop. So yeah, I think that this is very fishy, and maybe there's nothing there, but this needs to be looked into, because if there was some sort of effort to basically prepare people mentally to dismiss what the FBI knew would eventually come out, that's illegal. That's actually interfering in an election and also potentially covering up criminal activity that was on the computer itself.
Really incredible stuff. Now, Michael, I know a lot of folks are curious about how you came to be.
Okay, what else? What do you want?
Well, no, I mean that was just the thing. This dude is the one who wrote the Twitter files #7, where he's like, the FBI was clearly trying to prejudice Twitter into disregarding the story, and then he was like, well, maybe there's nothing to it, but if they did try to prejudice Twitter against the story, then that should be looked into.
Sure.
Like,
whatever
I don't
that
know,
means.
to me, that's. Well, yeah, it means like he's clearly sensationalizing on Twitter, right? Like, because he said it with such certitude on Twitter. He's like, see, this is proof. This is a pattern. This is a fact pattern here. They clearly try to put their thumb on the scale.
Yeah.
And then when asked about it, he's like, well, maybe there is nothing there. But if they did, it should be looked into.
True.
I guess we can go more into it on Monday with Connor, but to me that gives the whole game away. That
as soon as somebody has like talking about it, like the tweet will be like confirmed, like John murdered Susan, and then it's like, well, what do you think about that? And then when you're on the show, he's like, well, there was some glass broken at Susan's house, and some of the footprints, it was a similar shoe than what John wore. So if it is indeed the same shoe, and if they can get the forensic matches, then it's possible that he was. And it's like, okay, well, this is a way fucking different statement than what you came out with swinging on Twitter. But
Are you surprised on your second channel that it seemed like when I was looking through the comments that
they're all
it seemed
conservatives?
like at least. Well, not that they're all concerned, because I was under the impression, I was told by your GGG chat that your YouTube chat does skew more right. But I was surprised at the YouTube comments section on the published videos, because I imagine like all your fans and all your supporters would go there to respond, not just the.
No, it's way different communities in every
Gotcha.
area. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, they fucking like ravaged. I mean, well, you and Aaron and Cherry, but also me. I mean, like. That, and then after Twitter Files #7 dropped, people were also taking victory laps as well. Like, see, Destiny should keep his fucking mouth shut, because here a week later, Connor's proven correct. And I was
the thing that I
shocked
hate the most about the arguments is that doesn't even make sense. Like, it could be the case that tomorrow real evidence is dropped that shows that like there was impropriety. However, I still would have been right and Connor still would have been wrong. I can change my mind when new evidence comes out, but that doesn't change the fact that Connor was making his decision before based on inferencing and no evidence, right?
Yeah,
but there
it's
might
not
be
retroactive.
there might be new stuff that comes out. It's like, oh, okay, well, I changed my mind now. Like now there's like evidence, but it doesn't make you correct from you making baseless assumptions before, just because you happen to be correct. Like, but whatever.
Well, and like other stuff too, like people are also talking about now how the FBI, like, and I don't know if it's part of Twitter Files #7 or not. It wasn't in anything that I read so far, but something maybe your chat knows about. Well, Twitter was paid like $3 million by the FBI. Like their
yeah, the
emails.
3.6 million. Yeah.
Okay, so you are aware of that. So apparently, though, like social media companies are entitled to bill federal law enforcement agencies for like.
This is one of the.
Yeah.
This is the neat test to find out if you're a complete and total fucking loser that has zero experience in the real world, or if you like can reasonably ascertain like how things in the real world would work. I think it's called Scale, but basically there are federal programs to where if a federal organization is making heavy requests for data or something from your company, if you're going to spend a whole bunch of employee time, fulfilling those requests, of course, you're going to be entitled to some sort of compensation. Like, obviously. But people that are trying to spin that as some like bribe or malicious thing, that's like clearly like you have no experience in anything. Like, it would be so obvious. Could you imagine the FBI coming to your tech company and they're like, hey, listen, we're going to need you to like scrape your databases for this, compile this information for this, go through this, and then like prepare reports for this. And you're like, wait, I'm not getting paid for this shit. I can't just take that. Like, obviously they're going to fucking compensate you for that. Like, that's the most obvious thing in the world.
Yeah, and I don't think, again, that there's anything that in the emails that even suggests that they were compensated because of
certain results or something. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you think, though, if there was an actual smoking gun, see, you're in the space more than I am, so do you think if they actually had concrete evidence that they would have dropped it, like?
Yep. People always lead with their
day?
best foot forward. Yeah, they always lead with their best foot forward.
Well, I've heard some people say the alternative, right? That they're just teasing it out and trying to hype people up and getting also the establishment Democrats and liberals and the left to overextend themselves by dismissing it as a nothing burger. Then they're going to drop the smoking gun at an opportune moment and humiliate the left. And this is all just foreplay.
That'd be highly strategic. I guess maybe you could, but I feel like we would have gotten more information about that if that was going to happen. Like the New York Times or somebody would have been interviewing ex-Twitter employees to see if like something like that would have come out. That would be my guess, but I guess it's possible. But
have you or Stardust heard about the New York congressman the Republican congressman out of New York who's currently in a shitstorm? He was one of the guys who got elected in the midterms, named George Santos.
What happened?
So he was kind of touted as a Republican victory in the midterms, even though that red wave never showed up, because he flipped a seat in New York that was previously occupied by Democrats. So that's victory number one. And number two, he's apparently openly gay, and he would be the first openly gay Republican congressperson. So like certain Republican commentators were kind of, pimping that out as a, look, see how moderate, how socially progressive the Republican Party is coming. We're not homophobic. We backed a guy who's openly gay, and he flipped a seat in New York. Well, like apparently the New York Times and Axios and some other publications were like looking into his biography, and so he claimed that he worked for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs, and they couldn't find any corroboration that he ever worked there. In fact, I think it was Citigroup said we have no record of that man ever working for our organization. And then they also said that he went to school at Barrett College and NYU, and so they went and looked at admissions and spoke with admissions officers, and both of them came back and said we have no record of this guy with his date of birth, nothing like that. He also claimed that he had like a veterinary charity for like dogs and cats. They couldn't find any IRS filings for that group. And now, a day later, because now of course this is additional scrutiny, so additional publications are looking into it, he was apparently there's evidence like some sort of Jewish publication is alleging that he lied that his grandparents were Holocaust survivors. And the kicker is even though he says he's openly gay, and I guess this doesn't technically disprove it, but he was married to a woman 2 weeks before he ran for office.
Behazed. Jesus. What's going on up there? Wasn't there a guy that was running for was it a local state Congress seat? I think it was a Democrat who was running against somebody who lied about like, I think they lied about like being a bar certified attorney.
I did not hear that.
I think they were called, was it Michael Bayer, I think was the name? Does anybody remember this? I think it was in Pennsylvania.
Michael Bayer, let me check that out.
Check his debates out. He's a feisty one.
I'm reaching in and grabbing more cough drops.
That's Mike from PA. That's where he got kicked out of his election for. Sorry.
Oh, that's fucked up. Stardust, you fell for it too. Okay, I feel better now.
Well, it's a true story. That's not fake. That's a true story that actually happened.
Oh,
he lied about being a lawyer and he got kicked out of the election for it.
I've only ever seen like two panels with Mike
so
PA, so I'm not too familiar with his lore. Other than that, I think he hates you. Oh, I thought you two had history, Stardust, like on panels and stuff like that. You guys had. I thought you all were like interacting.
Me and Mike from PA, absolutely not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Destiny, I was fucked up, man. I was over here like drinking the Kool-Aid, thinking that there was something to this. I'm like, holy shit, a Democrat lies? I'm so used to Republicans lying that seemed kind of, I don't know, counterintuitive.
I'm sure there are Democrats that lie. Don't worry.
Well,
nah, they're perfect.
yes.
True base.
That's true. I mean, comparatively speaking,
a race to the bottom.
They're losing that race. Republicans are definitely winning.
Mm-hmm.
You watch Andor yet?
Nope.
Fuck you, man. Come on. Like when
What's
you were.
That's Star Wars.
Oh,
You like Star
sorry.
Wars?
Okay,
No, no.
never mind. I'll be quiet.
No. What do you mean? No. What? Listen. I unlike Destiny. I am not a misogynist. I believe that women have the right to speak. So, do you have opinions about Star Wars?
I don't have any opinion. That's why I'm going to keep quiet, because I don't have any opinions on Star Wars or anything around that. So.
Well, it's really good. It's super good. I'm kind of bothered that given that you have absolutely no internet to speak of, and you could probably stream it off your phone. I'm surprised, like at night when you're laying in bed, you don't watch it. Like just watch.
Bro,
it.
if I'm in bed, I'm fucking sleeping. If I was awake enough to
not.
watch it on my phone, I would be playing Factorio.
Are you telling me, given your profession, when you hit the sheets, you actually put the fucking phone down? Nobody does that.
Oh, I have a
Nobody
thing
our
now,
age does
actually, unironically, so that I sleep. I don't take my phone in my bedroom anymore with me. I think that's a really bad idea. I don't do it anymore.
That's
And
that's good. That's a
yeah, it's helped me a lot.
more people should do that. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. But I mean, I just don't know of anybody who, like, fuck. I think
Well, now
I've
you
got
know
an
one.
86-year-old grandmother who brings her iPad with her.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
shoes
she
switched
does. You know what she's looking at? Yeah.
Yeah. Wildly inappropriate. She's a good Christian lady. What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
I met a
So
lot
the
of good
one-
Christian ladies, and they like a lot of raunchy things.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know, if
Who joined
anything,
us?
you're the one being bigoted for saying that old women don't have a right to their sexuality. What's wrong with you?
Wow.
That's true. Fuck. I owe my grandmother an apology. She's probably listening right now. Guarantee you she's a DGG.
No, she's not listening. She's on her iPad right now talking to me.
Oh, here we go. Well, that's actually part of some of the I mentioned that I was doing videos earlier. One of the videos I was editing was a homemade movie with your mother. She flew in from. Does she live in Nebraska? I don't want to fuck this up. Does she live in Nebraska or does she live in Florida?
She lives in Florida.
Okay. Well, she came to Charlotte.
Uh-huh.
And having the time of her life.
Is she?
Yeah, she is. Very generous.
Christ.
Take her to any rallies or?
No, it's too cold for that.
Oh.
She'd probably go with you.
I prefer checkers.
Wait, isn't she super conservative and like ex-military? She'd probably stab me.
She's ex-Air Force. Okay, let's calm down.
I mean, that technically counts, right?
Yeah. Okay, what else we got going on here? Nacho, what did you join for?
What's your problem with the Air Force?
Yeah, I joined earlier to talk about the
I don't
Twitter
have a problem
files
with the Air
thing,
Force.
but
It's-
I'm a
sounds
noob,
smart.
so I haven't streamed in so long. My fucking mic was disconnected. So it's like
Nice.
trying to talk. And
Is it
nobody can
plugged
hear me.
in?
On the Twitter files thing, I don't think you're gonna get any significant drops. Like you're not gonna, even if they really wanted to, like just drop everything, you're not gonna get anything significant because it's his company at stake. If they really did do something heinous, like Elon Musk is gonna get sued. Like he's
Well, no,
he's
it would
new
be
owner
the
now, so
old.
he's not
It would
gonna- he's
probably
not
be
gonna
the old
release a bunch of
employees.
shit.
It's not going to be like the whole company's going to get nuked or something, right?
How? But they would. Okay, let's say they did something. They broke the law, or they did whatever they did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Twitter is responsible or liable, and Elon now owns Twitter. So why would he shoot himself in the foot that hard?
I don't want to sound like
Like,
a dumbass, but is that actually the case? Like
He's the owner. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, but he wasn't the owner at the
No,
time.
there's no
that-
shot. There's no shot.
The company
probably
would
hold
still be
Jack
the
Twitter
one
got a
paying.
lawsuit. He would be tanking
Yeah, but
his company.
The company would still be the one paying out, though. Like if somebody were to say, "Okay, well, Twitter did all this fucked up shit to us," while whoever
This
was the
doesn't
owner,
sound like a
now
punitive damages
we're gonna sue
payout
them.
thing. This seems like a criminal like matter.
Yeah,
Someone
but
send
either
up the bat
way,
signal and summon
if the
peace,
company
so-
had to pay some fines or to do whatever, like it would
no.
fuck
I-
him.
this-
so
I
why
don't-
would he release anything super detrimental?
There's no way that this can be the case. This can't be how things work. That if like if somebody commits some criminal acts in a company and then they leave and somebody else buys the company, that those individuals committing criminal acts like aren't held accountable, but instead the new company is fined. That can't be the case. There's no shot.
I mean, well, how would the company not be liable though? It would
Because
still be the company's.
because I don't know, because it doesn't sound like this was like a whole company policy where they were doing things that they were profiting off of illegally. It sounds like a few criminal actors.
Yeah, but
Wait,
if somebody had some case to bring against or some like criminal charges, then it would still be Twitter at the end of the day.
Wait, no, wait. Why do you think it would be? Why do you think it would be Twitter?
How wouldn't it be?
It would be the employees.
Probably be the FBI.
Don't they do a thing where they'll have companies when they suspect employees have done something wrong, they can sue those employees even if they're ex-employees or something like that?
Well, if it's like a criminal matter where individuals were acting and it wasn't like at the behest of the company or whatever, it's going to be the individuals held accountable. It's not going to be the new company with the old. There's no way.
Okay, but if
I mean,
if
I
he
don't know
does
all the
reveal that
laws,
something happened,
the
don't you think
corporate
like
law,
the
but-
evaluation will go down? Do you think people are gonna put more money into Twitter?
No,
Buy
I
more
think that's
stuff?
what he wants. No. He wants to shit on old Twitter because his point is that he's making it new and better. That was the whole point of like the Twitter files leaks. He wants to show there having been prior wrongdoings at Twitter because he thinks it makes him look better.
Yeah.
Right, but if he goes too hard, it's
isn't he
still going to
doing
bite
that
him in the
now?
ass.
Like
No, he's pretending
already-
to do that. That's why like his headlines and stuff like that. It all looks like it's more PR than actually like exposing anything.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Elon's a PR guy more than anything.
Somebody should tell him that because I don't know how his PR is doing. I think like wasn't it
Yeah.
60% of respondents wanted him to just quit or
Here,
turn the
I think
company
here's
over
the
to
thing. I
somebody
think he's a
else?
good hype man, right? Like he's really good at making things that are typically boring seem kind of interesting to people.
No,
so I think
I
that's
totally
that's-
disagree.
He's just doing
whoa.
He's doing the Trump thing all over again.
No, hold on.
Except he's not as retarded as
He's
Trump.
not good at making boring things sound exciting. He is a boring guy. He just happens to be promoting legitimately exciting things, okay? Spaceships that re-land on Earth and electric cars are by default exciting. They don't need hype men. I don't think anybody's ever listened to Elon talk and felt hyped because of something Elon said. They're just hyped because the actual things themselves are exciting.
I don't know.
He's definitely better
He
over
lies
text.
about what's going on about exciting things is what he does.
He will overestimate. He'll overestimate like things that he thinks he can get done. He'll hype himself up a whole lot, and then whenever it reaches the projected year for whatever he's talking about, usually there's nothing to deliver. So.
It's not overestimating, it's just lying because his own people tell him that it's not true, but he continues to go out and say these things.
Based Elon. Just lie, Giga Chad.
Nacho,
He's
if I
just-
could ask though, kind of going back to it, even if everything that like the initial allegations, let's say that they're 100% correct and they can like find evidence, I don't think anybody has claimed that Twitter broke any laws. The allegation is that the FBI may have technically violated the First Amendment and is therefore engaged in illegal activity. But
yeah, that's the newer claim. But originally it was like Twitter was doing it all. Twitter was the one suppressing everything, and then now as more stuff comes out, it's like, okay, well, the FBI was telling Twitter to do these things.
But that's why I'm saying, like, even that initial, like, if the claim is being refined, that first claim, like, even there's no, what could they have possibly done to break the law? Like, they have every right as a company, and Destiny, you correct me if I'm wrong, or Lycan or Cherry, Stardust, whoever, but don't they have every right to, they can modify their terms of service, they can retroactively apply terms of service, they can suppress or outright eliminate whatever they want, whoever they want, at any time.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that's a parchment right.
There is other smaller lawsuits that are actually still going against Twitter right now too. So like
I think that
with like the suppression of like the child sex stuff or whatever. Like I guess some teens' photos were leaked on there.
I don't think that's going to go anywhere because they've got publisher protection. But the right now, like, I don't think you could get away as a social media company suppressing political parties. I think that right now you technically have that right enshrined in law, like First Amendment I think would protect you. But if that were to actually happen, I think Congress would get involved. I think you'd get fucked hard for doing it.
You think if you made like a social media platform that you were like, fuck all the Democrats or like fuck all the Republicans, and you just were like,
No,
They
No.
obfuscate and bandit.
Not if you made a new one. I think that if you took one of the big social media companies today
okay.
and you restricted it, I think you would get omega fucked for that. I think Congress would come down on you.
But those would be political consequences which could become legal, right? If Congress chose to step in. I'm just saying in terms of laws on the books.
In terms of laws on the books, you could do it, but I think that they're trying to. Yeah, I think companies are worried about what Congress could do. It's why they're like proactive about shit like this because they don't want Congress like breathing down their neck and fucking their shit up hard.
Well, maybe since you already appeared on like an House of Representatives footage, maybe if this ever happens, you could be like an expert witness. You could testify.
Yeah, I'll get right down.
I'm Stephen Bonnell III. I am a professional political streamer, and then you could go on. I don't know, and
I think he
educate
has to call himself a
politicians.
Factorio streamer.
Based.
I don't think he can say political.
I can call
How
myself.
would you describe yourself now, Destiny? Because you were like when somebody introduced you to me, that's how you were pitched. Is like, dude, this political streamer. Would you consider yourself that now, or are you more just
Yeah, I think that's what I'm.
event streamer?
Probably the
Wait,
most.
What was the first game you played? Didn't you go pro in something?
StarCraft.
Oh yeah, true.
I think right now I'm probably most known for politics and like social commentary is what I'm most known for right now.
It was StarCraft? I thought it was Minecraft.
Good one.
True.
I love how we're all here on Christmas Eve with like nothing else to do. Like, is anybody here like spending it by themselves, or are you all a neglecting family at the time? Which I'm happy that you're doing because we're definitely better company. But
I'm avoiding my hotel.
Based.
My wife's in the other room asleep with the baby, so
Based.
Nice.
playing video games.
I got home, I finished my family festives.
Were you the most festive
yeah.
one there, Cherry?
No, I sat in the corner and drinking.
As one should.
Fair. Like, and why are you? You said you're in a hotel. That's right. You're
Yeah.
testing out your AirPod.
Oh wait, is
Yeah.
that Lycan talking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I don't travel with the mic anymore. It's too cumbersome.
Okay.
I was working the other day. I had a who was it? It was a Destiny moderated stream with Lycan, and Lycan, you were wearing fishnets. Am I making this up?
Probably
You
not.
had yeah, I think you had like a clergy, like you had like a
Oh,
choir and
the
shit,
Lawrence
yeah.
Southern conversation.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
that's who it was. Yeah.
Mhm.
I got about 30 minutes into it, and what was the like? Do you make a habit of wearing fishnets? Are you wearing fishnets now?
No, though I look fucking amazing in them. No, and I, you know what? I balked on that joke too quickly. I should have pushed back on it.
You should have.
I should have.
Oh, I didn't get through the whole thing. I think I got like 15 minutes in. Did you like
Puss it out.
took them off?
I can't remember what the point is. Like, we were talking about humor and like being offensive and jokes you should or shouldn't make. And she made some comment, and I tried to make a point and say, you know, if this upsets you, I can take it off. It's fine. I have no problems with it. I'm not upset about it. I can accept, you know, if I'm making someone feel uncomfortable. It was some point like that. And what I really should have said is some shit about fuck. I'm sorry. I've been spending with family all day. I can't think. There was another point I could have made with it though, and I gave in too easily. I was a cuck.
Don't worry, Lycan. Next time I have a conversation with her, I'm going to dress up as Muhammad. So.
Based.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Well, Lycan, if it makes you feel any better, I think the in the first 15 minutes when I think Destiny did a double take, and it was like it was fucking hilarious.
What
But
the fuck are you wearing?
Yeah, well, I'll also say in your defense, we didn't see his right hand, so you may have made a positive impression on him.
I mean, Steven's wanked it to me before, to be honest.
He could be right now. I'm not hearing him deny it.
What? Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. See, there you go.
Bingo. Steven, have you even read my manifesto?
I skimmed it. It looked like a good meme. I'll get to it. Okay.
You know, just try to burn a bridge, and yeah.
There were actually like way too many words in that, if I'm gonna be honest.
Manifesto?
It's a thoughtful meme.
Lycan exposed Destiny's corruption or drama or something like that. It's not a
Oh,
meme.
okay.
It's completely sincere. Now he's trying to,
Trying to
disregard
downplay
Off.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's having second thoughts, buyer's
rough.
remorse.
True.
Yep.
Just
The
for-
sad thing is, as far as I know, Destiny's never been in any drama, so I don't know if he'll know how to handle it.
True.
I'm gonna go read that thing. I'll be honest with you, Lycan. So because I tend to avoid the drama. So when I saw that pop up on Twitter, I almost shit myself. I'm like, oh my god, is this real? Is this a new betrayal there? Because you said something like, I've been silent for too long. It's time. Like, real friendship involves holding somebody accountable, and like the initial couple of lines were really sincere, and it was only because of people in the comments section like saying, "Hey, good meme, good meme." But like my heart skipped a beat, dude.
Steven, so when I sent that message to you in chat, I sent him a message. I sent the link and I said, "Hey, I think it's better you get this from me and not the internet." I watched you like look over, and then you spent like you paused the game for a second, opened it, and I watched you like reading while playing the game. Was there any part of you that thought I might have been serious?
Not that much, but I was just like skimming it to see what
Okay.
was going on.
Because then I felt bad, and I was like, "Oh shit! I hope I didn't like give him a moment of like, what the fuck now?"
You're good. Okay, heatsink, medium pulse.
Did you get yourself anything for Christmas?
Who was that directed towards?
You?
Nope. Did you get anything fun for Christmas?
Yeah, I got a new cat litter robot.
Cat litter robot.
Yeah, so when my cat goes to the bathroom, it automatically does the thing.
Nice. Is it worthwhile?
It is.
Well, that's good.
You should think about getting yourself something.
Like what? I don't need anything.
High-speed internet.
Go ahead.
I've seen your car. I think you need a new one.
Yeah, you want me to go buy a $7 million car? I'm good, actually. Living
No,
within
not
my
7
means, you know.
million.
I think I enjoy
Just
actually.
Maybe not something like fun size. Maybe get like a normal person size car.
Oh, you're one of those girls that likes to drive around SUVs and Jeeps and not even know how to drive your fucking vehicle. Is that? Oh shit, that was actually really mean. I'm sorry. You just.
Ruminate, did you get anything for Christmas? This piece of shit.
I just remembered you drove your SUV into a tree, so I just.
I didn't drive it
I'm sorry,
into
my bad.
the
I didn't mean to. Oh, my bad.
I didn't drive it into.
You fucked me
I
first,
was
okay.
parallel
Okay.
parking, and
My
the
bad.
tree came out of nowhere.
That's true. Okay. Anyway.
Ruminate, did you get
Ruminate, what'd you
anything
do?
for Christmas?
I got myself the latest Journey live DVD at Lollapalooza, which I think you know about, Cherry. Highly recommend it. It's really good. And then I
Lollapalooza or the
suffered-
Journey Live DVD? What are you recommending here?
They were both. They were both.
Okay.
They were at Lollapalooza. They were headlining Lollapalooza with Post Malone of all people. Like, what a diverse bill. I literally went from a Megan Thee Stallion show, walked over across the field, and saw Journey play. So like, it was a great show. But yes, you should go to Lollapalooza if you have not.
Nice.
You guys like concerts? Like, or am I the
hate
only
them.
person?
I used to really like them.
I saw Elton John in October. That was a blast.
Dude, I saw
So
Elton John.
cute.
Yeah, this is his farewell tour, man. It was really, really good.
He was amazing, but I was in the middle front section, and I don't know what the fucking deal was, but that entire part of the crowd would not get hyped. And like, he was noticing it. Like, he would like, he walks across the stage and like, everyone cheers, and he kept like getting annoyed and because no one would fucking cheer, and it ruined so much of the experience.
To be fair, Elton John's catalog really doesn't lend itself to getting hyped, right? So like, it's relatively mellow, right? You're talking about like Candle in the Wind and Your Song and stuff like that. Now, he put on a great show with the lights and the piano, which rotated back and forth and all that shit. But everybody I saw, like, I was in the stands, kind of in the nosebleeds, looking down, but everybody was sitting for the most part, except for like the first couple of rows.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. They were standing. I'm like, well, if you're gonna exert that energy for the next 2 hours, you might as well fucking cheer.
What do you guys like about concerts? Because I feel like music sounds better like on YouTube or with headphones, and the people singing and rapping, they sound and look better like in their
It
music
depends.
video than they do in real life.
If it's like a show like the Red Hot Chili Peppers or any other group that's known for having a good live show, like Rammstein puts on an incredible fucking show. Like,
sorry,
and Rammstein sounds like shit. Like that guy loses his voice 5 songs in, but
wait, is it really
the show
pronounced
is amazing.
Rammstein?
I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm not German.
I don't think you have enough phlegm in the pronunciation. It's supposed to be like Rammstein or something.
Wait, are you sick too, Lycan?
No, I was just going to clear my throat and say Rammstein, yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, also it's like the collective experience. Like you go with people, with friends and stuff, and.
Yes, I mean, Cherry, you don't get like I don't know. I'm not even gonna finish that question because you say that you're pretty chill and introverted, but I'm like I think a lot of people get hype from a crowd. So like, I am not clearly a big rap fan, right? When my favorite bands are Journey and Def Leppard. But even being at Megan Thee Stallion for Lollapalooza, even though that's not my type of music because it's rap and hip hop,
It's not even my type of music. Don't.
there was just like, it was so cool being around other people who were like crazy. There was 180,000 people on that field, like twerking
No, okay.
and jumping
Yeah.
up and down and shit like that. It was
Rap
really
and
cool.
hip hop is great, okay? Definitely don't go to a Meg Thee Stallion concert if you love rap and hip hop. But I can't imagine going to like a live Eminem concert. Like, does that guy have the breath control to even finish Rap God? Like, what
He
kind of
does,
performance are
actually.
you actually getting? Are you sure? Because I feel like even in the
does-
recorded one, I think he did it in 2 takes. I don't think he did that in one breath.
He did it in 2 days. For the recording one, they do, but he kind of does it in his concerts. It's like a little bit rough, but he does. But
I feel like we need. Is there like a video of it?
yeah, there is. I remember like fucking 5 years ago. But
You
yeah, I
got-
don't know.
would you
I'm pretty sure rappers real life. Do they all actually rap? I feel like most of it's got to be like.
They stop. They do the thing where they turn the mic to the audience and see, like, do you guys know the words? Yeah, let's do this
gotcha.
together.
Yeah, because rappers comp like so fucking hard all of their verses today. There's no fucking way that they could rap most of what they do live on a record. But
Aren't there videos of people like doing ASL at Eminem concerts to Rap God, trying to keep up with it? Like I'm 80%
That's
sure
hilarious.
that's a thing. I'm gonna link that. I'm gonna find it. I think a lot of like contemporary artists, rappers, and singers will use either autotune or like canned tracks. That's one thing I like about rock bands in particular, is because especially if they've got like these tenor voices, they almost have to. I'm sure some of them still use autotune, especially if they're older. But like at a Journey show, you're getting those counter tenor notes. Def Leppard, same thing. Oreo Speedwagon, Styx. But I think a lot of like somebody like me. Was it last year, the year before, where The Weeknd did the halftime show at for the Super Bowl? Was it last year? Year before?
I have no idea.
That was 2020.
Gotcha. And I thought maybe it wasn't The Weeknd, maybe it was Shakira and J-Lo, but they were definitely lip syncing. You know, so I feel like that's fairly common.
Wow, hater alert.
Well, to be fair, I don't think J-Lo really learned how to sing until like halfway into her career, and now she's like 50, so she gets like the pass. Whatever.
Jesus. Shitting on
Yeah.
J-Lo, brave.
I thought the Weeknd's halftime show was really awesome, and I thought it got an unfair amount of shit.
Well, I think it was more the spectacle, right? Like, I mean, he's got a good voice. Like I listened to "Blinded by the Lights" or whatever, because that has an '80s vibe to it, and he sounds really good. But I think isn't his draw mostly, especially for something like a halftime show, the visual spectacle, the performance, the dynamic set. So even if he's lip syncing, like he can still, entertain.
Well, that's the thing. Is like a lot of it was like pretty minimalist, and there was this stupid shit where it's like no one's this hype about a. I'm sorry, I'm also going off of what people said on Twitter, so take that with a grain of salt. But a lot of people saying shit like no one was giving Lady Gaga or a couple of the other female performers like this much credit, and it's like you did this show during. It was just an amazing minimalistic show. Like it wasn't super crazy and over the top. I thought it was really good, and I don't think he lip synced.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe that's fake news. I thought he did, though.
Wow.
Maybe I'm confusing him with somebody.
I mean, even if he did, I still thought the performance was solid.
I don't know, Destiny, you're a music guy. I mean, maybe do like singers and whatnot? Do they like lean into to borrow the meme, surgically precise autotune? Like, do these
I think
microphones work where they
live.
can?
yeah, live, very few of the performances are actually live. I think a lot of it is pre-recorded now because it's just the control and everything you get over the sound is so much better.
Can they shut shit off though? Like, because I'm pretty sure I've seen clips of like live performances where it seemed auto-tuned because you can hear that slight ringing, but then like one lyric later, it sounds perfectly natural. So like, do these microphones work in a way where they can switch the auto-tune? Like if they know they're going for a particular note, they can quickly hit it, put the auto-tune on, and then as soon as the note.
I would be shocked if somebody were to switch off an auto-tune in the middle of the song. One, having the capability to do it would be a thing, but two, imagine if you were off more than you thought, you could like change so much, it would be horrible. Like, yeah, if you fuck that up.
So yeah, that's what I did for Christmas, and then had a power outage, making it full circle.
Based.
Who's next on the Christmas list? Stardust. What'd you get for Christmas?
I got a blanket hoodie.
Based.
Yeah.
Is it called a bloody?
Comfy. What? I was calling it a hanket, but I mean, yeah. It's very well. I didn't like calling it a bloody, so but yeah, no. My cousin and I were just kind of I got them for both of us, and then we just kind of lounged around for most of the day. So
wait,
it was
hold
cool.
on. A lot of artists aren't necessarily lip syncing. They keep in the harmonies from the tracks since they can't do both melodies at the same time. That way the song sounds as good as the produced version. If you're speaking from experience, then I'll just say, okay, you're right because you know more than me. But I would assume that wouldn't be true because I wouldn't want to sing live a melody and then you're listening to me sing a melody live on stage while there's a pre-recorded harmony that's recorded in a perfect studio in the background. I feel like that would make me sound like a fucking horrible singer if that was in comparison. That's what the feeling I feel like would be like. But I could be wrong on that if you have experience.
I think that does happen. But I don't think it's the harmony. I think they go down an octave. Like Mariah Carey will sometimes not go and hit her high note, and she'll sing it down an octave.
Sure, maybe, but I am The Weeknd, and I sing melodies on stage. Oh, okay. Well, we have The Weeknd in chat, so thank you.
Do you all remember who was that one who did? It was the like 10 years ago, big news story on Saturday Night Live. The lady got caught lip syncing, and the track was cued wrong. It was it Jessica Simpson?
I don't remember
No,
who
it was
it
her
was.
sister. It was her sister.
Yeah, it was
Ashley
Ashley, I think.
Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She had her
kind of
little
did that
emo
awkward
career.
shuffle.
Yeah, she kind of gave up and just started dancing. Yeah.
All right. I know no one here is easily embarrassed, but would that be just abjectly humiliating, or do you
Yeah,
think
of
you'd be able to
course.
handle it well?
Yeah.
Oh God. See, I can't watch shit like that, like past a certain point. As soon as I saw her like get like 3 shoulder shrugs into the awkward shuffle, I had to shut it off because I have this vicarious empathy for people who that's why I can't watch like music shows like American Idol and stuff like that. People who warble on stage, but then there are other people who like live off the cringe, like they enjoy it. Can you guys watch that?
I like watching cringy shit. Yeah.
I can't. It took me years to go back and finally start watching The Office. Like the first season, Michael is so cringe.
True.
Michael's Tots or
Scott's
Scott's
Tots. Yeah, good shit.
That's a hard episode to watch still.
Yeah.
I think I really actually enjoy cringe in a really like visceral way. Feels really good. So.
Like legitimately, I feel like you and Cherry probably like would have the highest threshold for it because it seems like you can handle that sort of shit. Like,
Oh
you
God.
can make fun of it.
Wait, give me the 2 Recful clips, guys, real quick, so Ruminate can be inducted.
Wait, what?
Oh.
What?
Okay, get your clip, but can you get a VR headset for Christmas for yourself?
No, but maybe, but probably not.
Yes, because then you can play VR Among Us.
Among Us. I didn't even play the real Among Us.
Yeah, well, fuck that version. Play the VR version.
What are links? What am I watching?
Hold on.
Ask the ladies behind.
Okay, there are 3 that I'm thinking of. Are you watching on stream or are you just clicking links in
Yep.
chat? Okay. Look at this lady's face in the back here.
Ask the ladies behind you if you can eat their ass. Hello.
They're British. Can you stop?
Oh, they understand?
They understand. Oh my
You guys are too loud. I have to leave.
Oh.
You're embarrassing me.
Wait, you're leaving? I'm not done drinking.
They speak English, Rexful. They're British.
I didn't know. Wait, don't leave. She's leaving.
Oh my god. Yeah, I would just like call for the check. I don't even know if I'd wait for the check. I might dine and dash.
It doesn't even, and actually, I just realized even Nanny and Forsen actually are a little bit like more silly here than I realized. You don't have to say they're British. That doesn't even matter. I don't know what city they're in, but if you're in any major city in Stockholm, like it feels like at least like half the people there, even the older people, are going to be able to speak some English. Like, yeah. So, oh my God, I don't know why Rexful thought that was okay to do. Or were they, unless they were in like some super small town in like fucking northern Sweden or some shit. Like, okay, hold on, we got two more. I need the Hey Brother one after this. Oh, were they in Spain? Oh, even in Spain. Regardless, if you're in some fucking city where there are tourists, they're like half the population is gonna fucking speak English. This is gonna be true in probably every single country in Europe. Okay, get ready. Whew, this is a hard one. This is Scott's Tots one, okay? Wait, just curious. Have you ever seen the Drake music video, God's Plan? Oh, did he mute? He fucking muted.
Yeah, I deafened because I was listening to the clip. But no, I've never seen this, the Drake video.
Oh, okay. All right, don't worry about it.
Do I
Here we
need
go.
it for reference?
Nope, you're about to say it right now.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, well, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Kelly Jean, yeah.
Some people get sketched out when you buy things for them, so you gotta.
No, I'll tell the whole story. Okay, here we go.
Yikes.
Hey, I want to buy everybody's groceries. Can I buy everybody's groceries on this card?
What's that?
No, I'm serious.
My friend is doing a game show, and you guys
all won.
free groceries. All of you won free groceries.
Yeah. As long as they don't turn down my card because it's a lot of transactions. Let's try it out.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
What you doing?
It's
Game show you won. Yeah, you won the game show. You won free groceries.
Sorry, mate. You can't do anything in your store, so you'll have to go out without permission. So.
I have to leave? I can't buy everybody's groceries?
But no, you can't. Sorry.
Jesus.
Okay, the final one, guys. Give me the Hey Brother one.
Wait, what was funny about the groceries one?
It was just, what do you mean? It was fucking awkward.
The fact
Oh,
that he
okay.
did that in front of God and country.
It was
and then got kicked out of the
cringe.
store.
Okay, final one, ready? Here you go.
Yikes.
Okay.
Ask the dude who works here? Ask the dude who works here?
No, I need like the LSF clip or something because I can't play Twitch clips on my cell phone connection. I don't know why they all fucking lag for me.
Right. You're
Hold on.
teasing me here.
I know,
Do you have
it's
the?
coming. It's coming. Hold
Ask
on.
the dude who
Okay. All right.
works here? Ask the dude who works here?
No. I need this. Please.
Ask the dude who works here?
Okay, never mind. Here, I'm just gonna link this in chat. You go watch it on your own time. Fuck me.
Okay, I will.
Here you go. It's go watch it right now. It's like 30 seconds. It's a classic. It's a banger.
All right, where be? Destiny. Yeah, okay. Wait, which one? There are two links.
It's the same fucking
Oh,
link.
they're the same. Okay, all right. My bad. Oh no!
Oof. Yikes, bruv.
No, oh no.
Wait, was he rich?
Oh, no, no. Oh.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. I've done that a time or two. That you.
You do that? You scream at people, "Hey, brother"?
So
Wait.
Hey, brother. Sorry, I call everybody brother. Yeah, but I fucking. You looked offended or something. No, hey, brother. Sorry, I call everybody brother. Yeah, but I fucking.
Anyway.
Yeah, shit like that. That's
good memes.
It's hard to go through and hard to see. Like, I about 2 years ago, I was at a movie theater with some friends, and we ran into some friends from high school, and I saw that. Well, like the last time I saw this one particular person, he the girl he dated all throughout high school and college. She was he's not on social media. He's not on Facebook. She is. She had posted a picture of her baby. And so when we were having a conversation, I was like, hey, I'm trying to think, it was Scott, I think it was. And I was like, hey, congratulations, by the way, on your daughter. And he goes, what daughter? And they had broken up because she got pregnant when she cheated on him and had given birth to the product of that affair. So, like, that was so, like, shit like that is super cringe, and you just want to, unalive yourself. Yeah.
Yikes,
So,
fam.
Yeah.
Not a good look for you, Famalam.
No. But I feel like everybody does that if you ask questions about other people.
No, I don't
Like,
think so. That sounds like something probably only you've ever done.
No, I don't think so. I think if you take an active interest in the lives of others, you're inclined to do such things.
No. You know how when you look around other people and you try to think of, like, embarrassing things that they've done, you know you can't really, like, remember what they've done that's embarrassing?
What?
Like, people always think, for instance, that, like, oh my god, like, everybody must be, like, seeing when I'm doing, like, cringy, embarrassing shit. But then if you think, like, well, if you look at other people, like, can you remember, like, cringy, embarrassing things that they've done?
Yeah. I've seen plenty of people.
Okay, never mind.
That
That was supposed to be motivational for you, but okay.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. I have seen my fair share of cringe.
I think you just got to lean into it. I think you just have to learn how to enjoy it at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. I had a buddy of mine who, when he got single, he actually, to the surprise of everybody in our social circle, he was, like, really successful dating, just casually. But he was a practicing Christian. He wanted to save himself for marriage, so he was, like, looking for something long term. And started talking to this girl that he met on Tinder, and we tried to tell him that Tinder's probably not commensurate with what he was looking to do. He probably want, like, I don't know, farmers' daughters or whatever the fuck it is. But anyway, he goes on this date with a girl, says it's like he had a really good time. I asked him about a week later, I'm like, hey, do you have like a second date or anything? You guys talk about a second date? And he said, well, I've been trying to like link up with her, and she said she had a really good time, but every time like we propose a date, she's just like really tired. And I was like, oh, that sucks. So the next week I asked him again, I'm like, hey, did that girl ever get back in touch with you? And he goes, well, no. He goes, I think I might have made a mistake. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, well, she kept saying that she was tired and she wasn't sleeping well. And so he goes, so we're friends on Facebook, and her mom's on Facebook. And he goes, so I messaged her mom because it was about Christmas time. And he said, hey, you don't know me, but I've been talking with your daughter. She says she's not sleeping very well, and I think it was Mattress King is running a sale on queen-sized mattresses, and I thought you and I could go in halvesies on it. And there was, I can't remember, I think there was like read receipts at the time, so like he saw that she read it, and then he gets a text from this girl like an hour later, and she's like, you just messaged my mom, never fucking talk to me again, block my number, I'm blocking yours. But like he was like, he unironically just took everything at face value, and that was really hard to hear. That was so.
I almost don't believe that story. It's
God.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, no, this guy is like hyper literal in the extreme. But his nickname for about 6 months later was the Mattress
He's
King.
also fucking weird. Who doesn't know someone's mom and wants to go halvesies on a mattress?
Yeah,
for
that's
a present. That's so
especially
fucking
that's
not.
like, why would you message somebody's mom at all? Like, unless like this is like some shit that even I could message Melina's mom, but like we're fucking married. Like
no, they went on one date.
Yeah, that's insane. Like your friend, hold on. Your friend is not just cringy. Your friend is like a future fucking rapist, like cannibalist, like that guy is.
He's happily married with a kid now, but I guess
Has he
doesn't
eaten
have
that
children.
kid?
What are they doing?
How many children
Was
did
this
he like?
We all know he has a side hobby. Okay.
Jesus.
Not. I
Was
mean,
this 10 years ago? And he was like,
no. This
20
was
or something?
20. No, this was 2014. We were
Jesus.
23 at the time. Yeah, we were 23.
Wait,
Christ.
that's almost
Okay, yeah,
10 years
yeah.
ago.
He can grow out of that. Yeah, he can grow out of that. So he's probably normal now.
He's. I mean, yeah, he's socially maladjusted, and like he's still that guy to this day who will like when we go to restaurants, he'll always say like when the check comes for him and his wife, or if it's just him, he'll always be like, hey, there's something wrong with his check. And the waitress will be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, what's wrong with it? And he goes, it's not free! And he like does these stupid, unironic dad jokes, but he's not leaning into it. He's doing it like legitimately serious because he thinks it's genuinely funny and that they'll find it charming. And it's like, that's just who he is. Love the guy, but...
He's a serial killer. I'm so sorry. But that's cool. You have like a real life Dexter in your life. You just haven't realized it yet. I can respect that.
I don't know, man. I feel like even Dexter, from the couple of seasons I watched, like he knew how to have some sort of low-key social engagement without being...
Well, that's because he had Harry.
And he was also a
Harry
serial
didn't teach him.
killer. You know, just saying.
That's true. Actually, we think that his wife's going to murder him. We don't think he'll be a serial killer. We think
Yeah, honestly, I think your friend is so socially awkward that it would be impossible for him to be a serial killer successfully.
Yeah, because I think you have to lure them in first, right? Like, isn't that like
you have
what
to be
Dahmer
kinda
and everybody
charming.
has to do? Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, it can be fun. I'm not gonna lie and say that I've never laughed at him doing this shit, but like that was not funny. That was incredibly embarrassing, and we weren't even there for it. Like he just showed us the message, the kind of like fuck off and die message that he got from his one date. But that's what I mean. It's hard for me to bask in that, and I know other people who just eat that shit up. They love it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you're saying that I'm the type of person who would love that? Is that what you said about me?
I think you have a high threshold for it. You give me the vibe like you can handle some super cringe.
Wait,
and, like,
what do you mean?
poke
No.
and prod it.
You're not saying handle. You're saying I love it.
Yeah,
You
you
don't feed
look
off-
like you'd eat that shit up.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't
you'd
like-
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, you cringy fuck.
You think
Yeah.
I feed off of other people's embarrassments?
I feel like you could. You don't give me the vibe that you'd be like, oh, fuck this, and just like run off. I feel like you would like just kind of smile and prod and maybe like see if you can get them to dig a bigger hole and make like embarrass themselves even more. Am I wrong?
No, I think that's me.
Okay, I was about to say,
Yeah.
like,
Uncomfortable people, it's very funny. So
I think I've just done too much cringe in my life that I over empathize. Yeah. That's hard to watch.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't like seeing good people fuck up that way, though.
Like me.
she said,
No.
she said good
Oh my
people. You
god, I
probably
can't
cut
wait
out
to
there,
rub it in your
good.
face whenever you're fucking wrong. Like, you're wrong about not buying a VR set.
I'll think about it. Please let me beat this mod. Okay, I'm working.
You keep telling us to let you beat it, but we have no sign of it any.
He doesn't need our permission
I'm
to beat it.
working. Okay, I'm working.
Wait, I've got it. Can we get a tracker on the website?
No.
Like that shows your progress throughout? Like,
Nope.
I think we're helping by just being here and chatting.
Yeah, good job. Provide the entertainment.
that's what we're doing. We're enabling.
Do you ever play this game offline, like when you're not streaming?
Yep.
Are you for real?
Yeah, for real, for real.
Can we get? Is there a timer for this mod?
I think it's like 500 to 750 hours to beat it or something.
And do you know how many you are?
I'm at like 500 or 600, but like I'm a first time player, so it's a little bit longer for me. Plus I'm streaming, so it takes a little bit longer. But don't worry, I'm working my way through it. Okay.
I can't even remember like life before Factorio. Like I measure my existence in, you know, B, D, F before Destiny Factorio, and then after.
Well,
like,
there
what were
is
you
no after
playing
yet.
before this?
I don't know. Fuck, I miss Doom. That's what I need to go back and beat that game.
You don't even remember? Do any of you guys remember what he was playing before this?
I remember him playing RimWorld, but that's because I like RimWorld.
I remember the League days.
Jesus.
See, I know that that's a subject of memes, but I don't think I've ever seen him. Maybe
It's
I
not a meme. He
Careful.
he plays
Careful.
very aggressive
Careful.
AD carries.
Yep. There you go.
Very
True.
aggressive AD carries that go in early game and try to get kills and try to snowball. And like that's the game plan. But like what he does, he looks for other strategies when he plays them.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
I think.
He likes to be creative in this play.
Okay.
Does he do a good job playing League? Is he a good player?
Well, I'm better than most of the ranked players in the game.
Nice. What about RimWorld? How was your Rim job?
Oh, I was an expert RimWorld player. Beating that game on expert, I think Cassandra, or Brutal or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh wow.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Did you ever try the ideology or the like religion?
No,
stuff?
I haven't really played much since that DLC came out.
It's pretty interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't really a fan of the royalty expansion, but I like the ideology thing because you can make people like believe that cannibalism is fine and that or cannibalism is like part of their rituals, or it's really cool to see the different rituals that people have depending on their ideology.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ivory asked when you're gonna play the like the upgraded version of Witcher 3.
Never.
What? I thought you liked Witcher 3.
Yeah, but why would I play an upgraded version? I like it for the story and stuff. Like, why would I play why would I replay it?
You can't enjoy the story a second time?
No, what the fuck? That'd be weird. Like watching movies a second time. Who does that?
You watch Dune all the time, is my understanding.
Sure.
Probably hate watch it, but I don't know. Witcher 3, like I'm not much of a gamer at all. I don't have the attention span for it, but Witcher 3 was just like chef's kiss. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So that's my one contribution to the gaming discussion.
Nice. Good contribution.
Thank you. Ooh, he points out Calcifer64 says Destiny hasn't even beat the DLC for you didn't beat any of the DLC for Witcher 3?
I have an ideological opposition to like DLCs. I don't know why. It's something I've had a hard time getting over. Okay.
Why? It's a good capitalist model, right? Like you pay, like they incentivize you to pay for additional content, and you're intrigued, and you do. You did buy it, right?
I usually buy all the DLC. I just don't play it.
So you bought the DLC, but like...
Well, I feel like if I'm a streamer, I always have to buy the biggest editions of the game, because I'm about to make a fuck ton of money playing your game, so I feel like I should give you as much money as I can for it. Like, that's my thought process.
Gotcha. Well, you're missing out. The DLC for Witcher 3, like Blood and Wine and Hearts of Stone, flawless. And as a matter of fact, the new upgraded version has DLC based on the TV show.
Wow.
Yeah. Look at that.
You guys play any Darktide?
I don't even know what that is.
New game.
Oh yeah, Connor and I play it.
Is that fun?
It's very fun. I named my character Danny DeVito, and I made him an Orgrin, and he looks kind of like Danny DeVito, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, you mentioned that you want to take a class. Yeah. Are you gonna do that on stream, or is that something you're gonna do off stream?
I don't know. It would be fun to do it on stream, but it's probably going to be an off stream thing I do, because learning anything on stream is probably one of the worst experiences a human can have in all of everything. The problem with learning things on stream is that 50%
there's
of the
no
audience
expectation that you know about it
doesn't
already.
matter. Here's the problem. The problem is that 50% of the audience will act like they know what they're talking about. And as soon as they'll just say like the dumbest, most frustrating shit in the world. And then as soon as you spent like a week with a thing and you go back through chat, you realize that like most of the people that were giving you like such strong and solid advice are actually literally fucking brainlet, clueless dipshits. And then it's just like impossible sorting through everything. Like in the meantime, it's like the most frustrating experience in the world.
Okay, hold on. But you kind of liked it when you did gym talk, even though.
No, I don't. It's like some of the
feedback.
most fucking frustrating shit in the world. No, it's not. It's not fun. I guess screaming at people is fun, but it's not like, yeah. And that's already, and I did all of the learning for that offline too. If that would have been done like on stream, that would have been cancerous as well.
do you think you would do it in that way then? Like you do your class and then you come on and talk about like the thing that you learned?
I don't even know how I would talk about it. It would just be nice when I'm going through studies to be able to explain like different like statistical methods and like what a particular thing means or whatever.
I mean, because like for months you would do gym talk like at the start of streams.
Yeah,
so
but that's
maybe
just
you
because
do
like
stat talk.
Yeah, but what do we? There's nothing to argue about. Like it's all like math shit.
don't know.
There's not gonna be like as much. There's not such thing as like bro stats. Like stats are kind of a thing that I think you're gonna have to agree on them or you don't. There's not like a bunch of like bullshit around them.
As somebody who goes to the gym quite a bit, I know, like you know so much more about the science of it and the biomechanics than I do. I just like, go lift heavy
I mean, as long
shit.
if you
He
go,
doesn't know enough to
if
start
you,
to
good
stop
one.
starting strength.
Good one. Hey, do you want to go crash into another tree, Cherry? Yeah, that's right. Maybe instead
Whatever.
of stopping
You
me,
start drinking
maybe
2
you should,
liters of milk like that
maybe you
motherfucker
should,
suggests.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm good. If you
Did
just,
you say, did you say milk?
Yeah.
Milk.
Okay,
Oh,
what's up,
did I
Nacho?
say- wait.
What?
Wait, who just joined? Oh, Darius joined. What do you want, Darius?
What
Hey,
up?
Darius.
Yeah, we're both black. I get why you thought that. Yo, what's up, man? What's up,
Nothing
Steve? I
much,
got a question to ask you because I've been.
Oh, wait, stop. Are you lighting something in the background?
Oh, you can hear that? Okay. Yeah. Do you hear that anymore?
Not
Are you done?
anymore. Are you okay?
Smoke your crack before you join the call.
Fine, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. So I've been single for a little bit, and I'm getting into like my body, you know. And I have a question. Have you ever used like a fleshlight?
Nope.
Whoa.
Legit, Steve. I'm telling you, dude. Like I don't know how many times a day. Like I think me and you are men of high libido. I don't know how many times you jerk off a day, but like, I'm telling you, I'm a crazy.
Good God.
And I bought this fleshlight. Turn on Casual Meows JOI videos. It's like 30 minutes of like instructional masturbation.
I'm gonna be totally honest. Fleshlights look like they don't feel good at all. Do they actually?
Dude, they look like they don't actually. They look like weird fucking things, but it's actually.
Darius, let him borrow yours. Let him test it
Oh,
out.
dude, I will legit bring it over. It's a travel size.
So
Please clean it. Please clean it.
Fleshlight
No,
is
okay.
not the best. Get a Tengu. Those are way better.
Are those the eggs?
Dude, what's it
No,
called?
they have the eggs, but
I've heard of dudes fucking eggs.
Dude, those Tengu things. I was at fucking Andy Milonakis' Airbnb, and this dude had like a whole drawer filled with like those Tengu things or whatever. They're like disposable pocket pussy things, right? Or am I wrong?
I mean, they have the disposable ones. I will
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
those fuckers
Wait.
are a pain in the ass to clean. You have to use the right cleaner, or they'll deteriorate.
We're not
it's
just gonna skate past that. I'm sorry. What do you mean? An Airbnb had a drawer full of them, or
'Cause
did
it was-
Andy
it was a
Milonakis
stream-
travel
Full
with that
service,
many?
Gary. It's full service.
No, you like order them from like online. You just didn't. I don't know, man. Maybe he does travel. It was like when people get Airbnbs and you're a streamer, you get them for like months. You don't get them for just like a day. Like
So,
it's
he's
probably
bringing the sex toys. It doesn't come with the Airbnb.
it's disposable. He probably just
Oh,
ordered.
okay.
But like they were
So-
in his drawer, and I was nosy. I'll just be for real. Like
All right. Sorry for cutting you off, Lycan. I needed an answer.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, I think pocket pussy is a waste of money. Plus, at the end of it, it's such a pain in the ass. I use it, and I'll go through like 3 days of using it, and then it's like, all right, I'm done with this. It's like
unironically,
a once a year treat.
hey, you just don't have the right mindset. You're just not thinking of it positively. So what happens is it replaces my desire for speaking and doing bad actions. This is why I'm like trying to relate to Steve
That's
right now.
masturbation in
Unironically,
general.
Like no, masturbation is like, but the fleshlight. If you watch a JOI video while you're using it, it's like almost being with a woman.
That is the worst porn in the world.
Okay, so it's fine. It just try.
I'm sorry, you're right. Everyone's different.
I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, you're not me, and you're not other people in here, so don't make a objective statement. I'm just
You're
saying,
right. I'm
Steve,
sorry.
try it like once, legit. Just order one. They're like $60. I'll get you one for Christmas. I don't know your new address.
Why not just use like a fucking vibrator, dude?
Dude, okay, a vibrator on your wee wee.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It's bad for it in the long run.
It doesn't succumb it.
term?
I get it's like 12 people to spoke. I don't know what you just said. What?
It doesn't succumb it. It doesn't like grasp. You know, it's just like rubbing it on. You have a rabbit?
Are those the suction things?
Nah, they're like
No,
they're jiggly.
Melina would
They're
have
like-
it, not him.
They're just vibrating. They're just the vibrators. They're like OP as fuck. You got to put like a towel or something on it.
Are they
You know
like the
what I'm talking
little? That's not the little bullet vibrators, is it?
about? Nah, they're like
No.
big. You plug them into a wall.
No, that's
They're-
not. No, that's a fucking Hitachi.
Oh, Hitachi. Oh, true, my bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about when I mentioned a vibrator. Yeah, the Hitachis are like the
Hitachi,
go-to.
yeah. That shit is OP. OP as fuck. Now you need to have sex to use it though. But like if I didn't think about this till just now, but the ex took the Itachi in the breakup. But if I used the fleshlight and that shit at the same fucking time, I would have no desire to talk to women. Absolutely zero. Just for funsies at times, maybe. And like I'm just thinking that like I make better decisions since owning a fleshlight. And I was just throwing some stuff out there because we're both two guys who, you know.
Darius, so I think that, I mean, you're clearly very passionate about this, so I'm going to throw a sales pitch idea past you. You might be able to persuade Destiny with this. So I don't know if this is a thing. Lycan probably knows with his encyclopedic knowledge of sex toys, but are you familiar with a Chinese finger trap?
It sounds like racist.
You know where you no. It's literally like a toy where you put your finger in on one side and somebody else puts their finger in
this
on
is
the other
like
side.
gay thing.
Yeah. What?
Don't you put like two penises in there?
No, you actually put fingers. But what I was going to say is they might have a cooperative, like a co-player fleshlight in the style of a Chinese finger trap, and you could bring that to Destiny. And you take one side and he takes the other, and it could be like a cooperative experience for you guys.
Be like a bromance, next
Player
level
2
bromance.
has joined the game.
Yes.
This is so
yes. And that would be like that would be a bonding thing for you. Not only would you be able to like sell him on this, but it would like deepen your friendship, and you could be with him at his first time.
I like the idea. I was thinking of it. I thought when you were talking about that, you're gonna say like two dudes put their penis in like a trap that simulates like sex with a woman because it's like sliding back and forth as you're trying to break through it. And that sounds like a good idea. Unironically,
that would be effectively be what it is. It would be like a double-sided, it'd be like the Darth Maul version of a fleshlight, and there'd be two holes on it.
So I had one of those.
Yeah.
I actually
Jesus
had one of those
Christ.
that would work for this.
Visualizing this right now, and it's making me angry.
You've reminded me of a story, Ruminate. So I had one. It was like this. I was in
Maybe
Afghanistan, and it was this like the ass was one side of it, the vagina was the other side of it. And I had this really dickhead lieutenant that was going to take over my room, and I was going to go move to some other base. And so I took it, and I took a pair of my girlfriend's panties, and on the bed where my mattress was, it was just the mattress laying on top of this platform, so it was like right next to the edge there. And so between the wall and the bed, I took some mayonnaise and mixed it with a little bit of lubricant for my rifle, and made a little slurry so it looked like, and I put it just kind of leaking out, and then I put the panties next to it, and I left that next to the bed for him.
When you say mayonnaise, are you talking about mayonnaise?
No, legit. Like, I wasn't gonna leave my fucking cum. That's really weird. I just left.
Yeah, you're right. That's the only weird part of the story.
I'm not going to leave my cum. I'm just going to pretend to leave my cum.
Were you in your fishnets at the time?
No, I hadn't adopted that fetish yet.
Oh, okay.
Like, are you ironic? Are you being ironic?
No, I legit did that.
That's why he was dishonorably discharged.
Like, and what is the difference between just leaving your actual cum there?
One feels genuinely wrong. The other one feels funny.
One you put on sandwiches, and the other you don't.
True.
I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're into.
That's true.
I think you're going to take that stats class.
I think the real sales pitch, Darius, for Steven is that instead of him taking hour-long masturbation breaks and leaving chat with donos, those things will get you off in about 3 minutes.
No, don't. That's what I'm saying. The JOIs keep you going for a while, so it simulates sex, so you don't want to keep jerking off later.
Are you talking about an online creator? You keep saying like JLOIs. What are you talking about?
JOI. It's
jerk off instructions.
JLIs? Oh,
jerk
JOI.
off instructionals. Do you know what those are? Have you ever had?
Yeah,
them
I know what you're talking about. Okay, I've never
You
heard
think
of
those
them.
are okay?
If you like, I'm sure.
I think they're a good
Darius.
replacement for what?
Do you do the DDR ones?
Dance Dance Revolution. What is that?
Oh, I know what you're
The
talking about.
ones
They have
that-
like the little beat things tracking underneath or whatever. Yeah.
And you're supposed to stroke to the rhythm.
Oh shit! No, I actually there was a hentai girl who did something like that, but it was like a sound that would just play. It was like boom boom boom, and I had to go by the sound of it. So it was like a JOI, but it was a JOI with sound. It was like what's that game that you have to press the buttons? That's pink. Osu. It was like Osu, but sex. It's pretty cool.
So it's more like, oh, Sue.
Nice job.
Sorry.
You
All
ever,
right.
you ever play one of those Newground like sex games where you have to click the penis and it like goes in and out? No?
I don't. No, I don't think that's.
Oh, okay. Well,
Everybody here just fucking crickets.
well, I did a lot. Now's the time. Yeah. Anyway, this fleshlight thing is a new found thing. I think you guys should all look into it.
We're all excited for you, okay?
It's changing my life unironically.
That's good. We're proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Harry,
I heard you
Stardust,
and
Nacho, do you want to weigh in on this?
Relevant. Hold on one second. Darius, I heard you and All
I am
Relevant
feeding the
are
baby.
getting a place together?
I already have a place. He's coming back. He left
He's
me.
oh, he's going to move in with you.
Yeah, he left. He was
Again.
with me last year, and then he had to get on a grind, so he left. Now he's coming back, sometime mid next year.
And you guys are both recently like broken up, right? So you guys
Wow, you're
is
all
this gonna
about
be
personal.
like your glow
How
up?
about I start talking about personal shit about you, huh?
I know
we've been
about
here
this
before, like-
information because of both of you talking like publicly about it.
Well,
Can't you tell that Darius is shy and he doesn't want to talk about personal things?
I have a
my
question
God.
about the finger trap, the finger trap fleshlight. So when the two people pull away, that makes it squeeze tighter on their penises, right?
There isn't actually one that exists like that, but
Oh, theoretically.
What are you?
No,
trying
it
to,
would
like,
just be
get
a-
a patent for it. I see what you're doing here.
No. I'm just curious.
She's pumping us for information. That's what you're
You
trying
can't-
to get a patent for it.
wait, before you patent it, you got to make it so that like it squeezes so tight that the only way to get out of it is for one of you to finish, so it lubes up enough.
Well,
Jesus
couldn't you just make the penises kiss and then that's how you make them come out?
That's called docking
Oh.
or frauding. Sorry, docking is if they both have foreskin.
Okay, I'm done with this. Sorry.
I remember 45 minutes ago when I was a politics guy, and then Darius came in stream, and now it's all about fleshlights and Chinese finger trap fleshlight. What would it be called? What would the Chinese finger trap fleshlight be called? We're all
The flesh
clever
trap.
people.
The flesh trap.
Mistake.
Cherry, come on. be
Ask I
optimistic.
show speed. You have a good name for it.
Wait, what's the name for it?
The flesh trap.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, good job, guys. You solved.
At least Stardust is getting behind this. Cherry's like you're being.
I'm
very
not
negative
behind
about
it.
this
I'm
idea.
just curious.
Well, it's stupid.
Ooh.
I see how it is. How would you improve upon the idea? It's clearly genius.
Actually have sex with another person.
Ooh.
Well, that rejects the
Consensually,
premise.
okay?
That
I
rejects
don't know
the
why I feel like I
premise.
need to state that.
Darius came in and was saying like as an alternative, right? So part of the premise is instead of consensual sex. With somebody,
Yeah,
just-
I feel like if you're at a place where like you're so like messed up, going after women, like maybe just be single for a while. Like maybe don't even like masturbate or anything.
True.
Maybe be celibate for like a while.
Facts.
Wait.
See, I knew Cherry was right wing.
Chat has a name for it. Malaking said the penis flytrap.
Nice.
Oh my god. Sounds painful.
like in his like he's working on the designs right now, 100%.
Is he?
He's
Yep,
like
it's gonna
scribbling this
happen.
You're scribbling this on your hotel paper with a letterhead, like Hilton Hotel or whatever, and you're like just drawing the Chinese or the penis fly trap, whatever we're calling it.
Oh no, I've got Procreate and I'm doing a full blueprint.
Oh. Wow.
Darius, what about the real life dolls?
He's deafened.
Damn it.
Yeah, speaking of sex dolls, have you listened to Mr. Girl's new rap?
Yeah.
You like it?
I thought it was okay. I wasn't super impressed, considering his last stuff was like super amazing.
I think I was thinking about the real life stuff. They have this Japanese thing called like a Ona hole or whatever. It's like in the shape of like a pelvis or whatever, I think. I was like, that might be a cool like replica. Like, if I'm doing the activity, I feel like I can like make better decisions. And like if I'm just jerking off, I feel like I'm still like cum brain. But like if I have like something that stimulates that feeling of this is sex, I'm having sex with maybe a woman, I don't know, I'm not too sure, but like my body feels like it's doing it, I will make better decisions with who I talk to sexually. I've noticed.
Darius, yesterday, were you trying to buy the clothes of people who were next to Aaron in Georgia?
I was just seeing if anybody had.
What?
I'm gonna be honest, straight rate is fucking bad as shit, dude. I didn't notice it until like 3 days ago when she posted that Twitter post, but she's banging, dude. And I didn't try to buy anything off anybody, but I definitely alerted some people.
No, because I'm reading this message. It says, is anyone that was hanging out with Straightaway during Georgia selling their clothes curious of the smell?
Do I type like that? That
This
doesn't
is-
make fucking sense.
I don't. Maybe you had just finished with a flashlight and you weren't in your right state of
Nah,
mind.
it's 12:29 p.m. So I literally was like on lunch at work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I don't
sorry.
know what you do on lunch.
No, I think you need to step your game
I
up,
do. I
Darius.
do be thinking. I sometimes, dude. I'm on Tinder at work, and I'm just thinking, like, nah, dude. What if this like girl wasn't a complete bitch? You
I
know?
feel like Erin might sell you her clothes. Like she seemed like a hustler.
Steven, I actually think I'm ironically. I'm probably going to talk about it seriously with you at some point, but I think I am turning into an incel. And I definitely need to have somebody tell me differently because I keep talking to other people, and everyone relatively agrees with me, or just tells me like you're just hurt, and it's kind of corny. But at some point, I'll probably bring up my incel tier beliefs right now. Just heads up.
Gotcha.
Wait a minute. Is this the guy who somebody mentioned was supposed to come out to Georgia? Darius, were you supposed to be out in Georgia?
Yeah, I missed my flight.
He just didn't buy a flight. He's
No, I
lying and
did.
said he missed it. He didn't buy it. He never
literally
bought it.
took a screenshot of it. It was I got it from Skip Lagged, and it was a hidden ticket flight. And when you fuck up a hidden ticket,
How did you miss a flight?
Okay, so I literally
Hidden
went to the
ticket?
gate. I didn't check in. It's Frontier. I didn't check in because you have to sign through 16 different authorization things when you're checking in. And I thought I was straight, but I was not straight. And they said since you didn't check in an hour before your flight, they're boarding now. And you're dunsies.
I'm just trying to imagine. This is my first interaction with Darius. I'm just trying to imagine the canvassing that would have happened.
It would have been fun. I'm pretty capable.
Yeah, it would have been.
Have you seen the way I've
Darius-
done it, Rel? It's
No,
pretty.
no. I'm just trying to imagine you like in character, like canvassing. That would be objectively hilarious. Like
It'd be fun. I
Yeah.
thought someone was gonna stream it. I felt so bad. Nobody streamed really at all.
Darius, this message to Straight Raid. I think I'm also worried about you becoming an incel because
What?
is this real? This is you. Straight Raid, honey, you are beautiful. There's no need to seek validation online from strangers. You're a princess, and you should seek a prince, someone who will respect you for your mind rather than your voluptuous and decadent body and curves. Please, babe, let a real man with class take you by the
You like
hand
to
and
talk
show
about
you the
personal
world.
stuff, huh?
Will you,
know what?
take my hand?
Leave your logs of Cain, and then let me read them. I bet they're as corny as that. I bet they're 10 times more corny, you motherfucker, dude. You don't know.
Listen, these are your public messages. If you want to see my shit with Kane, you can.
I'm sure you're fucking 10 times more cringe. I've seen the way this nigga.
I am
types.
not cringe. I'm very straightforward. Show me your dick. That's me.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Yeah, you got a problem with what's an issue with that? What's incel about that? If anything, that's woman positive. I'm saying that she deserves someone that's gonna treat her right. I'm saying men are fucking sex pests.
Harry, you left out the part where he punctuated this message with a picture of him holding out his hand. That's the cherry on top of the sundae. That's you are a classy guy, Darius. You really are. That was beautiful, dude.
No, Darius, I think you're cool. I think you know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
You know what you're doing. You're like being cringe on purpose.
Oh, I'm like Mitch Jones, a type beat. You know what I mean?
Is that what he does? I thought that guy just like lies to people.
I've heard it's like all of the above, to be quite honest. I mean, like, I don't think I'm being cringe on purpose. I think I'm being classy. I'm being a gentleman. I think there's a little bit of jokery in there, of course, but it catches it's provocative, as they say, and that gets you more attention when you're provocative.
Women love that, like bad boys, right?
Yes.
First of all, Kelly Jean, I wouldn't leave if you joined the call. I don't know what that's about. But also, please don't send me dick pics in case anybody in chat is like serious.
Wait,
Is
did
that what
Kelly
someone
say?
else did to you?
Is Kelly beefing with you?
Why'd you say that?
I'm preemptively like.
You're
So you have to do that
preemptively
every time you
beefing?
get on stream, though. Like, what made
I
you say
just
that?
said that I would just ask for dick pics, and so I'm just making sure I don't get.
Oh no! Wait, why are you
anybody.
beefing with Kelly Jean?
I know,
of what you're
except.
saying.
Oh fuck, Darius.
Okay. I'm just going by the messages that I saw in chat.
Did you feel it? Okay. Who's saying they're gonna send you their dick?
I'd have to scroll back up and see.
I'd like to see that.
I'm just
actually.
looking at blue.
I wonder what
highlights.
weirdo said that.
Dick or the message? Which one do you want to see? Darius.
I gotta go to a Christmas party. What? No. I did. Have you
said you want to
seen?
see it? The dick or the message?
Oh, the dick or the message? I like to see both. So.
Oh, well.
One thing I like doing when I was with Sushi is when she got OnlyFans dick ratings, I would check them out as well. Oh, dude, Steven, Mel has fucking Fansly now, so you're gonna be in this shit. Dude, the fucking people that send like dick pics to girls to rate for money are like the weirdest fuckers ever.
Dude, people already do that
I
shit on
gotta go
fucking
now.
Instagram.
Bye.
Have fun. Bye.
I don't think she's doing that type of content.
No, but guys will send those pictures anyway. But
I
again, they'll
don't
do it
think
on
you
Instagram.
really get to decide early on. People just decide to send you what they can.
Yeah, based.
He came in here and really spiced things up, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of what Darius
I'm
said.
still just imagining the canvassing event. What that would have looked like. Oh my god, I've never interacted with this dude before. His name was thrown around at Georgia, but like, I mean, he's funny. I'm just trying to.
He is in person a very normal dude.
Okay.
Now I've not hung with him like in front of a bunch of streamers. I just had dinner with him and Sushi and sorry buddy, I can't remember your name. I think it was Ace Jikmo. Was that his name?
Ace Jikmo. That person is.
Yeah, and it was just very normal.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Georgia, Lycan and Stardust and Nacho. Nacho, are you a Democrat? Are you a lefty?
No, I'm not.
Oh well. So Stardust and Lycan, why the fuck weren't you two in Georgia trying to save the Republic from the heathen?
I wanted to come actually, but I had a couple of family things going on, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep, and I was traveling.
But next time.
If it had been in January like last year, I would have done it, but it wasn't.
Yeah, speaking of next time, Destiny 2024. Just be thinking about this, okay?
Yeah.
Biden's going to be probably running for re-election. The race is going to be considerably harder, especially for the Senate. I think they're like, I can't remember what the map looks like, but it's pretty bad for Democrats, the seats that we have to defend and in competitive states. So, given the short time that we had to do Georgia, be thinking about it. You have a year in advance. I think you'll probably be at like 1 million subs by then. You know, Sejin and Matt have this down to a science. Lycan and his fishnets can join, so can Stardust. Maybe Darius, as long as he's, I don't know, appropriately medicated. It's gonna be a whole thing. Biden's gonna need all the help he can get.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, did you overhear how many doors we knocked compared to the Warnock campaign?
I'm down.
Destiny, are you even open to it?
Wait, hello?
If he's talking.
Test. Wait, can you guys hear me? Can stream hear me? Am I dead? Am I a ghost?
Can anybody hear him? Is it just me?
No, I can't hear him.
Oh, my Discord.
I don't think
connection
he's
is, like,
talking.
fucked.
He's ignoring us.
He probably ran out of data.
Wow.
No, he's live.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Man. All right. Destiny, I just turned on. Well, fuck, there's a lag. Never mind. So it's not like you could have a cogent conversation anyway.
Hello, hello?
Hold on, he's doing something. Let me see what he's doing. Ugh.
Wow, cool. Super cool. Hello? Cool, good times, guys. Hello? Oh, no. Is this what it's like being a ghost? No one can hear you. You can hear everybody else. You're just interacting with the world. Or not interacting with the world, just observing the world. There's a war with clip chimpers at the moment on LSF and mod and DGGers. Wait, is there really? What's going on? Dude, a couple people are like clipping my shit and they're like, the titles of the posts are hilarious. It's like the title will be like, Destiny calls rape victim stupid. And then in parentheses, it'll be like, he also fought with her on Twitter. Oh yeah. Destiny asks, how stupid are you about woman who accused Rich of sexual assault? He also calls her an idiot in a tweet in the comments. that was like the post of his fucking clip. Good memes. Nice job. I approve. Red pilling on eggnog? I'm gonna be honest, not a big fan. Discord keeps making join noises. Yeah, I know. It's connecting and disconnecting, you know, over and over again. Just like I like it to. Change the server for the voice channel. Edit channel. I don't know if I can. Oh, region. It's already set to US East. I think my internet is just being like fucky because I'm doing because I'm using like my hotspot or whatever. Not sure if you're aware, but Discord seems a bit messed up. Wait, like Discord is fucked up, or like you're just saying my Discord is fucked up? Like I can't tell.
strutting down an extended ramp on the arena floor, Malone apparently didn't notice that the hole his guitar was lowered into hadn't been covered.
Was that an AI voice? Why is this so funny? I watched this one time and it was the dumbest thing
On
ever.
October 4th,
and now I just think it's so funny. This is like some fucking doll show in like the fucking UK or whatever. And I guess like every now and then the puppet guy would just fuck with the lady. He would just fuck with her. And apparently like one of the times he's like, wait, come here, I want to ask you something. And they're live for the show. And then he just does like the most random fucking shit to the lady.
we're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
I don't know why. It's just so funny.
We're playing for HTQ a little bit later on. So if you'd like to play HTQ, email c@bbc.co.uk.
He just says like some random shit. It's just a very like cryptic thing to say.
Alain Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for proving that the universe isn't locally real. What I love about this story is that it's a story of quite literally some of the smartest people who have ever lived being confused, and how ultimately Einstein was proven wrong, which doesn't really happen all that often. That idea of locally real is made up of two concepts. Locality is the idea that things are only affected by their local environment. You can't flick a switch in another galaxy hundreds of light years away and instantly see the results here, because nothing, not even information, can travel faster than light. Realness, though, is much harder to explain, and that is the focus of the Nobel Prize. Let's start close to the beginning, around the 1930s, where there were two paradigms, two ways of thinking about the physics of small things, like particles, atoms, electrons, photons, etc. The view of Einstein and many others was that the universe is real, that particles, atoms, and electrons have definite properties that are inherent to them, regardless of if they are being measured. Essentially, that if a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, it does in fact make a noise. And then there was a countergroup, the anti-realists, championed by people like Bohr as well as many others, that particles have properties that haven't really made up their minds until you actually go out and measure them. That they exist in a wave function of possible states, and only when you actually take a measurement do they really make up their minds. The famous example here is that of Schrodinger's cat that is both alive and dead until you look in the box, and then ultimately you go to prison. This back and forth between Bohr and Einstein culminated in a famous paper called the EPR paper, where Einstein, Podolsky, and
More like
Rosen
the ERP
put
paper.
forward a thought experiment that they thought perfectly highlighted that quantum mechanics at best was incomplete and at worst may be totally wrong. Their thought experiment focused on an idea in quantum mechanics called entanglement, that the property of two particles can be inherently related. Their line of reasoning for their thought experiment started with, well, we know that energy is conserved. Things don't suddenly start moving in a direction unless someone or something pushes or pulls them. Neither also do they suddenly start spinning, rotating, jumping up and down, or doing anything else unless someone else is directly affecting them. Number two, if we start with a small quantum mechanical particle that isn't spinning, moving, or doing anything else, let's imagine that particle spontaneously breaks into two. If we look at one of those pieces it breaks into and find that it's moving to the right, we know instantly that the other particle must be moving to the left to conserve momentum. Or if we had looked at it and found that it was spinning one way, maybe clockwise, we would know instantly that the other particle must be spinning counterclockwise to conserve angular momentum. You'd be confused if you looked at this system and saw both particles suddenly moving to the right. Your intuition would tell you that some outside force maybe must have hit them. Or for the same reason, though maybe less intuitively, because most people don't think about angular momentum or spin, you'd be equally surprised if you saw both particles rotating in the same direction. You'd assume that something must have hit them and caused them both to start spinning. Step 3. Quantum mechanics here says these states are impossible to know before you go out and measure them. If you separated these particles light years apart and measured one, say, and found that it was spinning clockwise, you'd know instantly, even if that particle was a universe away, that its counterpart must be spinning counterclockwise. But how could this be? If they really only take on a definite value when you measure them, and the other one always needs to be the opposite of what you've measured, then the particle that you did measure would need to instantaneously communicate to its partner and tell it to adopt the opposite value permanently. Einstein argued that this was impossible because it would have violated locality and meant that information had traveled instantly faster than the speed of light to tell the other particle to collapse its wave function and make up its mind which way it was spinning. Instead, he argued, it must have made up its mind at the very beginning, when it was created. We just didn't know it, or we weren't smart enough yet to find a good way of measuring it. He called this unknown knowledge hidden variables, and said that this was the piece in quantum mechanics that was yet to be completed. And for around 30 years, physicists really kind of split into two groups. Either they sided with Einstein or they sided with Bohr. Mostly because no one had really come up with a good theoretical or experimental counter-argument to Einstein's EPR paper.
Wait, before this? Hold on one second. Nom, 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 nom. Mmm. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The Florida, it's pretty cold here, but the people are exaggerating a little bit. I went walking to find food, and then I realized earlier that it's Christmas Eve, so most stuff was closed. People are walking around like in full-on like winter coats and like caps and shit, which I think is kind of funny. Can I join Discord again yet? Nope. If I tell you I sent a clock into space and it's now 1 light year away, but I have an identical clock on my hallway, would you know what time it is on the clock that is 1 light year away? I mean, as long as you knew when it left, yeah?
That was until about 1964, when...
That's not quantum mechanics, that's general relativity? Yeah, that's relativity. 40s is cold for us, we're built for the heat. Yeah, no, it is fucking cold, and I don't have a heater in here, so it's really annoying. Fuck. You would have the wrong time. The process of moving slows down your clock. Kind of. Your mom slows down my cock. Why does this not work? Okay, close Discord. You can calculate the proper time for any reference frame. It just won't be the same as your own. It won't be the same, but you should be able to calculate the time. I think that one chatter was right. It's just special relativity. Anytime something is moving away from anything else, well, anytime two things are moving in relation to each other, the passage of time is going to be different for each thing when things are moving in relation to one another, right? However, there's a constant speed in every frame of reference, which is that C thing, the causality speed. And if, in order for the speed of causality to be the same in every single frame of reference, the only way that that's possible is to adjust the time of those like frames of reference for how the passage of time in them. And the reconciliation of that passage of time is how you measure the differences. And that's like why time moves differently in different reference frames. Why is this not fucking working? No, okay. C thing, LOL, the speed of light. It's technically the speed of causality, which is the speed of light in a vacuum. Because technically saying the speed of light doesn't actually describe a real speed, I don't think. Because light moves at different speeds in different mediums. That's why, like, if you use a prism, you can break up light into different wavelengths or whatever. Technically, the speed of light is different depending on the medium it passes through. Which is why I think that that's why it's measured by seeing how fast I can come on your mom instead. Melina has Coke Zero here, and now I'm about to drink a Coke Zero because I have nothing else here to drink. Oh, God. The speed of light is always the same, even if it propagates through a material at different speeds. I don't think that's true. No? Is that true? I thought that's not true. I think light moves slower in different mediums. It's only in a vacuum is light equal to C. I'm almost positive. Almost positive. Not 100% positive, but almost positive. Wait, that's actually pretty good. Wait, am I getting trolled? Wait, this is actually so good. Holy shit. This is like normal Coke. Wait, why the fuck do people drink Diet Coke? This is because light doesn't travel in a straight path if it is in a medium. It's still the same speed. Okay. Ooh. Yes, let me in. Oh, it's not. All right, well, we're going to finish watching this, I guess.
John Bell, an Irish physicist on sabbatical from working at CERN, started to do some more theoretical work of his own. These works, which were later called Bell's theorem or Bell's inequalities, of which there are many different forms, but the underlying idea is to try and get the universe to pick a side, tell us whether there's hidden variables and Einstein's right, or tell us whether truly there is a wave function and that quantum mechanics is real. Now this hinges a lot on what happens to quantum objects when you actually go out and measure them. So let me introduce you to the idea for a particle of light called a photon. Photons have a property called polarization, which describes which way the wave of light is oscillating through space, either vertically or horizontally, or potentially somewhere in between. If you wanted to measure which state a photon was in, you would put it through a polarizer that lets through either vertical light in one orientation, or it will only let through horizontal light in another orientation. But then at least your detector, which you place behind that polarizer, knows what sort of light it's detecting. If you fired in randomly polarized light, some of it vertical, some of it horizontal, some of it in between, by placing a vertical polarizer first, then a horizontal polarizer after, you would expect correctly to see that no light reached your detector because all polarization angles had been blocked. You can see this effect when using polarizing films, which are the same stuff you find on a pair of polarizing sunglasses. By orienting two polarizing films at 90 degrees to each other, you see no light emerges through them. What is interesting here is that if you place a third polarizer between these two, you suddenly, and I think quite counterintuitively, start to see more light. This is because fundamentally, measuring a particle changes its state, allowing light to slip through the final polarizer where usually it wouldn't be able to. So you start to see more light than you would otherwise expect. So let's jump back though into the story. At this point in history, Bell's work was still more theory and thought experiment than anything else. And that classically is the problem with theoreticians. If you look at them from a distance, it just looks like a wizard trying to have an argument with you.
Wait, the first experimental proof. Hold on, don't care. We've got Myron and Hassan.
Bro, okay, listen. You're the one who asked to be on this call, okay? Like, I mean, I'm fine with having a conversation with you, debating you or whatever you want. But like, it's not like I was like, oh, please bring the fresh and fit boys in here. I know. Especially, wait, which one is fresh and which one's fit? With the one.
Hassan, I've been talking with academics about this for the better part of a week. We've been covering this case, so
yeah,
nice
no, I know. I really wanted the fucking content from you guys. I was like, please, DJ, please, DJ,
Hassan's
bring
clout brain.
No, that's not what happened.
Full.
You wanted to come
swing.
on, which is fine. You're like, academics felt like he wasn't doing a good job. You didn't feel like he was doing a good job. It's fine. It's cool. But I'm gonna have a little bit of fun. Like, I'm gonna troll a little bit. Come on.
No,
Yeah, I mean, when you're taking L's on arguments, you take ad hominem attacks. You're supposed to be a master debater. You couldn't keep it.
Wait, what is this? He and his ex-wife just don't get along. They just happen to not get along at all anymore. Once he got rich and could afford alimony. Ethical egoist, by the way, LeMail. Wait, what? Is this an LSF comment? First of all, I don't pay alimony. Secondly, what is the implication? That I got divorced? Which, by the way, me and Nathan's mom weren't even married. Is this even about me? Oh, maybe that's not even about me.
No, I am not a master debater. I suck at debates. I don't know where that came from. I don't like debates. I'm not very good at debates. Everybody keeps saying that I am, but I'm not, I don't think. Unless it's like Andrew Tate. He's just very bad at debates. So.
Do you think Charlie Kirk got you or not?
No, absolutely not.
The argument about better drivers was also comical as well.
Oh, here we fuck. Okay, look. We can have this conversation at a different time, but you know, I can't spend 6 hours talking to you guys. All right, I got some other stuff that I need to cover.
Oh yes, you got to be honest.
Facts. What did you say, Ak?
Facts. You kind of been ducking. Every time I mention Myron, like you were like,
it's because the reason why I do debates when I end up doing them, I guess, is often because I think like someone has really damaging ideas and they're able to spread those damaging ideas to like a very large audience, right? And it's more so, it's not even like to stop the spread of said ideas, right?
Oh my God. I'm trying to figure out which fan base is hating me so much on LSM at the moment. This has 20 upvotes. And it's pretty deep in a comment chain too. Jesus.
It's not like I'm calling for deplatforming or anything, but it's more so to just like address them adequately so people have a better understanding of like what the other side's perspective is, right? And so the reason why I will like debate someone like Andrew Tate is because like, I mean, he's all over the place. People will turn around and say, oh, that's clout sharking or whatever the fuck. And to them, I say, well, you know, that is what matters in this circumstance. I want to temper someone's influence and at least like show that there's a different perspective on a large enough platform. And I guess this is a long way of saying that like Fresh and Fit didn't have enough clout for me to like address them. There was a time when they did though.
Me and Andrew literally said we would debate you two, you and Ethan, gladfully on intersexual dynamics, and you guys ducked and said, no, we're not going to do that, blah, blah, blah.
I've never said that. That's not a factually accurate statement. I don't know why you're saying that. But as you can tell, I am perfectly willing and able to hold a conversation with you. I don't know what happened with I don't know what happened with the Ethan thing, but I was always very much down to have a conversation. I don't know where you got that from.
You're the one that talks about us first, bro. We never mentioned you not one time. It was you making a bunch of hit pieces on us, dude.
Well, when I first started, I mean, I don't know if you're talking about like me and Ethan together, but like when I first saw you guys were popping. I would have definitely debated you back then. I'm saying now, not so much. So I was like, you know, it's not worth my time.
We're more popping than you are, bro. What are you talking about? We're more popping than you are.
This thinker, bro.
Okay, I mean that's great. I'm happy for you guys' success. I haven't seen it, but if I do, I will. You know, I'll hit you guys up.
That's because you're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We've been on YouTube 2 years, bro, and we're almost as many subscribers as you. What are you talking about? We're definitely popping.
No, I mean, congratulations to you guys. Like I said, when
clout v
you guys
clout,
have like a big enough influence, or if you have like a big enough audience, like Andrew Tate did at the time, then we can have a conversation. You know what I mean?
Andrew would debate y'all, and you guys still ran. So what is this excuse, bro?
Jesus.
Y'all still ran because when it comes to intersexual dynamics,
my friend, I'm telling you what the reasons are. I don't want to debate you on like why I already told you I was not interested. You know what I mean? That's like kind of defeating the
you
purpose.
make this on us. We've never once talked shit about you until you started talking shit about us. You came at us first.
Big facts.
So you want to start it? I'll finish it.
Yeah,
Big facts.
Because you had a lot of fucking videos that were popping at the time. A lot of people were spreading it and going, "Oh my God, what is this Fresh and Fit guys doing?" It doesn't happen anymore. That's part of the reason. You know what I mean?
Damn.
That's literally the main reason. As a matter of fact.
Cool. You're not really here to argue topics or ideas.
No, I just don't think
it's
it's like damaging enough. Like I don't think you're doing enough damage to discourse that I'm like. There are plenty of people who are much better debaters than myself. I would say Destiny is one of those people.
Oh
like,
my God! Holy shit! I just figured out why it's so fucking cold in Florida. And it's because hell is freezing over. What the fuck? Did Asandra say something nice about us? Jesus Christ, what is happening? What is this picture fucking Melina just sent me? Bro, what the fuck is happening? What? Oh my God, please stop. Jesus Christ.
You can duke it out all day, every day, you know, do that. But
I showed the DM between us and H3. Y'all ran, bro. Y'all ran.
I'm not Ethan Klein. I don't know why you keep saying us and H3. I don't think I've ever gotten a DM from you.
Okay. All right, man. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
We've definitely communicated that we could have this discussion. I'm
down.
Right
like I said, I'm down. Get your clout up. If there's like enough, if you guys are doing enough damage to the discourse, then I'll have a conversation with you guys directly. How about that?
Backhanded compliment, though. Come on,
bro. You are not as competent as you think you are. You are delusional if you think so, bro. We've been
I'm
on
not.
YouTube
I'm not competent. I'm not. If that's what you're saying, I don't think I'm a competent debater anyway.
He didn't
There's
say
better
competent.
debaters
I
than
think
me
he
out
said
there.
popular.
You're not just a cloud farmer, because I've seen you talk about situations and ideas that are from very small creators.
Well,
I think
because it's not about clout. It's about the damage being done to the discourse in general.
That's what it's about. It's about fear. You are scared right now because you understand that when it comes to intersexual dynamics, you are incompetent. Just like talking about this trial, you are incompetent. You don't know all the details, yet you're still speaking. The difference between me and you is I don't speak on something unless I know it.
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy because you were very confidently talking about the Fifth Amendment, which you definitely did not understand. So it seems to me like you are talking about things that you don't know anything about. Also,
still pretty sure Hasano's not correct on that Fifth Amendment stuff, but
your co-host talks about women all the time. I feel like he has no idea. Like if I wanted to learn about how women are, I think you guys are the last people I would go to get advice.
Really?
Yes, dude.
Ooh, the laughs.
Anyway, look. There are bigger and more successful misogynists that I'm willing to debate.
Ooh, the little bros.
Anyway, but when you guys get the clout up, like
your arguments are weak, bro. You literally said women are better drivers because they have cheaper insurance rates to Andrew, which is.
All right. Look, we'll do this at a later date. All right, guys. Like I said, I have so much. I have a long list of things I gotta talk about. I gave you guys like 6 hours, man.
All right, dude, it's fine. You can run, but we are way more relevant than you are.
I'm running. Dude, I believe you. Congratulations on your success.
Us first. We never talked about you. All right?
Bro, what are you doing? You're like a grown-ass man. You're about to cry on this fucking phone call because I don't want to fucking talk to you any longer.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Didn't you like lock up Muslim people and shit back in the day? You should be a little bit more ruthless than this. God damn. Holy fuck.
I'm keeping it factual, bro.
Very emotional, bro.
You are keeping it factual with holding back tears over here because I don't want to fucking talk to you guys any longer than the fucking 4 hours that I gave you. Holy shit.
You don't know about the Fifth Amendment. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not. This is out of your wheelhouse. I literally explained the Fifth Amendment. You cannot assert the Fifth Amendment unless you reasonably believe that you will be prosecuted for said crime. Kelsey does not.
If a girl chirped me this hard,
okay. They are fucking rattled. That is true. They are very rattled right now. When I say they, I mean Fresh and Fit.
Conversation would have been over. I guess I am sexist for giving you this much time.
Hassan, you did do the same thing to Tate. You kind of bulldozed the conversation. Hey, listen.
Oh, dude. Don't even get me started about Tate. The motherfucker's like lying, saying I'm like running from him and shit. He was like, oh, I won that debate. And he won't debate me again. It's like, that's not true. I will fucking gladly debate Andrew Tate again.
Oh, you just overtalk people.
Stop the cap.
And you don't know what you're talking about for the most of the part. And it's funny because, dude, you run from us many times.
Bro, what is this guy saying? Oh, my God.
Hold on. You would debate Andrew Tate again?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'd do it.
Stop the cap.
Bro.
That's not
on one end, you say,
guys, why would I would I run away from this dude? He literally, like, he had to get out of the conversation. He's like, these people are not intimidating, okay? They're not. Their ideas are not great, and their rhetoric is not great either.
Rodney, will these nuclear reactors automatically shut off? Did you wire them to shut off when the power is so full, or no? I mean, is this just eating through my nuclear fuel?
Guys, boys, I have to pee. Okay, this is very real. Okay, I've held it in for far too long.
Go sit down and pee like you normally do.
Look, I don't have the peanut gallery like the Fed and the other dude have that like I can pee in his mouth real quick. You know what I mean?
Go sit down and pee, man. I don't know why you're still here. Then go sit down and pee.
Put a blanket down too.
Bro, you're literally an adult. Come on, you're talking about like juvenile ass fucking comebacks. You sit down to pee. What's next, bro? I got long hair, so, like a girl. Is that what you're gonna say? What do I got cooties, dude.
You've been talking shit.
I'm here, bro.
Go sit down and pee, bro. Go sit down and pee. Or we can have a discussion. Either or. But
you said go sit down and pee, dude. You look. You have to have like better take. You talk for a living. You talk on a podcast for a living. I feel bad. I feel like I'm getting like secondhand embarrassment from a person who talks for a living. Only being able to retaliate with like literal 12-year-old insults. Like you're like a playground bully. You're like, oh, you sit down and pee. Come on, you can be a little bit more creative. Not your co-host. I mean, he's gone. I don't think he's got anything in him. But you at least could be a little bit more creative. You know what I mean?
My point is this, dude. You've been talking shit about us for over a year. I'm here, right now. You made a nonsensical argument with Andrew as far as insurance rates are what make female drivers better, which is a ridiculous argument to make in the first place. It doesn't make sense. You call us misogynists, etc. I'm here. We can have this discussion, but you want to say, I gotta go pee. Then fine. Go sit down and pee. Go leave the stream, and it's fine. It's no big deal. Us and I can talk about. But you've been wrong on a
listen. We'll bring this back up on a later date when I'm like running out of content or something, because it is entertaining. You guys are very entertaining.
That's cool, man.
Okay.
But again,
it's cute that you still want to talk to me. It is very nice. But I know you might get separation anxiety, but I really gotta go. Okay. Thank you, DJ Academics. Thank you so much.
No, hold on. It is kind of fair that if you call them misogynist, that's like a heavy like.
Bro, stop. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Stop trying to pull me back in.
I know what you said. But if you're gonna talk shit, like I said before, we're here now. You started it. I will be glad to finish it. But you want to run and piss? Go ahead.
You can't do it. Fine. You can't do it.
It's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead and piss.
Yes.
But again,
you guys are right. I'm terrified.
Trials. Don't go out like this, bro. Don't go out like this, bro.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I gotta go. Thank you guys. We'll do this at a later time. You know what? It doesn't matter. Clout doesn't matter. I will have a conversation with you guys again. Okay, I promise. I've said it on. Look, clip it. Okay, I've said it in front of thousands of people. Okay, you can hold this against me if I don't talk to you again. Okay, I promise. There will eventually be a moment. There will eventually be a moment. Maybe a little rattled from the numerous concussions, but brilliant nonetheless. So I want to hear more about your business strategy if possible.
Jesus. Can you debunk this pro Tory Lanez video? They're ignoring the legal system.
Yo, man, the verdict just came.
I don't know anything about this case. Why would you want me?
Man, Tory Lanez is found guilty on all 3 charges, man. For people who don't know, sentences could be as high as 22 or 25 years. Yeah, it is a lot, man. It is a lot.
You would think he murdered her.
So for those who don't know, we actually did a video last week kind of covering over the first week of the trial, 2-week trial. Meg took the stand, told her side of the story. If you don't know, long story short, after leaving the Kylie Jenner kickback party, they went into the car. Meg Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, Kelsey Harris, and Quan, the bodyguard / driver, were all in the car. There was a verbal altercation. The climax of that confrontation was Meg slandering Tory's rap career. She then gets out the car. Tory grabs a gun and somewhere near around the car, around the window, shoots at her feet 3 to 5 times and tells her, "Dance, bitch, dance." The story itself sounded a bit hyperbolic, a bit colorful. So that's why a lot of people were waiting for more information to come out. Her best friend, Kelsey Harris, took the stance in a deposition back in September, this year September, even though the events happened 2 years ago. In a deposition, she claimed that she more or less cooperated with Meg's story. Maybe a few details here and there weren't the same, but more or less cooperated, saying that she saw Tory Lanez shoot Meg. She then takes a stance, however, last week, says a lot of things that I said a week in the deposition were lies. I'm here now to straighten the lies, and not only did she not really
How do you feel the people at Some More News? This is going to sound really mean, but basically anybody that identifies as a socialist or communist usually has almost nothing of value to say about anything, and those guys are not exceptions. Sorry.
Any lies, she started pleading the fifth, saying that I didn't see anything. She said she didn't know. Really got nowhere with that. So this past week, the 2 witnesses that we saw, the 2 people they brought to the stands were EJ, which is Meg Thee Stallion's hairstylist, and he basically just confirmed that there was a lot of drinking going on. A lot of, you can definitely argue, slandering Meg's credibility. And then also a neighbor who unequivocally said that he saw a fight that did transpire before the shooting occurred. Now the witness as a neighbor, he claimed that he saw some pew-pews go off near a woman, and also saw some pew-pews go off near the shorter man being Tory. You don't know, Tory is a bit short, and Quan, the bodyguard, he's a bit taller. He said he definitely heard and saw a verbal altercation happen between Meg and Kelsey. He also saw physical.
I will say, for all the bitching and moaning that men do about like beauty shaming and pretty standards, it's kind of funny because like we'll say that like women reinforce like patriarchy like men do, you know, and men love to say that, like MRAs love to say that, like, yeah, women cause a lot of this shit that's even bad for them, and that's true. For all the complaining that men do about like, oh, you know, you can change your weight, I can't change my blah, blah, blah. Men are the first ones to jump up on this. Like, I don't know anything about this Tory guy, Tony. Is it a woman or a guy, I guess? I'm sorry. But apparently he's 5'2". And I only know that because every single fucking guy that mentions this dude, like, has to constantly mention, oh, he's so short, he's so short, he's so short. He's a little guy, a little dude, so short, so short. And I'm like, okay. But like, holy shit. Like, dude. But I just think it's funny because guys will like bitch and moan about like height and all that shit being important, but then like they reinforce it just as much as like any woman does. Like, it's insane.
Altercation between those two as well.
Not 5'2". I don't know, 5'2", 5'3", whatever. I hear this over and over and over again.
One of, if not both men, allegedly Kelsey went to the car, or one of the women went to the car, got the pew pew machine, then pew pewed towards another woman's direction. That kind of brought up the situation of the idea that Kelsey might have actually been the one who pew-pewed at Megan. So that was his side of the story. The problem, though, with his side of the story, he also claimed that one of the women got jumped by all other 3 individuals and then also was trying to drag them to the river. So who knows? Who knows? His story was very colorful as well. So who knows what happened? My takeaway from this is, A, I didn't think that there was enough evidence to convict Tory on all 3. In terms of him possessing a firearm, that was pretty, you know, I mean, it was kind of tough for him to get out of that, especially because there's too many people who claim that they saw him with a weapon. There's a lot of things that point out that he did not pew-pew Meg Thee Stallion. And more importantly, I think it is very interesting how they came to that conclusion, especially because the jurors, after talking about it for a while, just yesterday they decided they wanted to re-listen to the recordings from the interview from Kelsey back in September. They decided that that's what they wanted to more so rely on. So another takeaway I get from this is, bro, the LAPD and really everything was just a joke to me. The whole trial was a joke.
Yeah, you know, LAPD makes me very nervous.
Like, yeah, LAPD was
more than Georgia PD anywhere here. Atlanta, Cobb. I would rather go to Clayton County and get caught up than go to fucking LAPD. I don't know why, bro. There's a few things about this case that were interesting to me. One, witness testimonies are notoriously inaccurate. That's because the human brain fucking sucks. I remember watching a show on it on Netflix. I think it was called like Brain Games or something like that.
Yeah.
And he played a test to see how much you can remember in the events of a crime. And it was astonishing how inaccurate and inefficient the human brain is at remembering small details, which is why witness testimonies aren't usually the primary source of evidence when you're trying to convict somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming it's the same in this country, in Canada, when you're in criminal...
Oof, I don't know if that's true, actually. I think witness testimony, despite its unreliability, is probably some of the most important evidence, because it's some of the only direct evidence that you get, like in trying to convict somebody in court, right?
You have to get the jurors to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard.
Yeah.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And I would struggle to believe that this was beyond a reasonable doubt, mainly due to the fact that there was the DNA results were inconclusive, so there was no way to prove that Tory was the one that
What the
actually
fuck is
shot it,
happening here?
except for witness testimonies. But the witness testimonies are even weaker due to the fact that they were all drunk. And so the only person in this situation that probably had a sober testimony would be the neighbor, but then his story sounded crazy too.
It all sounded crazy. Yeah,
so all of that being said, it doesn't mean he did or didn't do it. It just means that I can't possibly believe that it happened beyond a reasonable doubt. But that's me.
Here's the dude on the right one who shit talked to you. Both of these guys did. I talked to the guy on the left. Or I might have talked to both of them on. I talked to 3 guys on a show. I know I talked to this guy because he came into Disco 101. I don't know if I talked to this guy and his friends or that was 3
Next
other
thing
people.
you know, she's trying to back up from those statements saying, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I plead the 5th. That wasn't true. I honestly, I didn't even know why I said that.
I'm actually surprised the judge allowed her to stay on the stand that long. Because even when we were getting information
Talked to just
from
the one on the left, and then I went on some other show.
The information the public was receiving was very exclusive and selective to whatever was given to us. So it's not that we have everything. Kelsey could have been on the stands sweating profusely while she sat there and was rearranging her story. Like, we actually don't know. The whole thing was crazy. Oh, let me say this about the DNA thing. Yeah, for people out there who don't know, because it is true. Tory's DNA or fingerprints was not found on the magazine. However, the DNA and fingerprint on the gun was inconclusive. However, both experts that came from both the defense and prosecutor side, they both sat there and said if he did indeed handle the gun and pew-pewed 3 to 5 times, they would believe that his fingerprints would be on the gun pretty concretely. So the simple fact that that wasn't there is also interesting. However,
you think he was wearing gloves?
But then if he was, no, I don't think so.
You think he cleaned it?
So that was the other conversation. However, if he cleaned it, I think both Meg and Kelsey's story would have said that he cleaned it before the police came. And then when you go look back at it, if I'm not mistaken, Tori was the first one out the car, already laying on the ground, and then Meg, and then Kelsey came out. So if I'm not mistaken, Kelsey was the last one who came out the car. I could be mistaken by that. This is not like Law and Order, bro. It's not like they just get a bunch of semen sample and, like, and he's like, oh, I got it. They just sit there and examine it like, yeah, that's it right there. 30 years, got him. That's not how it goes. I remember I got robbed before at my house, and the people who robbed me opened up the window, picked up a glass, put it to the side, and then hopped in our house and hopped in the window to our house. And they were not able to, even though he was a touching shit, and you can borderline get his fingerprint on the damn glass. It wasn't enough to actually get a clear match. So this isn't Batman Arkham Asylum. Way more to it. And unfortunately, everything was inconclusive. The reason why I said the LAPD thing is crazy is because somebody, even though originally Meg had sat there and said she stepped on glass and that was her original story, that was the original story, they got called because of the gunshots, and they got there, and for whatever reason, Kelsey's fingerprints nor Quan's fingerprints were ever taken. To me, that's the reason why it was lazy. Even the way that they talked about it and they discussed and who they interviewed and how they did things, all of that was lazy. It was a lot of things that the sad part about it is, even though Meg believes that Tori did it, I don't believe that I would assume that even after everything and hearing what everybody had said, especially having your friend come up there and her whole testimony just shifts completely, and then somebody else saying something else drastically different from your story, even though yes, Meg sat there and said that he did it and now he's in jail. I don't even, if Meg is there, I don't think that she's really even still pleased with how everything transpired herself. Like, everybody just went through her personal business.
How long was all the court
friend
proceedings?
literally switched up her whole story about what ended up happening that night at the last minute, and you thought that was going to be
like once the trial started.
Eyewitness, and come to find out it wasn't on the trial. So, hey man, Meg got what she wanted, but I don't think anybody who's following this does not believe that there was enough evidence to convince him beyond a reasonable
like
doubt
12 days,
for Tori to be convicted on all 3.
2 weeks.
And that's the sad part, I think.
This trial kind of just became a fiasco, where it kind of like the Johnny Depp trial, where it became entertainment for a lot of people, and people began to
Ending Logan Paul's biggest scam 1 day ago. What is this?
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project.
We've put hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. Personally, the whole team, $1 million plus.
We had an issue with CryptoZoo, where our lead developer
it's part
took
3?
the code
That's
that he
part
made,
3?
fled to Switzerland, actually.
Investigating Logan Paul's biggest scam.
CryptoZoo.co. I am so...
Is this part 1? No. Are you fucking serious? Do you have just no maneuverability in space? Why not number your shit? Is this actually like a good scam, or is it just like dumb shit?
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited.
Oh, this is part 1.
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
A fun game that earns you money. How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
These are just the worst players.
$120,000.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Shut up! No, you haven't.
Yeah, 500K.
Oh, no.
Kai.
Today, we're investigating Logan Paul's CryptoZoo, a blockchain game that made millions but never worked. Some of you guys think you know the story, but it goes so much deeper. I've uncovered sociopaths, billionaires, fake orphans. Did I mention fake orphans? And of course, at the center of it, we have Logan Paul himself, who has abandoned this thing, leaving thousands of fake orphans in his wake. Wait a second. Thousands of victims in his wake. Now, you'll be hearing from some of those people because their stories...
I almost like don't feel bad for some of these people. Is that mean to say? Like, I don't think I feel bad for like, I don't think I feel bad for like Ice Poseidon's fans. Like, come on, you're gonna follow him into an NFT project? Like, really? Like, at some point, you gotta be like, bruvs.
Are heartbreaking. This is the first in a 3-part series that's been a year in the making. And if you like high-effort investigations like this one, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I don't take sponsors. We are viewer-supported. So if you want to and are able to, thank you. Either way, enjoy the video.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. We have a massive team behind it and are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's gonna work. September 1st, cryptozoo.co.
We don't scam. I've never scammed anyone before. Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his brand, doesn't have to scam to make money.
Welcome to part 1, the $1 million mystery that began this whole story. Like many people, I first heard about CryptoZoo from a podcast Logan runs called Impulsive, which was the experience of a lot of people that I spoke to.
So I first heard about it on the Logan Paul podcast.
Impulsive, I think.
It was off one of the Impulsive episodes.
The thing that I'm most excited for, and this is the first time I've ever said anything about this, for the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. I think there needs to be a fresh take, and this project that I have is that fresh take.
Now look, at first, I was just as surprised at this pitch as anyone else because I just got finished roasting Logan for a different coin called Dink Doink, which his fans lost money on.
I'm a Dink Doink fan. Dumbest I've ever seen, and that's why I'm all in.
It's comedic, it's fun, it's comedy.
Now look, I know Logan and his friends tried to make it look like Dink Doink was all about the memes, but it turns out they secretly were tied to the project, and Logan created the Dink Doink character himself and subsequently abandoned that project. So if you invested in it, you got blasted, and Logan rightfully took a lot of heat for Dink Doink, which is why I was surprised when he seemingly immediately jumped into another crypto project. But Logan insisted CryptoZoo, it was different. It wasn't his friend's project this time, it was his. And it wasn't even a project at all. It was a game that could earn you money.
I'm excited to launch my game.
You keep using and you just did it again, you keep using a word there. Game. You're not using like a project. It's a game.
It's a game. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
Now you might be wondering, how's it possible to earn money from a game?
True.
Well, let me try to
That sounds
break
like
it
a
down.
dream.
This is how it was supposed to work. You started by buying this crypto token called Zoo, which is their in-game currency, and you use Zoo coins to then buy egg NFTs, which you can then hatch to become animals. You then can breed those two animals to become hybrid animals. For example, if you breed a gorilla and a kitten, you get a Gore Kitty. And the more rare the NFT, the higher the daily yield of Zoo tokens that animal earns you every day. Theoretically, it works like almost like passive income.
Christ.
You can then burn your animal NFTs to release the Zoo they earned back to you, and from there you can invest it into eggs or just cash out. Now, some of you of the Egyptian persuasion might notice some triangular qualities to this game description. But let's not be too quick to judge, because remember, there are a lot of NFT games built on this model. It's called play to earn. Now, Logan admits that there are other games like his, but what's gonna really make his stand out is that other games have randomly generated assets. His game has handmade art.
It's quick to make a digital asset with, unique, randomly generated characteristics. We handmade art for the past 6 months, bro. Approval, very specific notes, 10 different artists making art for our project.
Now, I'll admit, this all sounds very enticing. Handmade art, a fun game that can earn you money, and one of the biggest influencers in the world backing it. You might think, how can I lose? Which is why when people were told all you had to do to play was buy an egg, people spent millions. Just on the first launch between ETH and Zoo, people bought $2.5 million worth of eggs in the first day. And did I mention the game hadn't even been launched yet? All people were buying was the marketing and the promises. And it wasn't just the NFTs they bought either. The Zoo token also skyrocketed in value, reaching a $2 billion.
The LSF mods are out to get Destiny? Wait, really? What happened? Are they really? What'd they do?
$1 billion market cap pre-game launch, right? The trading volume was in the tens of millions of dollars per day, which kind of is like Fortnite not coming out, but people trading tens of millions of dollars in V-Bucks every day. That's what this was like. And I know it sounds stupid to buy an influencer project, but you have to understand, people saw Logan as different.
It was Logan Paul at the end of the day. An internet personality that I actually trusted, that I actually kind of believed in.
Obviously, when someone so influential releases something, everyone wants to be a part of it.
I sort of believed in this false fallacy that everyone else started believing, that Logan Paul's a changed man.
I thought it was a safe place having a guy like that identified, like Logan Paul being the head of the project.
They had seen this story he had been telling everyone, that he was this reformed influencer, right? That he was no longer a reckless clout goblin just in it for the money.
True.
They thought this time it's different. Logan Paul couldn't possibly scam us.
Wait, do you think I have gloves, but they're like fucking from skiing. I don't think I can wear these. Maybe we can. Hold on. Based glove bros. If I had to guess, it feels like it's like in the. It might be in the 50s in here. It's low 60s at like the warmest. I'm fucking cold. Why am I wearing gloves? I'm wearing gloves because my hands are cold, guys.
Right? But as the game got closer to release, the CryptoZoo team started releasing the first ever photos of these animals. And come to find out, this handmade art story wasn't really true. It was actually Adobe stock photos mashed together. This was the sort of first red flag of this project. And I made a video about it at the time, but it was kind of surface level, and something didn't add up beneath the surface. Something where I just couldn't shut this case down in my head. It was actually part of the announcement video that something they said. See if you can spot it.
Are you gonna pay your first month's rent? No heat, no internet. First of all, this apartment has internet. It's just coax. It's not AT&T. And as far as heat, I doubt there are any apartments in Miami that have heaters in them. That would just be very surprising to me.
Have a massive team behind it and are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's gonna work.
On development.
Yeah.
That's the line that started this whole mystery. We spent $1 million on development. I couldn't get this out of my head. You know, is he lying? There's no way he expects people to believe he spent it on art. So wait, maybe he spent it on blockchain stuff, right? That's what I thought. But then I audited the smart contract, and it's not handmade at all. It's not even original. It's what's called a fork, a copy of, some other code that exists out there. One of them is called Floki Shib X, which launched before it. So where'd this $1 million go?
Okay, hold on, real quick. You got to be really, really, really careful if you're going to criticize somebody's project and say like, oh, there wasn't much development here, it was a fork. Like, technically, you can make a fork and create massive projects off of forks. Like, very few things, actually probably nothing today is like uniquely coded from nothing. Like everybody's building off of like other engines or other projects or whatever for most things. So you have to be really careful to say like, oh, like that's not original work. Like that's a fork. You have to be really careful with that.
I didn't understand. And Logan just kept repeating this claim.
We put hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. Personally, the whole team, $1 million plus.
Now, at the time I'm looking into this, there's a teaser going around for Hatch Day, which is the day you can hatch your egg NFTs. And it kind of symbolized the true launch of CryptoZoo. So I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe this is where they spent all the money on their game. Even their community manager, Ben Roth, promised people, after Hatch Day, things will take a turn for the 180. So I put Ben Roth on the board too. I needed to know all the characters in CryptoZoo. And I waited. And finally, on November 3rd, 2021, Ben Roth turned out to be right. Things did take a turn on Hatch Day, only for the worse.
Hold on, to be clear, these forks might actually be just like Control-C, Control-V shitcoins, right? It might be like 99% of the code is the same and they like change a couple of like fucking hard-coded like fucking appearance things or whatever, and like that's it. That could be the case.
Let's meet one of the victims, Helicopter Bob, to explain more.
My name is Rob. Helicopter Bob lost just under $7,000 with CryptoZoo.
The first thing I asked Bob was about his animals. If he was making money with CryptoZoo, how much
Destiny,
he made.
in Florida, almost every apartment building / unit has central air or an AC unit. Okay, AC unit I don't think can heat. Well, I guess theoretically, if I had a window AC unit and I took it out and I turned it around and I put it in, specific ones can? Oh, maybe modern ones can. Back in the day, the really dog shit like window AC units, those things couldn't. I never saw those heat before. You're telling me like these things, these window units can do, they can do heat and, like this can do heat as well? You have a window unit? No, I don't, but the guy in YouTube chat said window units can do AC. Or, I'm sorry, can do heat. I don't know if I don't... Sorry, I just had a random cough.
And if the passive yield worked.
Oh, it never did from the beginning. It wasn't even written into the contract where it showed that you were actually yielding zoo, but there was nothing that was actually, backing that up. There was no way to claim your yield. There never was.
Wait. Play that again. Did you hear that?
There was no way to claim your yield. There never was.
Hold on. The core mechanic of CryptoZoo, that you can make money with these stupid animals, didn't even work on launch day. And still, to this day, a year later, still does not work, is what the investors are saying.
Does it have heat? Well, it's making noise and I found the heat button. I have like, I didn't know if I had heat or not. Okay, so here's the issue. A lot of the stuff inside of my apartment is like controlled by an app on my phone. And my air conditioner thing has like two buttons. There's an up button and a down button. And those are like the only two buttons. It's one button on the unit. And in order to control everything, I have to use an app on my phone called Smart Rent. But the problem is that I can't control anything in my apartment because my apartment doesn't have internet yet. So it says like your home is offline, so you can't do anything. So I'm like, fuck. I think in order to change the thing on the wall to heat, because it just has a little ice thing like air conditioner, I think in order to change that, I have to change my app. But I went over and I started fucking with it, and I just realized, so it's like one big button where you can push the top, and then you can push the bottom, so it's like up temperature, down temperature, but I just realized you can push the middle and hold it, and it'll bring up a thing to change it to heat. So there we are. Anyway.
This is just crazy. People spent millions of dollars on these eggs. But it even gets worse because I kept talking to people and I discovered something. Because remember I told you you could buy eggs with those zoo coins? Well, apparently they also made it so you could buy them with Ethereum. And on the day of selling, about half of these purchases took place with Ethereum. Only it turns out for the people who spent ETH, not only did the yield part of it not work, did the NFTs not pay you, you also couldn't even hatch them.
So I acquired a bunch of eggs and I actually want to play the game. I didn't acquire the eggs with the intent of keeping them. I actually wanted to hatch him and see what I got out of him and play in this ecosystem that's been advertised or whatever, right? And then I can't do anything. It's not showing up on the website when I connect my wallet, etc., etc. So I'm a little baffled. I'm like, I must be doing something wrong. So I open up a support ticket. with CryptoZoo, and Ben Roth is actually the person answering my support ticket. Oh yeah, no, it's down for the moment, but we're working on it. Let me tell you, it's never been up.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No, I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I could do with it.
You're kidding! You can't hatch?
There's nothing I could do with it. You could ask any of those community guys. It's basically worth nothing whatsoever.
Wow. So on launch day, basically nothing worked, and a year later, that's still true. Now, after this was discovered, the price of Zoo fell 63% in just 24 hours. And at this point, Logan Paul basically goes silent on CryptoZoo. No more podcast mentions, no more saying he handmade art. CryptoZoo already got millions in investments, but Logan only speaks in the Discord twice over the next year to say, quote, sober, currently shaking my head, and yo. That was his contribution to this project. Meanwhile, his community manager, Ben Roth, was actively claiming that Logan was going to be marketing CryptoZoo any day now. He told people things like, Logan is an uncontrollable marketing guru. It's over when we launch. And when we have a product to market, it'll get marketed. And marketing will crush. I promise you. And this disconnect between Logan abandoning the project and his team on CryptoZoo saying that it was going to be any day now, left investors feeling like they were being led on.
All he had to do was go on and tell us, look, there's something going on with this project, I'm abandoning it, or whatever, before people got more and more trapped. And promising, yeah, this is going to be great, but when it came to actually doing
this guy's like on some FBI fucking crime
shit.
shit.
Just hid away from it.
Have some decency to come out, talk to the people that invested initially, that invested along the way on all of the fake and false promises, on all of the false hype, and be honest with people.
Because surely Logan Paul, who's got this $1 billion hydration company and a WWE star, he's got enough money. He doesn't need to rug us lot.
And it's because of these false promises about marketing that these poor investors believed in CryptoZoo so long. They sat and watched every Logan Paul episode trying to guess and decipher when this so-called marketing push would happen. And Logan and his team really fed into this with a lot of cryptic messages. Only a month after CryptoZoo's launch, actually, the hatch day, they started teasing this.
Hatch day?
Not too much of this is out, but he's been working on a massive project.
And one of them will be the biggest thing I ever do. It's like my life and soul is put into this project, which is where most of my time these days goes.
Wow, surely this secret project that Logan put his soul into is CryptoZoo, right? You know, the project he launched a month ago? Well, his fans certainly thought so.
I'm like, holy cow, it makes so much sense. He's talking about CryptoZoo. Ben and the dudes are like putting smiley faces and egging the rest of the community. Like, this is it, guys. You know, this is what we've been working towards. I mean, this is it. This is.
Oh no!
It's finally happening. Logan's gonna market the project, and they kept saying that Logan's gonna market the project, and it's gonna change everything.
So now imagine their surprise when another clip surfaces of Logan finally admitting this secret project isn't CryptoZoo at all. It's something else entirely.
I'll tell you about this project when we get closer to launch.
Yeah.
This project line is going to be...
Is that the thing with the egg? Like the zoo?
No.
Okay, that's
This one's going to be, yeah. This will be crazy I've ever done.
Oh man, can you imagine if you're one of these investors and Logan Paul's going pitching this new secret project and you're thinking it's CryptoZoo and someone's like, oh, is it that thing with the eggs? And he's like, no, definitely not. That was the last project. This is the real project that I'm working on. Thankfully, people didn't just let this slide, because as he went around making the rounds on his new project called 99 Originals, people were like, hey, didn't you just abandon your last one? And unsurprisingly, it's not his fault. It's the bad actors who ruined the project.
As I see people giving multiple explanations for why these haven't worked, and you know there's accusations out there. How does it make you feel when people are doing these takedown videos about your NFT projects previously?
It's sad because of what I just said. There's so much going on behind the scenes. Like, Doug, I'm not the bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
this is a space where a lot of people do see dollar signs. Like any burgeoning industry, if there's money to be made, there's going to be both good and bad people.
There's a lot of shady characters in the crypto space. I'm learning all of it. We had an issue with Crypto Zoo where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million. Like behind the scenes drama that like took.
What, did he like print the code out and carry it with him on a hard drive? What do you mean? He took the where's the code? It's in Switzerland. Fuck. No.
Took a stick and stuck it in the spokes of my wheels.
Oh, well, that wasn't expected. There's a shady developer who held up Logan's code hostage in Switzerland. That's why this hasn't worked the whole time. He held it hostage for $1 million. Well, let's add that to the board. I mean, isn't the mystery solved? Now, obviously, the first thing I wanted to do was hunt down this developer, who we'll be calling Z here, and find out the truth of what happened. Why did he steal Logan's code for $1 million? However,
why did he take it to Switzerland?
I finally got a hold of him, and when I did, he admitted he took the code hostage, but he says the reason for it was nothing like what Logan had said.
He literally never paid me anything at all, ever. I never paid. And, we got to a point when I was working on it where I just realized they were just going to try to steal all of my work on me. So I took all of the source code private. And I just kind of spent like a month just trying to negotiate and get something figured out where I would finally get paid. Because I'm on my end, I have a team of 30 engineers. I'm earning $50,000 a week on building this thing. And the only thing they brought to the table were a bunch of Photoshop.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What?
So
I finally got a hold of him, and when I did, he admitted he took the code hostage, but he says the reason for it was nothing like what Logan had said.
He literally never paid me anything at all, ever. I never paid. And, we got to a point when I was working on it where I just realized they were just going to try to steal all of my work on me. So I took all of the source code private. And I just kind of spent like a month just trying to negotiate and get something figured out where I would finally get paid. Because I'm on my end, I have a team of 30 engineers. I'm earning $50,000 a week.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that sounds a little bit mean, but I don't mean it to sound mean. Okay, actually, it's not mean. I'm gonna give a big compliment. Okay. The CoffeeZilla guy seems like. It seems like he has a channel where he kind of started doing these little investigations on the side, and it feels like a year ago he was not really that big of a guy, but he's blown the fuck up. He's blown up over the past year, which is really cool. And he's done a lot of big investigations. He's cracked a lot of things. That's really cool. And it seems like there hasn't been any weird drama or anything surrounding him. That seems pretty cool. I'm happy for him. For you. Wait, what is this emote? That's really cool. But it feels like, fuck, I'm trying to think of a way to say this, because I'm not trying to insult him. I'm trying to use the word amateurish, but it feels like he doesn't have a professional background in any of this stuff. So every now and then, something will get said to him by another person, or something will happen, and it's fuck. If he had a little bit more business experience, or a little bit more knowledge in this area, I think he would have something more to say here. But it's cool that he's made it this far as I'm assuming relatively an amateur for all of this. That's really cool. But there are just a couple things. I remember I felt this way during the SPX stuff, where there were a couple of financial things where it's and he did a really good job by the end of it in terms of asking the right questions. But if he would have known a little bit more about the financial stuff beforehand, he could have nailed the SPF dude really hard on some things. But it was just lack of knowledge. For here, and I just wasted this whole speech because maybe he's about to say something. Okay. The idea that you have a developer with 30 employees, holy fuck, working on a project, and you haven't penned out any contract? You're not getting any money? You've got 30 engineers working on a project? That's a huge team of people. You've got 30 engineers working on a project, and you don't know what the fuck? That is a wild claim to me. That sounds like a wild claim. But he might say that actually in 2 minutes, and I shouldn't have paused this, so my bad.
So I took all of the source code private, and I just kind of spent a month just trying to negotiate and get something figured out where I would finally get paid. Because I'm on my end, I have a team of 30 engineers. I'm earning $50,000 a week on
No, hold on. Someone said 30 GitHub randos who commit 5 spelling. No, because he's saying he's spending 50 grand a week on devs here. That's not GitHub shitters.
Building this thing, and the only thing they brought to the table were a bunch of Photoshop JPEGs.
So Z claims he wasn't blackmailing anyone. He had to hire a team to develop this whole thing, and he just wanted to be paid for the work they did. According to him, they negotiated a $1 million payday for this whole project. And from the second I heard that, I thought, oh, that's interesting, because Logan claims he spent $1 million on this whole thing. And this developer's saying he's owed $1 million on this project. Now, I didn't want to just take one person's word for it, so I later confirmed with another developer who worked for something called the Blockchain Center that he also hadn't been paid.
We've been paid nothing. I would have loved to have Zoo, but I don't have any.
So that's multiple sources working on the CryptoZoo team project who were not paid. Now, obviously, these are big accusations, which is why I wanted to confront Logan Paul on them. But unfortunately, we're not exactly on speaking terms. So I wondered, how could I speak to Logan without speaking to Logan? And that's when
the
I found out
GPT-3
he was
AI
someone
bot
who might know just as much about this whole story.
And I will
never mind.
Explain everything one day with my manager, who's like...
That would have been cool, though.
In charge now.
Logan Paul's manager, a guy named Jeff Levin. He might be just what we need to settle this whole thing. So I gave him a call.
Hello?
Jeff.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, sorry to bother you. This is Steven with CoffeeZilla. I'm calling because I've heard
Name
reports
drop.
that CryptoZoo hasn't paid their development team, and I'm just reaching out for comment before I do this story. I got your number from one of the development team, and they just wanted to... I just want to follow up on that. I have no comment for it.
Ooh.
Okay, are you guys denying it, or are you saying it's not true?
No comment.
No comment. I don't think that the information is true.
Oh,
okay, because
that's
they're
a
saying
comment.
$1 million hasn't been paid in development for crypto.
Wait, does he live in a one-party state, or how is he able to get these recordings and like people don't like fucking sue him or whatever? Or did he ask him for permission afterwards and they let him?
Zoo, and Logan Paul said publicly that it has been paid. So, I mean, it's pretty serious accusation, and obviously, I don't want to just run a story. If you guys have a whole side to your story here,
Your job as someone that is reporting news is to actually verify correct news.
That's why he's calling
right?
you.
That's why I'm calling you.
Yeah, dumb fuck.
I know, and that's legal grounds for that stuff. So I'm just telling you, legally, you have to report correct news with verifiable information.
Right. That's why I'm calling you. They've given me a lot of things, a lot of evidence.
Okay. Well, okay. You can have the evidence you want, but I'm just letting you know, if you report anything on us, I appreciate your business. I appreciate you as a person, and I'm just telling you, from a legal standpoint, as we've been advised always, is if anybody reports fake news,
we're suing them.
That's where we won't
tolerate it.
Yeah, this call
Jesus.
was a mess. Jeff, Logan's manager, seems to be implying that I'm not allowed to repeat allegations his own development team made, even though Logan can go on podcasts and publicly accuse those developers of stealing his code. Not only that, he's the one who refuses to provide any evidence, but seems to sort of be implying that maybe we'll sue you if you tell this to anyone, which he then denies doing when I ask him if that's what he's doing.
told you I have no comment to it. Telling you once again, from a legal standpoint, you have to report truth. If you do not verify truths, then you're just allegations, and those then will be handled the way that we want to handle it.
Wait, so you're saying
Simple as that.
you refuse to give me proof that the allegations aren't true, but if I report on the
I have no
allegations, you guys might sue.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
All
I
right,
said, once again,
I'm trying to read between
no
the
comments.
lines.
Don't read between the lines.
Okay,
Listen to
okay.
the exact words that I'm saying.
Okay,
Listen to the exact words I'm saying.
I'm listening.
I have no comment on the situation.
Okay.
Your job legally is to report facts. If you don't report facts on the information you're given, it is illegal.
Yes, that was a real conversation with a real person. Now, I'm no lawyer, but I don't think it's a crime to say that multiple developers say they haven't been paid, and Logan's team refuses to provide any evidence or like statements or wire transfers that they have. Which, by the way, seems incredibly ironic, given just how much Logan whines about not being paid by Floyd Mayweather.
Where's my money, bitch? Floyd never paid me for our fight. Who am I, the IRS?
Nope, but you might be the CryptoZoo dev team. Now, in all seriousness, I do want to acknowledge something which actually kind of looks bad a bit on the developers, because it turns out very few written contracts were actually done. So much of this were verbal deals like, oh, we'll take care of you. We'll give you $350K. We'll give you $1 million. We'll give you whatever. But then when it was time to actually sign the deals, there's just always delays.
What kind of promises were made to you? Verbal promises, basically. So
why would you do so much dev work on verbal promises? How stupid. How, no offense, I'm sorry. Oh no, they're not rape victims, so no one will accuse me of victim blaming, thank you. Like, you can do like a little bit of work on verbal promises, but when you've got 30 people working on a project, 30 people? I know that you guys don't have like, in your minds, it feels like everybody thinks like, oh, like what's like a large project, like 10,000 employees. 30 devs working on a project. That's a big project. That's a lot of people. That's probably like more, let's see, could I say this? I wonder if that's more people than would work on like the development of like a game. 30 different devs. If you get rid of like artists and shit, I bet 30 devs is like more than like a AAA fucking game. I bet it is. I bet it is. If you get rid of like artists and shit like that, and like network engineers and fucking dumb shit like that, I bet it could be. I bet it could be.
So verbal promises, and then we follow up with like a physical paper agreement. But that's when communication broke down.
This is where I think the dev guys screwed up and led to this whole situation of like, okay, we're just gonna take the code private until you pay us for our work. And to be clear, I'm not justifying not paying someone for what they did. I'm just playing devil's advocate and saying, this could have all been avoided by just getting every detail in writing. And I think it's just a good general lesson. But if you're thinking that that's the $1 million mystery solved, well, no, because this still doesn't make sense. Why not just pay the dev team what you publicly said you kind of already paid them? Why not pay for a game that now isn't launched and now investors are so angry about? Why not pay when you already made millions from minting the eggs on this game? Well, this is where things get even stranger, because right when I was ready to pin everything on Logan, and believe me, he is at fault, I was speaking to the Z developer, and I heard a name that I hadn't heard before.
I basically came in with Eddie, and Eddie promised me 5% of the tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
Wait a second.
Eddie?
Who's Eddie?
Who the
I thought
fuck
all
is
this
Eddie?
was Logan Paul. I only put it together when the Blockchain Center guys also said a similar thing about their deal. They said they were promised $350K, and it was Ibanez. They say they had no communications with Logan. But we know they weren't talking about different people. They both dealt with the same guy. So the guy's name, I put it together, must be Eddie Ibanez. Turns out he was managing the developers. What's this random guy doing in Logan Paul's project? And who is he? Who is Eddie Ibanez?
What if it's Eddie Brock?
Yes, hi, my name's Eddie Ibanez, lead developer here at CryptoZoo.
This reporter says Eddie's entire story
Wait, what the fuck?
Wait, what?
To continuously
Oh, we get some
lie,
production value.
lead people on, hype people up to put more money in, all the while in the background, things are going down, things are hitting the fan, and you left us holding the bag.
Logan, you stole 40 million in tokens from me. You are a scam artist. You are a liar, and you betrayed your own community. You aren't that guy. Logan replied.
Can somebody give me the Zoomer thing? I need to be able to hit that. It's like very important now. It's a little unacceptable that I don't have this yet. I need that thing. Like every time. Can somebody give me like a link to like the sound effect? Vinegar reactor running constant. By the way, my 36 reactor is 15 uranium cells per minute. To make 60 cells per minute, you barely need any machines. Thanks, Rodney, I guess. Oh, the Vine boom, yeah. How do I download that like YouTube thing? I need like a downloadable file. Okay, download MP3. Let's see, if I want to program this thing. Fuck. If I want to make my Stream Deck play a sound, how would I do it? Open. Is this gonna try to open a file? Fuck. It won't just play it. It's like opening like Windows Media Player to play it. Fuck. I could just like leave it up. Hold on, let me try this.
All the while in the background, things are going down, things are hitting the fan, and you've left us holding the bag.
Logan, you stole 40 million in tokens from me. You are a scam artist. You are a liar, and you betrayed your own community. You aren't that guy.
Okay, I'll work on this, okay? We'll work on this.
Logan replies, "Oh, trust me, bro. I am that guy."
I am that guy. Oh shit. Okay. How do I next video?
I uncovered a fraud worth $4 billion.
Bro, take me to part 2.
CryptoZoo.co.
Okay.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. CryptoZoo.co. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000. $500,000 Australian.
Yeah, and they went into him like, why do you choose to have like your body this way? Why don't you work out? Why do you have gamer boy arms? Like, why do you, why
do you have game? What?
Yeah, soft boy, like this, gamer boy arms. I said what I said, girl. I said what I said.
No, he doesn't have gamer boy arms. He lips now.
I just saw him in Miami. I could beat him up with my pinky. There was no way Steven works out his arms. I refuse.
Okay, she literally weighs 70 pounds. I could tear her in half with my bare hands. Guaranteed, okay?
You to believe on principle. I refuse.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I'm pretty sure I benched a plate for reps on stream before. I would kill her, okay? Literally. I will.
I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I can do with it.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No.
You can't even hatch?
We had a issue with CryptoZoo, where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million.
He literally never gave me anything at all, ever. And he promised me, 5% tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
Wait a second. Who's Eddie? I thought that all of this was Logan Paul. What's this random guy doing in Logan Paul's project? And who is he? Who is Eddie Ibanez? To begin answering the question of who Eddie is, I decided to take a deep dive. I started by looking through all the news articles I could on Eddie, where I found out he graduated from MIT and from there became a data scientist and cybersecurity expert and used that technical background to win a Super Bowl for the Eagles. And there were videos on him too, which all painted him as brilliant,
Oh, wait, what the
extremely
fuck?
accomplished.
Yes, hi, my name's Eddie Ibanez. I'm a father of three, lead developer here at CryptoZoo.
As a teenager, he successfully hacked AOL from his bedroom. He continued to pursue computer science until attending MIT. He was then recruited out to work for a government agency in cybersecurity, developing software that reverse engineers the location of known government and terrorist threats.
You started with the federal government and you started off really tracking criminals with burner phones and all.
Oh, jeez.
Honestly, after this whole search, I felt more confused than ever. If Eddie's such an amazing guy, why didn't he pay developers?
True.
And is he really the puppet master behind CryptoZoo?
Is
or
he?
is it someone else? Honestly, I felt like at this point I needed a drink and I needed to ask for help.
Coffee, how's it going?
Not good.
Damn, this is where the $1 million went.
Well, I'm confused about this Eddie Ibanez guy. He comes out of nowhere with this CryptoZoo story and everything about him I find seems great.
So, what's the problem?
Well, everything's not great. Everything about this guy just seems too perfect. He's an MIT grad, he worked for the military. He even claims he won a Super Bowl. Why would that guy work for Logan Paul?
I don't know, but I can find out. You said his name is Eddie Ibanez?
I think he goes by Eduardo technically, but wait, what are you doing?
I'm just
He's
looking
hacking the
around.
mainframe.
And done.
Well, what'd you find?
A few red flags, a couple of misdemeanors. Ooh, a few court cases. I'll send him over. He got sued by his landlord for not paying rent, sued by his credit card company for not paying his bill.
You can skip that stuff. I just need whatever's relevant to CryptoZoo.
Well, that's basically it. Other than... Hold on.
Wait, hold on.
No, wait, I did find something. Look at this.
What's this?
It's from a paper in Philly. I barely picked it up. This reporter says Eddie's entire story is fake.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the whole Eddie Ibanez character.
I'm gonna run this meme into the
guy
ground
Adam
in
Robb
like 2 days.
investigated it. He says it's a lie.
I gotta find this guy. Send me his info. I got some calls to make.
Coffee.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We met up with Adam Robb, the reporter who's been investigating Eddie Ibanez for a while now. And I wanted to know, what did Adam think of him when they first met?
I wasn't quite sure what to make of him. Based on what I knew about him, he was a MIT grad who went on to work for the CIA and the Defense Department, and I didn't want to waste his time. And it wasn't long after I sat down that I realized he was wasting my time.
Can you tell me about some of the lies Eddie told?
It didn't even fit well. Okay.
Eddie has told me so many lies over the course of my 2 interviews with him, and the first lie he told me is probably the oldest lie that he's told so many people, which is that he's an orphan. I first realized Eddie might be lying to me when I went home the next day.
How do you lie about being an
and
orphan?
Googled Eddie Ibanez's family. I found a video of
How do
Eddie's
you lie being an orphan when somebody can find your family by Googling first name, last name, family? What?
wife making rice pudding on a Fox and Friends segment on Fox News. And Eddie's wife, Jackie, explained that she learned the recipe from Eddie's mother.
So in that picture, you've got Jackie Ibanez. You know her, along with her husband, Eddie, and her 2 little girls. You love rice pudding. Why is this a family recipe?
Okay, so Eddie's mom made this rice pudding once.
Wait, Eddie's mom? I thought Eddie was an orphan. Oh, it turns out the only problem with that is that not only does his mom exist, she's alive and in his life. And it turns out it wasn't just Adam that heard this story either. He told it a lot.
Did you ever meet his mother?
Wait, I'm so lost. Who is Eddie? Wait, why are we talking about this Eddie guy? Was he the lead dev on this crypto scam project? Is that why we're talking about him?
Were his parents?
I did meet his mother.
Did he ever tell you he was an orphan?
Yes.
How did he square that with you?
So that's why I'm so confused. He told me he was an orphan and all this stuff, but then I meet his mom.
He told me he was an orphan, and then I met
Met
his
his
mother.
mom,
Is
okay.
quite the string of words. But as insane as these lies are, let's be real. It doesn't explain why CryptoZoo failed. But the next lies
He worked
kind
for
of
Logan
do,
and managed
because
devs. Okay.
part of Eddie's story is also that he went to MIT, where he was recruited to the CIA. And it's part of why he was so attractive as a lead developer, all the
Base.
wild experiences that he had had. but it's just not true.
What?
I emailed the MIT registrar's office and I asked if Eddie Ibanez attended the school, and they confirmed in absolute terms that he never attended MIT.
That's right. The whole orphan to MIT origin story, it wasn't true.
Wrong button.
And Eddie's whole backstory from here kind of falls apart as well. How could he have been recruited to a government agency out of MIT if he never went to MIT? If this is all seeming crazy to you, you might ask yourself, who would believe all this? And this is where Eddie shines. He kind of had a gift for getting people to believe in the lies he told, especially super rich and powerful people for some reason. Like take, for instance, this story.
People are saying download the pipes noise. What is the pipes noise? Stupid.
Him winning the Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles. He managed to convince the owner of the New York Yankees that it was true, Barry Klarberg, who completely bought into it without question and told the same story later in a college seminar.
Let's jump right into the work that you did for the Philadelphia Eagles, which led to a Super Bowl championship, led to you getting a Super Bowl ring. Yep. Tell us exactly what your job was to do for them and how it worked out.
No, sure thing. So first off, they said like, we don't know where to put you, but and then the sports science guy was the one guy. He's like, hey, I got some data. I'm interested. So we took in his data, and then we found out that these players, what happens is it's like a player as they run around, they get at certain fatigue levels. So if you ever played Street Fighter, the video game, there's like a red bar at the top, and every time you get hit, that red bar goes down until you die, KO, right? So then we're trying to figure out kind of what that is for a player, and on an injury level, right? There's an injury bar that gets knocked down and that gets KO'd.
This is insane. He convinced an owner of the Yankees that he won a Super Bowl by turning sports athletes into Street Fighter characters. And of course, none of it's true. The Philadelphia Eagles responded to a fact check saying he never worked for their player analysis team. Not only that, the Eagles also said that Eddie did try to do an in-person presentation in March of 2018, but that was already a month after the Eagles had already won the Super Bowl. And also they didn't hire him because of course not. Meaning there's no way this story is true. And yet he's convinced people at the highest levels of sports that it is. And this is where we get back to CryptoZoo, of course, because it's how he got involved with that project. Remember Jeff Levin, Logan's manager, who we spoke to last time?
Yep.
Well, he
like
also
Jeff Loser.
spoke to Adam Robb. And when he told him the reasons he liked Eddie, they sounded very familiar.
And did he tell you, I guess, kind of like about like working with the NFL and that kind of stuff and the whole, like his time in the CIA and all that?
He did. And it was interesting. It was like, this is wild, like that's pretty cool. But he's humble and he's not like ever bragging or anything like that.
Wait, but he is bragging. He literally made it all up. The CIA, NFL stories aren't true. How could that not be bragging? But that's the impression Eddie gave off. But that's not all. Because Eddie didn't just use made-up stories to get in with the CryptoZoo team. He also used his other connections, his real millionaire and billionaire friends that he's managed to gain with all these fake stories. And some of them vouched for him. People like Chris Birch and Todd Morley.
And what was the thing that kind of like sold you on Eddie? Was it the fact that like Chris and Todd and people like that kind of like have backed him in the past and like?
I just think he's a down-to-earth, cool, humble guy.
Okay.
Who's been super successful. They're trying to do an agenda, and he's just kind of like, hey, look, I'm super smart in what I know, and I have amazing relationships through business that I've done.
It's incredible. I mean, how does this guy keep getting away with it? Honestly, it's baffling. But I've got to say, up till now, everyone's been fooled sort of fair and square on the same grounds. But I found out CryptoZoo did have an advantage that could have saved them all this trouble the whole time.
So a month before the launch of CryptoZoo, I got on the phone with Jeff Levin, Logan Paul's manager. And after he spoke fondly of Eddie and his work, I confronted him about some of Eddie's lies, including how he didn't work for the NFL.
Real quick, is there anything I can do with all this extra wood? I have 340,000 wood. Can you turn this into some shitty fuel or something? Or, because it's way too much. I thought I'd end up burning through most of it, like running all these trains, but I'm definitely not.
Jeff told me he doesn't know much about the NFL, but he knows about the business
Green
world.
circuits.
And Chris Birch and Todd Morley vouched for Eddie, and so Jeff and Logan were going to continue working with him. Have you ever verified that anything Eddie said about himself is true?
We verified that it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely talk to people.
We talk to people.
And his friends and and people that he
Vouch
said he
for
has
him.
relationships with, which we've confirmed them for sure.
Okay, because I had trouble with some of that, like with the NFL, like saying that, like,
interesting.
no, we've never worked with him, and that kind of thing. But you've had
The NFL saying that?
yeah,
Like who at the NFL?
the comms teams for the Eagles and the Dolphins, and then the people specifically that he named that he said he worked with.
Got it. I don't know necessarily the football stuff.
Okay.
I don't have relationships in the football world.
Sure.
But in the business world, we've definitely
Definitely.
talked to multiple people.
Like Todd and Chris, and they backed him.
Correct.
Wait a second. This means at minimum, Jeff knew about Eddie's background beforehand, or part of it, and still decided to go with him. This is just unbelievable, willful stupidity.
Damn.
And since Jeff is Logan's manager, I assume him and the team should have known about this as well. But still, they went forward with it even though they knew this stuff before launch. Now, I started to reach out for comments about this because obviously this is a huge deal. But when I did, I got a call from somebody new, someone with a different perspective that I hadn't heard from before.
Use the
Jake,
field
the crypto
reprocessor.
king. He's been involved with some of Logan's projects
what is that?
in the past, like Pokemon, for example.
Field
He was called the collectibles guru a few years ago. Nowadays, he goes by Crypto King, and he's
What's
an
the point of
advisor
that?
for the Crypto Zoo project. So let's add him to the conspiracy board. But the question is, what did he have to say?
What do I do at the
took a
field
call with
then?
him, and he mostly wanted to talk off the record. But when I pressed him, he was willing to at least put one thing on the record for me. Right. One more thing
makes
about
feel
Eddie
you can
before
use
we
an
get
anything?
off of him. We actually...
Oh,
Go ahead.
process.
Biggest reason it failed, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to ever be thought that Logan's the reason it failed. He's not. Logan wasn't smart enough for what he tried to build, and then when it was built and was failing, didn't have the ability to correct.
Wait, does it move faster than
His
wood?
reputation. It was more convenient to pull out than to be associated with a failing project that the dev rocked. So I could put that one sentence on the record.
Well, that is certainly emphatic. Crypto King says it's all Eddie's fault. And this is a nice, neat theory for us. Eddie ruined everything because, yeah, Eddie is a liar. So it does seem to explain how these developers got screwed. But this theory doesn't fit all the facts because Eddie was kicked off the team months ago. And still, the game is not working, despite Logan claiming they were going to go back and fix all the problems.
Again, retroactively working to make these projects right, and this takes time, bro. It just
175%.
takes time.
Yeah, but what is the
Development
field
takes
value of like
time.
wood?
Working
or the
backwards to
acceleration
fix
level?
things, which isn't ideal, but also this project will speak for itself.
And now, we're working backwards to try to fix it.
This just hasn't happened. Even a year from launch, the game just doesn't exist. What's worse is the newest dev team who came on after Eddie just quit. And one of the reasons was they hadn't been paid for over a month. I know this because Logan's team is leakier than the Titanic and someone told me that, but we also have blockchain evidence. This is Jeff paying Block Ops, the company they hired out on July 19th. They were supposed to redo all this work. It's confirmed by their leader, Skip, talking about a first monthly payment on that day. But after that, there's nothing until they quit on September 26th in a post called Our Departure from CryptoZoo. Now, I do have to say, it does look like they were eventually paid, but only a day after they quit. And this is just the same problem as before, slightly different. Nobody can pay these devs on time, and investors end up getting nothing. And so I can't buy into the idea that Eddie's at fault for everything, because when Eddie was gone, they had a lot of the same problems. Now, it was only at the point that this dev team quit, Block Ops, that things really took a turn. Because if the Titanic was leaking before, now it was sinking, and everyone basically gave up hope. From every direction, I started getting messages from all the investors who felt betrayed, who up to this point were holding on to hope. Now they felt defeated. They felt tricked by the CryptoZoo team who had fed them promise after promise. And they were sick of it.
He was never in the chat or anything, never apologized or told us anything.
Things didn't work out. We all get that. But to continuously lie, lead people on, hype people up, to put more money in, all the while in the background. Things
I'm
are
done
going
now.
down,
I'm
things are
giving it
hitting
a
the
break.
fan, and you've left us holding the bag.
I know it was my decision, and I did my research, but I believe nobody has to lose money in this way.
And that's when a whistleblower stepped forward and decided enough was enough.
Whistleblower.
They decided to leak me messages, team messages, from the CryptoZoo team from all the way back in the beginning when they thought of this idea, all the way up to launch. And seeing that, it changed everything. Because all of a sudden, I got a lot of new information. Remember how Jake, the Crypto King, said Eddie was the only problem? Well, a year ago, he was saying something very different. On the day of launch, he said this to the group. Logan, you stole 40 million in tokens from me. You are a scam artist. You are a liar, and you betrayed your own community. You aren't that guy. Logan replies, oh, Jake, trust me, bro. I am that guy.
Finish this whole story. Yeah, I'll go on the record for you, and yes, I'm going to show you the text message that say we can sell at these ascending market caps, and that it's not like I was trying to rug a project. It's like I put $250,000 into a project plus 6 months of time, and the founder never did anything he said he was going to do, and then hired a bunch of devs that didn't do what they were going to do. And every time I gave
This
advice,
music is so
the advice
intense.
was I was so there was nothing illegal about that. Ethically, arguable. The rest that Logan did to me was ethically wrong and illegal.
Hey, what's up? This is going to be a serious video, so occasionally you'll forgive me if I'm referencing the notes, because it is an extremely serious topic. Let's start with the notes, guys, because this is all precipitated, as some of you know, because Swag Academy, a couple days ago, doxed me. He revealed my name and my former address. He accused me of being basically the reincarnation of Bill Cosby and R. Kelly.
Last time I checked, R. Kelly made beautiful music. Nobody listens to him anymore because of what? Bill Cosby, great actor. Nobody watches him anymore because of what? When they think of him, they think of what? When you think of CoffeeZilla, you gotta think of this now.
All based on false information.
Damn.
From anonymous gurus.
Coffee
who were looking to
raper.
silence me, and he laundered basically blackmail.
Oh wait,
through
is
his
this
channel
not?
to-
Oh, this is a whole different video. Sorry. Okay. Where's part 3?
For the last 6 months, I've been working on. For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project.
We put hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. Personally, the whole team, $1 million plus.
Millie.
An issue with CryptoZoo, where our lead developer took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million.
He literally never paid me anything at all, ever. Eddie promised me, 5% of tokens and $1 million. He literally never paid me.
This reporter says Eddie's entire story is fake.
The biggest reason it failed, in my opinion.
Doug, I'm not the bad
Is
guy
that
here.
Elon?
Yeah. There's some actual out there. Yeah. And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
Welcome to part 3. So far, we've discovered fake orphans, millions of dollars stolen, and a cast of sleazy characters, but now it's time to put it all together. What is the truth? And who's to blame? We're gonna start by going through leaked text messages of the CryptoZoo team to understand all of their motivation. Then we'll go to blockchain evidence and show who sold what. And finally, we'll confront some of the people responsible. But before we can do any of that, we have to start in March of 2021, 6 months before the token even launched. Our 4 suspects, Logan, Crypto King, Eddie, and sold what. And finally, we'll confront some of the people responsible. But
Fuck, hold on. I feel like this sounds like a song. Or this song sounds like another song. Fuck, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of something off the Reanimation CD from Linkin Park. Am I crazy? Hold on.
welcome to part 3. So far, we've discovered fake orphans, millions of dollars stolen, and a cast of sleazy characters. But now, it's time to put it all together. What is the truth? And who's to blame? We're gonna start by going through leaked text messages of the CryptoZoo team to understand all of their motivation. Then we'll go to blockchain evidence and show who sold what. And finally, we'll confront some of the people responsible. But before we can do any of that, we have to...
Fuck, what? Am I crazy? Now I have to look for this. I don't remember the lyrics. What's the I'm About to Break remix song? I don't know if it's the same at all. It might just be in my head. Hold on. Oh, it is a song. Hold on. No, does it? It might not be. Give me a minute. This is the remix? Yeah, but I think it was the remix. Oh yeah, this. Is it the same chord progression? I don't know why this reminded me of this. Hold on.
We'll confront some of the people responsible. But before we can do any of that, we have to start in March of 2021, 6 months before the token even launched. Our 4 suspects. People responsible.
A little bit, right?
Before we can do any of that, we have to start in March of 2021, 6 months before the token even
sorry, they just felt like a
launched.
song. Okay, never
Our
mind.
4
Anyway.
suspects, Logan, Crypto King, Eddie, and Jeff, are in a group chat discussing CryptoZoo, which starts as a copy of something else. Quote, I like imitating crypto kitties, Jake the Crypto King says. Logan replies, I agree. And initially, it wasn't called CryptoZoo at all. It was called Crypto Pets.
Damn.
And they were gonna sell a Pets token. And pretty early on, it became clear this was all about money, how they were gonna sell this thing to investors. In fact, Crypto King said he thought it was worth at least $20 million in only 6 months, saying the range is insane, $20 to $210 million. It's beautiful wherever we land. Eddie jumped in at this point and talked about how he could sell the project as an investment to a friend, Matt Higgins, saying, quote, he has to spend that $350 million somewhere. Why not us? And Logan says, I love that idea. Crypto King, I'm in. And of course, you have Jeff saying, let's go. So you can see right there, they wanted to sell this game before it had even launched. Now later, Eddie amends the list of investors and says, quote, investors will be Gary Vee, Todd Morley, James Altucher, Ryan Kavanaugh, and others confirmed on my end. Supposedly, they had $100 million of investment interest.
Damn.
Now, I actually went to some of these investors and asked if this was true, and the one person who responded denied it, Ryan Kavanaugh. Quote, nope, not even a little bit. So this looks like it could be yet another lie from Eddie Ibanez, but either way, it looks like there was more issues than just finding investors because the team wanted to pre-sell tokens, and not everyone was sure it would be legal.
Do you do
Jake the Crypto
videos on your
King
channel
mentions
too?
that,
I
quote,
mean, they all come from
"If
my
we have a
stream, if that's what
pre-sale,
you're asking.
It opens us up to SEC issues. And Jeff agrees and says, don't want to do anything that brings the SEC eyeballs. Now, not everyone wanted to be so cautious, though. Logan argues everyone does pre-sale with coins. Eddie agrees. He says, you absolutely can do it. I have the SEC down, private and pre-sale. And honestly, it was quite the dilemma for this team who wanted money. You know, do a pre-sale, make millions, but, you know, you have these potential legal issues. Don't do it, you make less money. So Crypto King comes up with a middle solution. He says, if we can't sell, no pre-sale. We can still trade them in the liquidity pool. And this is the start of a new disaster, which takes a bit of explaining. Now, just so we're clear, a pre-sale is where you sell investors coins, usually at a discount, before you've launched. And then when you launch, you give them those coins. Now, like I said, the team didn't want to do that. So what they did instead was they bought the tokens on the open market right after launch. But they tried to get clever with it because they didn't actually announce that they were launching this coin at all. They stealth launched it on June 11th and didn't announce this token through Logan until August 18th, meaning they had all that time to silently buy up as much of the supply at a steep discount as they wanted. And the idea here was that doing this, the team could get these tokens extremely cheaply, which is kind of like a pre-sale, but without all the SEC troubles. And Crypto King makes this clear on June 7th when he says, quote, launch of the liquidity pool is where huge money will be made because you get in cheaper.
Jesus.
And then says, we, the team, begin buying out the liquidity pool. Once the team has exhausted funds for the liquidity pool buying, we send the contract address to friends, family, investors who want to be able to get in. So obviously the plan is we buy first, then we give it to our close friends and family, and then maybe the public eventually, right?
It's gotta be illegal, right?
Crypto King reminds everyone, quote, Zoo Day is tomorrow. I highly recommend everyone get a few $100 to a few $1,000s in Zoo when it goes live. It will likely 10 to 1,000x. So that was their plan. Rather than doing a pre-sale, they were gonna do this stealth launch and hopefully get tokens cheaply the same way, but without all the legal troubles. Or at least that was the plan. Because on stealth launch day, this is where things first started to go wrong for the team. At first, everything seemed to go normal. The team sat in a circle and literally bought it out as planned. But the next day, Crypto King says something odd. Quote, a bot is playing with our token. Kind of cool to watch them work. But he doesn't mention who this bot is. And he also says the asshole finished selling, but doesn't mention who that is. Now, Jeff, Logan's manager, replies upset. He says, how do we prevent someone doing what they just did again? We went from a $130 million to $26 million market cap in 2 hours. It's not cool to watch. Logan jumps in. Yeah, wait, how did that happen? And he also says, what asshole? How did anyone get this token except for us and none of us sold? And I think actually this is incredibly suspicious because the implication of what Logan's saying is, hey, we tried to scheme this really well. We tried to all buy this without letting anyone know. How did anyone else figure out we were buying it, right? And this is where a fight ensues that's going to become really interesting. Crypto King deflects the question by saying, my buyer pushed it back up to $40 million. And Logan says, no, bro, F your buyer. Explain to me what just happened and how there were 30 token holders. And Jake tries to explain that this was just traders and bots happening to find the token. But Logan says only 5 of us knew about it. Jake says, well, many people chase volume and new tokens. And to some extent, he's kind of right. But Logan replies, cap. He doesn't believe it.
Oh.
Quote, I can't be the only one who thinks that's incredibly convenient. Like someone was tipped off.
True.
And look, no one's more critical of Logan than me. But as I'm reading these texts, I was kind of like agreeing. Like, yeah, it does seem too nonchalant when somebody's ruining your secret plot. You know what I mean? Because Crypto King was acting very strange. He says, we created $40 million out of thin air. This is a success. Logan replies, this nonchalance worries me. F 40 million. It was at 120 million, which again, it's all about the money with these guys. But truth be told, I did agree that Crypto King's attitude seemed strange in these texts. I mean, he's not wrong that bots are a thing. Traders are a thing.
I don't if they're not like publicly listed on any exchange anywhere. I don't know how bots get, but I don't understand these underlying technologies enough to be able to say. That just seems weird to me. I don't understand how any bots are buying shit up unless he's like went on a public exchange quietly somewhere, but I don't even know how that could ever happen. They are publicly listed. If they are publicly listed, then how did people expect them not to be discovered? Then that doesn't make sense.
But it sounded like he didn't want anyone to look into it. So, naturally, I looked into it. And what I found surprised me, because there were bots, but there's also unusual human activity during this time. So I tracked the 5 biggest buyers of this Zoo coin. And lo and behold, this is what I found. Logan was one of the biggest buyers, which is what you'd expect, but he wasn't the biggest. In fact, 2 of the biggest wallets seem to be associated with Crypto King himself. And here's where I paused. I said, wait a second. Why did this guy buy more Zoo tokens than Logan when this is mostly Logan's project? I thought Crypto King was a small part of this team. And so to get more info on this, I actually got access to an internal meeting note from the day of June 11th, which they called Zoo Day. And in it, we find actually some interesting information. We see that 5 founders bought in, They apparently were, quote, trading in circles until each person maxed out. But on the list of buyers and how much they spent are only 4 people, when we know 5 people bought. We have Danny, Logan's assistant, for 20K, Logan Paul for 100K, Jeff at 100K, and Eddie at 100K, but Crypto King is nowhere to be found. And yet, on the blockchain, I have him putting in $200,000 worth. And this number, by the way, seemingly is confirmed in a conversation I had with Crypto King, where he said, my 200K investment. And the reason this is important is because it does imply that something shady was going on the day of the stealth launch. Because Crypto King had a relatively small role in this whole project. He was the advisor, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Like you can see from the internal meeting notes, they have a breakdown of who's getting what in terms of founder tokens. And like Logan Paul's getting 51%, Eddie's getting 30%, Jeff's getting 10%. Jake's only getting 5% of tokens, but he has the most of these like stealth launch tokens, which makes no sense. And it got me thinking that maybe what explains this suspicious behavior around like, oh, don't worry about who was buying at the time of the launch. Maybe that's explained because perhaps no one knew that he was buying up large parts of the token supply. Maybe he was buying it to sell later. Now, of course, that's speculation. So that's why
Aphotic says, can you pause for 2 minutes? I want to go get a water. Okay, we'll wait for you, buddy. I was supposed to get the next tier science, my 4th tier, the orange chip built today. So that I got all 4 of my tier 2s running, and then I gotta start hammering out the tier 3s. Can you unpause? I need to leave soon. Oh, sure.
I confronted Crypto King on all of this. But before we get to that call, let's address the elephant in the room. Logan didn't accuse Crypto King of being a scam. It was the other way around. Crypto King told Logan Paul he was a scammer. And the question is, why? Well, to answer that, we have to go from June, the stealth launch date, to September 1st, the official launch date of CryptoZoo.
September 1st, CryptoZoo.co.
Now, the day of the launch was a bit strange because you might think, well, they already have a token, right? But the first thing they did was actually create a new Zoo token with a different code, but the same name. And they actually airdropped all the holders of the first Zoo token with an identical amount of those coins on the second Zoo token.
Isn't the suspicious part that it was public and some no-name was buying in huge quantities? Well, that doesn't seem like it would be suspicious at all. I feel like if these coins are being publicly listed, there's gotta be bots that are literally looking for exactly this kind of activity. Like there must be bots that are looking for large activities and new coins so that they could jump in and like buy immediately because they know there's some shady shit going down, right? That would be my assumption.
So you might be wondering, why did they do that? Well, maybe it's to change the smart contract, but maybe it's because of what they did do. They blacklisted some of the holders. In other words, they didn't airdrop to everyone, including Jake the Crypto King. They excluded his wallets so it couldn't get these Zoo coins. Jake texts the group about this the next day, saying, quote, the Zoo team made a major error this weekend. They chose not to communicate, mint a new token, and airdrop it to whatever wallets they determined fit. This decision came from Eddie and Logan, and I had no part in it. 11,250 wallets before the airdrop, under 11,000 after. They chose to blacklist and ban over 200 wallets. Now, who those wallets are, I have no idea. But he continues, quote, as a founder like Logan, Jeff, Eddie, and Danny, I had purchased a large quantity of tokens. 5+ of my wallets had been blacklisted from the original team's buys. Now, I don't know why he had 5+ wallets there, but okay. He says 80+ billion Zoo tokens were confiscated from me today without any communication.
Damn.
So, wow. That's why Crypto King accused Logan of stealing from him or scamming. It's because he was frozen out of a lot of his wallets. And then we get to the text you guys all know. He says, Logan, you stole $40 million. You're a scammer. You're a con artist, all that stuff. You betrayed your community.
He's doing my booms.
The reality is you aren't that guy. And Logan responds, oh, Jake, trust me, bro. I am that guy. Q, in the arms of an angel. And look, I mean, what do we make of this? Well, I don't know. I can't root for either of these guys because it sounds like Logan stabbed him in the back, but it sounds like Crypto King may have stabbed him in the back in the first place, right? Because it does appear like he bought tokens that maybe everyone didn't know about. So I'm really not a fan of anyone in this situation. And by the way, this whole thing was structured so misleadingly from the beginning. I have to talk to you a bit about it because you might think that these tokens were the only tokens they had, but it's not even true. In the distribution section of Zoo's white paper, they say there's 2 trillion tokens, and a quarter of that are allocated to development, marketing, and founders.
We'll read that LSF
Those aren't
guide
even
when
the
this video is
tokens
over.
we're
Okay?
talking about
Should be good
now.
memes.
Because they claim that those tokens were locked up for 6 months, and then
here we
afterwards,
go.
10% was
This
unlocked
is some good
every
belt
month.
saturation.
And if that's true, there would be no reason for these funds to be blacklisted, right? Why would you blacklist something that would be locked up? And the answer is because, well, the founders had more than one set of tokens. Not only did they supposedly have these founder tokens that were locked up and couldn't be sold, these stealth launch tokens were different from that. It's like a whole different thing. And the tokens that they bought, that all of these guys bought, they could sell at basically any time because they weren't locked up, which is a massive problem. And this fact was explicitly laid out in their meeting notes with only one rule. They say, quote, no selling until $200 million market cap, and don't impact the market more than 3%, and not impact the market more than 10% in a day. And by the way,
is this not like an explicit instruction for a rug pull? Isn't that like exactly explicitly what they're doing? Like, here's your initial investment. You guys are going to buy ahead of everybody else in a way that's not disclosed to the public, and then you're going to slowly dump your entire investment, but you don't want to impact the market too much so it doesn't look like a pump and dump. So, or not, I'm sorry, it's not even a pump and dump, it's a rug pull. Like,
this is basically conspiracy to manipulate a market.
Yeah.
You know, they're literally having insider rules for
Yep.
how to sell.
Yes.
But we're going to look past that, right? Because these rules eventually kind of changed. A text from Logan's manager, Jeff Levin, came to the group chat, Zoo Founders, saying, guys, new and absolute rules. No one is to sell or transfer any zoo. Logan's going to make the call when we can make moves. And Logan replies, your tokens do not leave your wallet. This is a game. Now, that all sounds well and good. Don't sell your tokens, but the reality was, I mean, they're just kind of trusting each other because these tokens that they're talking about, they're unlocked. They're not locked up, and they could sell it at any time. And I guess the question on my mind is that why Crypto King's tokens were blacklisted? Because they thought he would sell? Or maybe it's just the fact they found out he bought and they didn't know about all those tokens. It's honestly hard to say without knowing more evidence. And this is where we're going to jump into the blockchain. Now, I've tracked the wallets of the entire team and identified the largest seller of Zoo in the team. And it wasn't Jeff.
Uh-oh.
It wasn't Danny.
It
wasn't even Logan.
Was it Eddie?
It was Crypto King. Crypto King sold, by my calculations, millions of dollars. And I know what you're thinking, how's that possible, right? I thought his tokens were blacklisted the day of the official launch. How could he sell that much? Well, the answer is that not all of his tokens were blacklisted. He had even more tokens behind the scenes. And what's worse, the CryptoZoo team actually gave him back a lot of his blacklisted tokens, which I guess you can see as a good thing or a bad thing because he then turned around and sold those tokens, right? And from my blockchain analysis across his blacklisted tokens he got back and the
What does the
tokens
scanner
that
say
he
about the
had
blockchain
squirreled away
say?
the whole time, he ended up making $6 million.
Damn.
He did this by sending out tokens from these larger wallets to dozens of smaller wallets, selling it, and then sending the money to final cash out wallets. So I used those final wallets to calculate the amount he made. Now, I know, look, it's a lot to accuse someone of selling $6 million in a project that doesn't even work. It's a giant scam. So I wanted to give him a chance to defend himself.
Oh yeah?
So I got on a
Call for
call
comment?
with Crypto King. And here's what he said when I finally revealed that I knew he had sold.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to change this whole fucking story. Yeah, I'll go on the record for you. And yes, I'm going to show you the text message that say we can sell at these ascending market caps. And literally, I'm going to 100%. It sounds like your biggest issue with me is that I sold. And if that's your biggest issue with me, that's the truth.
Wow, that is a big admission. Selling tokens for a project that you're an advisor on when the project has never been delivered. Although Crypto King insists that it wasn't $6 million, and he wasn't trying to rug a project. In fact, really, he might be the one who got screwed over in all of this.
Damn.
Like, I didn't sell $6 million worth. That's going to be other wallets, but that's probably not going to be able to being able to be proven, except for them saying, can you send BNB to all these different wallets for me? Which that I'll be able to show you that I was giving BNB to the whole team. I will also be able to show you that I was a 5% holder of the Zoo tokens that I was promised to be given over the 3-month period, was never given. I can also show you that I was frozen out and was never given the 15 billion tokens back that I paid for.
Damn.
Okay.
I'll show you all of those things on the record. And then you can also say that I did sell, which is also true.
Yep.
As long as it's accompanied with, he was a founder that was supposed to be given 5% of the project and was never given a token or paid for almost a year on the project. As long as that goes in with it, then at least that tells my side of the story so people understand that it's not like I was trying to rug a project. It's like I put $250,000 into a project plus 6 months of time, and the founder never did anything he said he was going to do, and then hired a bunch of devs that didn't do what they were going to do. And every time I gave advice, the advice was I was told to fuck off.
Oh.
So it can be that story, or it can be he sold all this amount and he got in early. Well, yeah, that's like 1% of it though.
Incredible. He sounds like he views himself as the victim, or at least like he got screwed too, which just has to win the gold medal for me for mental gymnastics, because I mean, he literally had put $200,000 into this and he says he made millions of dollars. Even if you take him at his word that he didn't make the full 6 million, he admits to me later that it might be a pretty close guess. He tells me via text, quote, "I don't care if you tell people I sold a few million and leave it at that." Well, okay, $6 million, a few $1 million, it's millions of dollars, right? Millions of dollars when you only put in $200,000 into a project that's never been delivered, doesn't work, scammed people out of their money. How is he saying he's the one who's in the wrong? Well, in his view, what he did was not wrong. It might have been arguably unethical, but it wasn't illegal. And what Logan did, well, that was illegal.
You can say the timing was bad and it was inappropriate to sell, but the reality is I bought tokens open market and sold them open market. So there was nothing illegal about that. Ethically, arguable. The rest that Logan did to me was ethically wrong and illegal.
Now, what do I think of all this finger pointing? Well, I think it's pretty wild to try to make yourself look like the lesser of two evils when you made millions of dollars and investors lost millions. I just do. Now, at the same time, I want to be fair to Crypto King. He's not the only one who sold here. But I also have to say, not everyone from the founders did sell. For example, Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul, which was a huge surprise. All their wallets that I tracked, held on to their tokens, which is good, and to their credit for a game that doesn't work. But you know who did sell? Eddie Ibanez.
Ooh.
The guy who didn't pay the initial devs, the supposed MIT orphan. Yeah, from what I could see, his initial wallet got a ton of Zoo, sent it to a bunch of smaller wallets, and then sold off, kind of like crypto.
Oh, nice. Seiko's calling it. I don't think my Discord's gonna work. Oh, wait. Is it?
Merry Christmas, Destiny.
Hey, Merry Christmas. How
Why
you doing? What?
You sound weird.
Oh, well. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. What you up to? How's your new place?
I mean, it's a beautiful place, but I don't have internet yet, so I'm like living on hotspots. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, their subreddit's pretty mad at you for that.
Yeah, it is what it is. What's up?
Where's Melina? Nothing's up, man. I'm just saying hi to my friend, man. Something got to be up. I got to debate. I got to yell at you all the time about the vaccine.
Yep, basically. She was in New York, and now she's on her way back. I think in a couple hours.
What was you up to? You're playing the factory game?
Yeah. We were gonna do Christmas in New York, but then I don't have internet here, and I've just moved, and I spent a fuck ton of money earlier this month, so I just wanted to stay home and work. So we're just gonna celebrate Christmas in Miami instead.
You're rich though. You're a millionaire and shit.
Yeah, but because I'm frugal with my money, though. I don't like to. I spent a ton of money. I spent a ton of money recently. Okay.
What'd you get me for Christmas?
I got you a giant Yay sweatshirt.
Balenciaga?
Yeah, it's got a mask over it and everything. Bunch of how are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm streaming on Rumble, where a lot of people in my chat are saying W Hitler. We're just
okay.
W911. A lot of people they're saying you have you know, we have very polar opposite chats now. I recommend at any point just look at my Rumble chat. It would make you laugh.
Damn. Do you have to sign in to see the chat?
Yeah, and you don't have a Rumble, right?
I have a locals account. I don't think I have a Rumble account.
Well, hold on. Let me call you back without the camera. My shit's fucked up.
Yeah, mine is. Okay, fine. I can't show the thing, sorry. My internet's still working right. God damn, dude, my internet's so fucked.
You hear me?
Yeah.
How you feeling though? What's your New Year's resolutions?
Beating Factorio. It's the most important thing in my life right now.
Then what are you gonna do after? Like you got no other games to play.
I'm probably gonna focus more on like politics stuff, because I kind of neglected a little bit of that the past couple months. So.
Yeah, you were very drama heavy for a while. It was going back and forth about this, and it was like a Netflix murder documentary. Hearing all your, what do they call it? Your orbiters get in fights.
Yeah, going to war with each other. It's pretty interesting.
What happened to the philosophy too? When I first talked to you, you were talking about, oh, I'm big into philosophy, and then everything was all about drama for the most part, or political stuff. I didn't hear any of your philosophy takes. Chat, I fixed the echo. Relax.
I mean, the philosophy usually will end up going hand in hand with like the political issues, right? Things like ethics and everything will kind of go. Yeah, we'll usually come with political stuff. But if I haven't been doing much politics, we're probably not doing much philosophy.
You don't get bored of gaming all the time? You're like, really, Factorio's the #1 thing? I can't believe that was the #1 thing you just said.
What was the #1 thing I just said?
You said your New Year's resolution was being the factory game.
Oh, well, I want to beat it because I want to be done with it so that I can like focus on other shit. But I've sunk so much time into this now, I can't just like quit.
What's next?
Well, like I said, it's going to be a heavier focus on politics and shit in the next year for sure. Because I neglected it a bit this year. Because shit got like really crazy in the last half of this year with Keffels and you and Fuentes and Mr. Girl and fucking Lav and like everything just kind of got.
Well, that is politics. Me, Fuentes, and a lot of that stuff, even Keffels to an extent, is politically involved stuff. Me and Fuentes especially, we went from doing these panels and doing these debates to actually like working on a campaign.
Yeah. When I say politics, I mean like doing like big like digging into like policy, like doing more like historical research, like that kind of stuff. So like this, for instance, what I did with Ukraine this year was probably my favorite stuff that I did, because that involved like a whole bunch of like historical analysis. It got me some very good conversations that we're interested to have. It's like a modern day like relevant issue. So like that was like a fun thing for me. Yeah.
How's your kid?
Good. I just got back from Nebraska like I think 4 days ago. We hung out, did stuff, played around, ran around. Oh yeah, I saw you made a good Destiny's Child joke, and he liked my hair, so that was good.
He liked your blue hair?
Yeah.
That's good. Why don't you dye his hair blue?
No, people who dyed hair are losers. Okay, I don't need my kid to be a loser at 11 years old.
Wait, you're calling yourself a loser?
I dyed it for. Listen, I get paid to dye my hair. It's different. Okay.
How much you get paid?
Well, it was for charity technically, so.
People in your chat are saying, Sneaker, what's your new YouTube burner account? I don't. Every time I make a burner account, I get banned. You know what's the annoying part about getting banned, Destiny? I can't even like read chat or comments. I have to sign into friends' accounts. I have to do all this. Why are you still not unbanned on YouTube? I mean on Twitter.
Because I'm left leaning. I think Elon only wants to unban the Nazis and shit.
Are you? Come on.
No, I think so. I don't think I'm ever getting unbanned from because I would have gone unbanned by now if I was ever going to. Because in my mind, when he did his announcement for unbans, I feel like I'm like the perfect candidate for that. Like, oh, like they're banning. If people like me are getting permabanned, the policy's probably like been a little silly in the past. But I haven't gotten unbanned yet, and all these other like far right like accounts have gotten unbanned from years ago. So I think he doesn't really care about that kind of stuff. He's probably more interested in like conservative type figures.
Okay, but Alex Jones is still banned. And also, I didn't get it for free.
Alex Jones is banned, but I think that's because he's looking after his bottom line. He's just scared about like fucking copyright shit or not copyright shit or like defamation shit or whatever crazy shit Alex Jones is saying.
But I didn't get mine back for free. I don't know if you're calling me a Nazi, but someone paid 20,000 to get me unbanned.
Who paid 20,000 to get you unbanned?
Do you know Iman Gaji? I saw you reacted to Hamza recently. He's pretty similar, but more finance oriented. The guy's extremely rich, like selling courses and stuff like that. He has a good YouTube channel. He got me unbanned. He just did it. I didn't even ask him.
Wait, did he really charge you that much?
I didn't pay it. He just paid it and he said, there you go.
Interesting.
You could do that too. I mean, I know you just said you've been spending a lot of money.
I've looked through those avenues. Like sometimes you can pay for services like that on like Facebook or Instagram or stuff like that. But that's only if your account got banned for really silly stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, you can't. You're not going to get any account. Otherwise, you would just get your YouTube unbanned, right?
Yeah. What's your predictions with that? I've been seeing Mr. Beast and Elon talking about starting a video sharing platform on Twitter. Do you think that that's something possible in 2023? That gives me hope that Rumble won't be my only possibility.
If I was you, I would invest and build in Rumble. I don't think Twitter.
No, I am. I'm completely investing in Rumble.
I would have no hope for Twitter. I think Twitter he's running that shit into the ground, like speed running it into the ground. I can't believe he's insanely.
Twitter's never been better. Twitter has never been more fun. It's never been more exciting. I've never spent this much time on it. In my opinion, I've been on Twitter for years. This is the best it's ever been, and people are starting to blow up there.
That's just absolutely not true. The whole checkmark thing was a fiasco. That product got like delivered, canceled, redelivered. He's like introduced like a second checkmark thing. I don't think that product rolled out like they wanted it to. I know they've had issues with advertisers pulling out. I don't know if they've all come back or not yet. You've got people at the shareholders at Tesla that are asking them to step down because that company is starting to slide in value. Musk was saying he was looking for other investors or to sell Twitter again. He's dumping like billions of dollars in stocks to pay off like the interest on his I don't think Twitter is going well at all. I don't think so.
You haven't been spending more time on it. Maybe what you're saying is everything I hear from the leftists, and this is like making me want to get into a debate about like the type of information that you ingest because you're supposed to think that Twitter sucks. Like all the leftists are saying that.
Hold on, stop. Wait, stop. You're being a bot right now. Okay, this has nothing.
You're being a bot. You're saying all the bot leftist stuff.
No. You're being a bot because you think this is like a leftist or conservative thing. I'm just interested in Twitter from a business point of view. That's the only analysis I'm doing. I'm not talking about like he's not being liberal enough or progressive enough or any of that shit. I'm not because if that was the case, then I would here are the bot talking points. Okay, I'd be saying like Twitter's gotten a whole lot worse because there's way more like racism and sexism on Twitter these days. There's a lot of people that are being like really hateful. Like that's what I'd be saying. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that one of the big product rollouts that he did, his expectations were way too high. He wanted to be getting 50% of the revenue of the company coming from subscriptions. That was insane. The idea behind that was a big mistake. That rollout didn't go as well as planned, right? He's laid off a fuck ton of workers, but he's still having to do, like all of these things I'm pointing. These are objective business facts, right? If it hurts your feelings to hear that, I'm sorry, but this is not like leftist talking points.
Now you're making a complete argument that I'm not saying it doesn't hurt my feelings, but it
no.
For the fact that you digest.
No. I'm just but if you want to disagree with something I'm saying, then feel free to submit like a disagreement. But when you just go, oh, you're just giving leftist talking points, that's a bot talking point, right?
Well, everybody on the left that I see on Twitter, all the leftists hate Twitter and they have different justifications for why. You're saying the business thing, they're saying that the advertisers are leaving, but everybody on the right is saying that the advertisers aren't actually leaving. The reason he added views is to show the fact that Twitter has never had more engagement than ever. It seems like it has a good opportunity for 2023 to be the new like mainstream platform for free speech. If you actually look at it, the Instagram stock is going down. People don't really go on Meta. Instagram doesn't have the same feel it does anymore. In my world,
hold on. Wait. What are you talking about? First of all, wait, hold on. Nothing you're saying is true. Okay, Meta stock is up 6 points over the past month. So I don't know what you mean when you're saying like Meta stock is going down. Like I don't know what the fuck Twitter's current valuation is at. Like what do you mean? Where are you getting your news from? Twitter lost 50 of its top 100 advertisers since Elon Musk took over. That's from November 25th of 2022. So that's in the last month. I don't know where your info is coming from. I'm giving you facts.
So why you think Elon Musk wants to step down as the CEO?
Probably because he's a disaster running the company. He's insanely incompetent. Yeah.
What makes you think he's incompetent?
Because he doesn't know how to run the company. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's
getting rid of all those employees was the biggest W I've seen from a CEO.
You have no idea if that was a W or not.
Twitter's just better. Twitter is objectively more interesting now.
How? It's not, but it's not more interesting. This is Okay, your issue is that you can't look at this like a business. You're looking at this like a child's playground, right? When you say that Twitter is better, you're thinking of the posts that you see on Twitter, and that's fun. I'm thinking about Twitter. I'm evaluating from a business point of view. From a business point of view, every decision Elon has made has been failure after failure after failure, right? Now, it might be better because people are having like fun conversations and saying wild shit on Twitter. I agree with that. There's a lot of crazy shit on Twitter, people talking now and shit, and that's
the best
fun.
basis. That's the best metric of how it's going to be successful. Is that the Twitter stock isn't actually down, is it?
Well, you can't really say that. Sorry. When we talk about the price of a stock, usually we're talking about what people are willing to buy and sell a share of a company for that's listed on a public exchange. But when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he took the company off the public exchanges, so it's not a publicly traded company anymore. It's a privately traded company. So there isn't like a price for the stock anymore. Does that make sense? There is no Twitter stock.
Is it possible that all the information that you're seeing is because the mainstream platforms are afraid of losing their spot where everybody goes for news, and now people are going to go to Twitter for news, and so they need to paint this picture that it's losing and that it's bad and everything? Basically, if everybody that I'm seeing, everybody I talk to, everybody that I'm interested in is saying that Twitter is interesting, that should be the best metric to determine whether or not it's going to be successful. If it's objectively more fun to go on. Say, if CNN, MSNBC, all these things are saying Elon's failing, that's because they feel threatened because people are not getting their news from CNN anymore. They're going to Twitter.
Okay, I can't. Yeah, I don't know how to argue with you. Like, if you're telling me, like, well, my friends are saying it's better, that's fine. I'm just arguing from a business point of view.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. You're saying it's more interesting, it's more entertaining. That might be true, but I'm just saying from a business point of view, Elon personally is making a lot of spooky decisions that might even be rattling like Tesla stock. It seems like he's not competently running Twitter as a platform very well. It might be more interesting right now just because like people are having fun conversations on it, but from a business point of view, it doesn't seem like he's doing too hot. That's
you said that point a couple times, but when you
like
look up
like Elon wasn't Elon.
Wait. When you look up Twitter stock right now, you see ABC News, Electric, CNN, all they're saying, Twitter's failing. They are probably just trying to paint a narrative that Twitter's down so that people think that Twitter's bad, when in reality, that can't be the case. Here's
the thing.
In their best interest to make Twitter seem bad, especially if somebody who's for free speech is taken over. They need to make Twitter seem bad.
Okay, I don't know how to argue with you. Like, you're just giving me your feelings, right? All I can speak are numbers and facts, okay? Like, Tesla as a company
your numbers and facts are coming from where?
From the markets. Tesla as a company has lost 2/3 of its value in the past fucking year. That's really bad. Elon Musk is selling off tens of billions of dollars.
You just said that the Twitter stock is changing. Now you're saying that it's
No. Tesla. The other company that Elon Musk owns, the one that he's like getting all of his money from to pay for the debt from his Twitter loans that he leveraged all of his stock to take out loans to buy, right? That company's losing a fuck ton of money. The shareholders over there are very fucking upset because a lot of these companies float or trade on like Elon Musk's reputation that he's running into the ground running Twitter. Right? These are real things.
He wants to step down as CEO.
Yeah,
so
possibly. But also, like,
Twitter's going to do well in 2023. He'll probably step down and pass it off to somebody else. His reputation is bad because mainstream news and people like you, they want to paint it like he's a bad person.
No, bro, you're a bot. Don't be a bot. You're being a bot when you're saying this.
What's bot about what I'm saying?
Elon Musk is making objectively bad decisions and objectively bad statements when he's going on and talking publicly. If you want to talk about his statements, or
what's an objectively bad statement? What?
Multiple ones. When he goes on and
name one.
Sure.
Name one.
When he goes on to a Twitter space and he's saying things like, Twitter needs a full rewrite. And somebody's like, what do you mean? What's wrong with the stack, bro? And he's like, who are you? And he starts crying. When Elon comes out and he says things like, can advertisers really pull out of my platform? That seems illegal. Maybe I should sue them. These are insane statements. When people come out and Elon is being asked about like, hey, do you offer targeted advertising on Twitter? And he's saying, well, I don't think that's possible. These are stupid statements made by a guy that has no fucking idea what platform he's running. Those are three objectively, like, factual statements that he has made that are objectively, factually fucking stupid, right? And that's on top of all the other business stuff I listed earlier. These are not like left-wing, right-wing, blah, blah, apologies problems. These are just bad things that Elon's doing. He's incompetent when it comes to running this company.
Twitter's fun, though. Maybe you're just mad because you're not unbanned yet.
I'm not mad. It is fun.
You're pretty heated.
Okay, never mind. You're emotional, and you don't like to when I attack Elon.
I'm emotional?
Yes.
I'm emotional
I just gave you fact after fact after fact, and you go, well, I think that you're just upset.
You paused the factory game to go yell about facts.
Because I'm giving you all of my attention.
It's not a fact that it's stupid because he's talking in a different way about advertisers based on your opinion. That's not a fact.
No, it's a fact that he's stupid because he doesn't know about targeted advertising when that's been the norm for the better part of the last decade at least. Go buy advertisements on Facebook right now or on AdSense right now. Of course you can target users. Anybody that's ever bought a single ad in their life knows that. Or it's not stupid to criticize him for everything that he says related to programming or dev work is the stupidest shit ever. This guy discovers like 2 errors in code and he's like tweeting out like, oh, we just made the full fucking Twitter mobile app like 15 milliseconds more responsive. Like, bro, what are you even fucking talking about? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, everything that he says like reeks of like a child that's like running around in a factory and he's excited to discover that he can like, I don't know, like mop up a corner or something. He's just dumb. He's just stupid when it comes to everything having to do with this company. He hasn't said anything insightful. He's wasting a fuck ton of money. He set like a whole pile of cash on fire. The sale was so fucking bad. He was like pleading to the courts to let him out of his deal that he agreed to sign on to. He knew that when he bought the company, he overvalued it massively. People that own stock like made out like bandits. What did he buy it for? Was it $47 a share or something? When that thing was trading for what, like 35 or 30 over the counter? Like, it was insane. Everything about the deal.
That's a great investment. Being able to take over mainstream news and being able to own public discourse is something that's going to be really valuable in the long term.
Okay.
People don't trust the news at all anymore. More people are going to Twitter to digest the news than they have ever been compared to mainstream news. And of course, right now, the bot talking point, the leftists are going to be saying like, oh, it's bad. Elon's a child. They're going to want to insult him. Ethan Decline will get on the stage and complain about Elon, say fuck you. But in the long term, decentralizing information and bringing it back to Twitter and the public square is a better investment for the future. I think a lot of what you're saying is stuff that the leftist news wants you to think because they don't like.
No, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I watched so many of your old videos. This is the only reason why I've entertained this conversation so much. I know that there's like an intelligent young man inside that brain of yours, okay? This is like the 3rd time you've said leftist bot talking points. All I've given you are straight raw facts. I have not given you a single, I haven't mentioned hate speech or racism or any political statement whatsoever. Everything I'm giving you is facts. And you keep running behind this like, lefty talking points. Well, you're giving me the lefty talking points.
You saying it's a stupid point. You saying Elon's stupid is not a fact.
It is when he's making stupid statements. Do you disagree that any of the statements that I just referenced are stupid? Do you want to go over any of them?
I'm not sure if those are stupid.
Okay, I'm telling you they are. You can bring in a programmer, you can bring in somebody that works in advertising, you can bring in like anybody else in the industry and ask them, and they'll tell you the same fucking thing. Like, Elon is like a laughing stock right now for everything having to do with Twitter. Like the people at Tesla want to kick him.
He's a laughing stock for
business people. Fuck politics, bro. It's not about my people. The people at Tesla want to kick him off the fucking board there too because he's nosediving the value of his fucking company. There are people that aren't buying cars now because of how fucking insane he is on Twitter.
It's an electric car company. It's marketed towards leftists who care about climate change and a bunch of that psyop bullshit. They're like electric cars. It's different because Elon used to represent leftist ideas and now he's seen as this right-wing martyr.
Okay, let's say that I grant all of that to you, okay? If your primary fucking market is leftists, then maybe you should be careful if that's the main company that you're borrowing against to buy another company in order to keep your shit afloat. Maybe you should shut the fuck up then and not lose your primary fucking customer. If I were to grant that, that would be like, he still has like better decisions to make than going onto Twitter and acting like an insane lunatic and then losing his primary fucking customer base for his other company.
Insane lunatic because he's talking about targeted advertisers is a giant stretch.
Insane lunatic because all of these Twitter leaks have been a fucking joke because all of the statements that he's making about like voting for conservatives and that's the most important thing to do and fucking Fauci needs to go to jail over the fucking vaccines. All of these statements are unfounded conspiratorial nonsense. He doesn't need to be making them and he shouldn't be because he's the CEO of, he's representing a lot of different companies when he's out there. How would you feel if you'd invested 6, 7, 8 figures into some of these companies and now the cheerleaders out there for the company, the CEO acting like a fucking clown, tanking the value of your fucking investment?
Fuck all these Tesla people. I think Elon genuinely cares about the future of free speech, and this is more important. It's more important. For
if he cares about the future of free speech,
he's taking sacrifices right now for the business and for
he's not. He's taking sacrifices for being an idiot, for retweeting bullshit about like Pelosi's husband. Like, what the fuck is he doing? He's not even like he's not taking hits for free speech. He's taking hits to act like a crybaby, like a little emotional snowflake. He even sounds like an autistic snowflake. Bro, if there was a leftist with Elon's voice and mannerisms, yeah. Hey guys, we're gonna talk about Twitter today and what I'm gonna do. Bro, if Elon Musk was a leftist, you guys would be making fun of his appearance and his voice and his mannerisms fucking constantly, okay? The guy talks and looks like a rat.
Okay. I like Elon though.
Of course you do, sure.
Let's have this conversation again in 6 months. I think Twitter is going to take over. And Metastock, people in my chat are saying Metastock has been down 65% this year.
Over the year, yeah, Meta stock has gone down fuck ton. But you mentioned over the past month or two, I think is what you said. And over the past month, it's been up 6 points because obviously Elon is Zuckerberg is cutting a lot of the fucking cutting a lot of the VR shit out.
Well, Merry Christmas, Destiny.
Yeah, I love you,
Always
buddy.
catching
Wait,
up.
do you want to watch? Do you want to watch a clip together?
What clip?
Hold on. Make Sneeko watch the Twitter space clip of Elon muting text and asking engineers who they are for pushing back. Have you seen that clip before? I think it's the one where he talks about needing a full rewrite.
No, send that to me.
Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. All right, let me know when you're ready to go. We'll start at the same time.
Where's the clip?
Oh shit, hold on. It's taking a second to load. Okay.
But the audio's gonna come through yours, or you?
No, you've got to click it. We have to play it at the same time.
Okay, 3, 2. All right, play.
Of features as high as possible.
Yes. I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think we'll just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
Wait, seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter"? Revolution or reform?
I mean, I just mean like literally, like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
But when you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Have you seen George's like diagram?
No. I mean, like, what do you mean by crazy? No, seriously. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? I don't know. You gave me the fucking mic. I got no.
I didn't
clue.
give you the mic.
Whoa! I'm doing the mic, and let's keep it civil in my space.
I mean, yeah.
Like what? No, man. You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Like, what is the stack?
We
Elon?
keep things
Come on,
technical
man.
in my space, please.
Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on, give it to me.
All right. So first off,
amazing. Wow, you're a jackass.
Okay.
All right, no. I got no credibility here, buddy. I got no idea.
Let's first off, let's keep my space civil.
Here,
we removed him from.
Yeah, he should have known more than just
or said
rewrite.
anything at all, right?
Yeah, I think I mean, that was a PR stunt, like him saying rewrite. Because at first, when he first joined, he opened up the closet and there was a bunch of the shirts that said "Stay woke." I think he basically meant like the whole idea of Twitter needs to be changed, but he didn't know anything about the code specifically that need to.
Okay, but like
rewritten.
this is a lot of people are gonna miss this. Okay, but this is one of the reasons why this particular clip is so painful, in my opinion, and 92% of people are gonna miss this in the public, is that Elon's excuse constantly for being such an autistic fuck about everything that he does is, well, I'm an engineer. Well, I'm an engineer. Well, I'm an engineer. Okay, that's why he's bad at PR. That's why he's bad at speaking. That's why it's like, okay, fine. So when you get into things like maybe development or engineering, that would at least be the one area where I would expect him to say something like intelligent. But here, he sounds like every clueless middle manager ever. Guys, we need to rewrite the stack. What the fuck do you mean, rewrite the stack? What the fuck is wrong with it? Well, we just need a full rewrite. What do you?
Yeah,
what the
going in. Yeah, but I don't know if that could determine that he's an incompetent CEO of Twitter. Of course, he didn't know past rewrite, and he was saying that because it sounds good. He's like, oh, Elon's going to change everything. He should not have called that guy a jackass for asking a legitimate question.
Here's the advertising one. Okay, load up this one. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Hold on.
Tweets to.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
If Twitter can accurately recommend tweets to you that you don't explicitly follow, it can by the same token also show ads that are relevant to you.
So the way that a lot of platforms do ad sales and a lot of like purchasers expect ads isn't necessarily I'm going to give you these ads and I trust you to serve them to the right people. It's usually almost the opposite, where it's I want to target this group of people in this region who went to a Jiffy Lube in the last 72 days. That level of micro-targeting is something a lot of ad buyers now expect, and like it's a huge part of how CPMs can get so high on platforms like YouTube. But sometimes these advertisers will serve entirely different versions of the same ad to different
can you turn this guy
demographics.
off, please? He's just talking nonsense. Thanks. I've actually talked to the advertisers.
Yeah, okay. He didn't play the whole clip, but he's being too dismissive, especially in a Twitter space. That's the whole point of the Twitter space, is open discussion. That can't determine that he's an incompetent CEO just because he didn't want to hear this random guy tell him about targeted ads.
Well, what would you? Well, okay, but the fact that he says that like that's not how it works, and then he gets like upset when somebody's explaining like really basic things. And again, I encourage anybody that wants to. You can go to. I think you can probably type in like buy ad Facebook. You might have to make a business account or something there, but like you can target like ads like crazy. You can do it with AdSense as well. Like, of course, that's what you're going to be looking for. And yeah, that's why CPMs are so high on these platforms, is because like you can target an insanely precise audience. That's like expected.
I prefer his method. I'm tired of targeted ads. Means that they start listening to you and they start checking your emails to figure out, like, you know, when you say like the word wine and then it shows up in your targeted ads a couple days. If less surveillance if I can,
you'd rather see random ads for like fucking.
I would rather pay. Yeah, I would rather pay a subscription model than be spied on all the time.
Okay, if you'd rather pay a subscription model, that'd be fine. But there are products for that, right? That's what. Do you own like YouTube? Well, I guess not for YouTube. No. But okay. What would be? Yeah, what would you?
It's free, if it's free, then you're the product, and then they're mining your own brain, and they brain.
Yeah, of course, sure, which is fine. Yeah, that's just another way to pay for. Okay, that's fine.
I honestly prefer the subscription model. I think that's better for the future. And not everybody wants a blue check. I get it, but I think that's better. I don't think
most people prefer subscription models. If you just start paying for everything on the internet, I think people are gonna get pretty.
Not everything, but it's a sacrifice. I would rather pay than be spied on all the time and be sold constantly.
Okay. Here's a question. What would you have to see? What would you have to see to be like, okay, fuck, Elon is fucking up? So advertisers pulling away, that doesn't do it for you. Investors at Tesla getting upset. Him potentially stepping on a CEO from Twitter isn't.
Tesla, I think, is completely irrelevant. And I think the best metric, because it's brand new, he's only been on for a couple months, it's Twitter. Like it is more entertaining. Like there's no.
So entertainment factor. That's the only thing that matters to you is entertainment factor.
That's right now because it's brand new. The fact that it's 10 times more, and I'm even sure everybody in your chat will agree that Twitter has been 10 times more entertaining since Elon's taken over. We will see in a couple months, and we'll see how the stock is doing and how the numbers are doing, because like the subscription model is brand new. There's no way to actually measure it right now. But the fact that it's more entertaining, I think, is a good sign for the future, especially for this is what it's for. It's meant to entertain us.
Okay. The Tesla thing is pretty important because I'm pretty sure that fucking like 95% of like Elon Musk's net worth is like wrapped up in Twitter, and I think he's selling off.
That's for his personal net worth, but you're thinking too much about his personal network and the PR rather than the future of free speech. It's a bigger conversation.
Yeah, but it's
Tesla.
Sure, but he has to manage that as a CEO. That's part of the like responsibility of being a billionaire, is that your image and your profile is going to have a dramatic impact on companies that are essentially stock that's traded on your rep, right? Because it's not
which is why he wants to step down, which is why he wants to step down as CEO and give it up to somebody else.
Okay.
But if he keeps making the calls behind the scenes and he keeps actually advocating for free speech, which he is, if you pay the 20 racks, bro, get back on Twitter. It's a boom right now. It's so easy to blow up on Twitter, and especially like people like us that are getting censored. It's really necessary to have a mainstream platform like this. Entertainment right now, the fact that it's brand new, entertainment value is the best metric to see if Twitter's.
What do you think about him banning and falsely accusing people of doxing him for posting the flight tracker on his jet?
How is that false?
Well, because it's not doxing, right? Like all flights are tracked in the United States as per FAA. And then two, didn't he explicitly say multiple times that he was never going to ban the guy that flight tracks his plane?
And then he got unbanned.
Did he unban him?
Yeah, he unbanned him.
I don't think that's true. Pretty sure
he did. I saw it on my timeline.
So if I Google Elon flight tracker Twitter,
he was suspended for a couple days and he got back. And also, you got to empathize for him too. That guy jumped on the car. He was being watched, and a bunch of the leftists were. His kid was in a car and got stalked. And the flight tracker thing.
No. So Elon Jet is still banned. That account is still banned. Wait, unless this article is old. Let me check. Twitter.com/Elon Jet. Yeah, the account is still suspended.
What's the date of that article?
I just checked the account right now. The account is suspended.
How is that not doxing?
Because it's just the location of an airplane after it's landed.
That's what doxing means.
Is it?
Posting someone's location in real time is doxing. Interesting.
Okay.
I worry for his safety right now. You have to admit that they definitely do not like him. The mainstream news doesn't like him. All the people in charge don't like him. Maybe there's an argument to be made that he's part of the globalist agenda because he wants everybody to be part of Neuralink. But as of now, he's public enemy #1 when it comes to everybody in leftist media. He has a target on his back, and he needs to be careful.
Then don't fly a private jet that gets tracked by the FAA, whose location is listed publicly on websites so that can never be taken down. You can Google right now. I think you go to Flight Radar and you can just search for any flight you want. You can see where it's at. I told you, for instance, that Melina was flying here. You can go and look up her flight right now and see exactly where she is in the air if you look at it.
Why are you telling everybody that? There's a difference between, I see what you're saying.
Flights. It's public flights. It's tracked in the United States. That's what our radars and shit are for. So yeah, you could go and look at where flights are.
But he's at a different level of did you see him at Chappelle's show? Everybody woke, everybody with blue hair hates him. They're trying
but that's
to take
his
him down.
fault. He makes himself so fucking hateable.
So he needs to protect himself as well. This is so I completely understand hiding that type of information.
Okay.
What'd you get me for Christmas again?
Are you in Miami?
Yeah.
Oh shit, we should go out to eat. Well, fuck, everything's probably closed tonight, huh?
There's got to be some Chinese shit open. What time are you streaming till?
Mel gets home, I think, in a couple hours or something. If you want me to go out, it would have to be pretty late though. But I don't know if anything's gonna be open.
There's got to be some Chinese food or some. What did Jews eat?
Not pork, right? Oh shit, or is that Muslims?
That's Muslims. Come on, bro.
Bro, I don't fucking know. There was a China buffet near me and they were closed, so I was pissed off. So.
That's what Jews usually eat on Christmas, is some Chinese place. Do you know that this is the first year I'm not going home for Christmas? They don't. I have a blue hair woke family, kind of like you, and they don't fuck with my politics at all.
I mean, it doesn't take a blue hair people to not want to fuck with your politics.
It's never got to the point. It's never got to the point where I've been uninvited for Christmas.
Yeah, but has it ever gotten to the point where you're publicly defending people saying they love Hitler? That's probably a pretty big. That's probably a pretty big departure from stuff you've normally been involved in.
I support what Jesus would do. On Jesus' birthday, Jesus would want everybody to be loved. And I tweeted, I love Jews and Nazis, which is what Jesus would do. Jesus would love everybody. I agree with that statement. I like the fact that he broke that final wall of the woke mob saying that. I'm not
I don't think the problem.
And
I don't think the problem is just saying we should love everybody. I think the problem is saying I love Hitler, and I don't think the Holocaust really happened. I think that's more the issue.
I didn't say that.
You might not have, but that's what Ye said. So when you defend parts of his statements, you're kind of implicitly buying onto the other parts as well.
No, that's not true. But people don't really dig into that. And so what's happening? I actually recently, I don't know if you saw, the Daily Beast wrote an article calling me racist for joining Ye's campaign, which is absolutely crazy. I understand where Elon's coming from, because this has an effect on people's lives. People who are so brainwashed and plugged into these ideas, they see Sneeko joins, racist YouTuber joins Ye's campaign, even though I'm on Rumble. They're like, oh my God, they're destroying our name. And they're putting all this, they're just trying to paint me as a bad, it was a white dude writing this article calling me racist. Who the fuck do you think I'd be racist to if I'm joining Ye's campaign? It's
probably Jews.
Crazy.
I think is probably what people are thinking.
Yeah, but the Jews would also argue that they're not a race. The same Ben Shapiro argues that Jews aren't a race. They're it's a religion. That's the biggest misconception, even though they are a race.
There's no shot Shapiro said that. I can't possibly believe that. No
Shapiro
way.
said that. Yeah, he has.
I don't believe you.
Fuentes told me that, and that's a big reason why he doesn't want to debate him, because that comes down to identity politics. If you believe in Israel, and if
bro, Nick is one of the biggest identity politics people in the world. What do you mean?
How? What, Christianity?
White nationalism? What do you mean? He talks about race.
He's not a white nationalist, Destiny. He's not. He's a Christian nationalist.
One of the biggest points that he debates is the fundamental changing of the character of the United States after the 1965 Hart-Celler Immigration Act, that it changed the character of the country because we got so many brown people because of stuff like familial immigration. This is one of his biggest talking points. Go and ask him that if he could restrict immigration from non-white people, would he do it? He's going to tell you yes, that this country should look more like white Christian people. Ask him about the founding stock of America. Ask him about what the founders intended the United States to look like in terms of like racial demeanor. You should, seriously, like ask him. These aren't even like tricky questions. Just ask him what he'll say. Well, like, what do you think? If he thinks that like black and brown people intrinsically have like lower IQ than white people, why would he even want him here?
Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense if the fact that he's the communications director for the first dark-skinned, first like actual black president ever, that doesn't make sense.
A
like,
black guy that's talking about how much he loves Hitler? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't.
Wouldn't that make? Doesn't that actually make perfect sense? Doesn't that make more sense than literally anything else in the world? Isn't that the perfect thing that makes sense?
Okay, if he wants the country to be perfectly white, then he wouldn't be the communications director for the first black president.
Do you think there's anybody that is as popular as Kanye that Nick Fuentes could work with right now?
Trump.
I don't think Trump wants to work with Fuentes. Didn't Trump publicly disavow Fuentes?
He disavowed him, but at the dinner he said he was really impressed with Nick, and he said that Nick's really smart. He was complimenting him a lot.
Yeah, but he was complimenting him like
the GOP was disavowing him. He was like, "Oh, this guy, I need to." I don't really think he actually disavowed him. He just said he didn't know. He didn't know that Fuentes was.
He didn't know anything about Fuentes. Fuentes probably showed up and was well spoken, and Trump, being Trump, was like, "Oh yeah, he seems like a nice kid."
He knew about Fuentes. He put the face to that guy's name. He knew that he was leading some of the Stop the Steal, and he was at January 6th, but he didn't know exactly who the person was. But he was impressed with him, and I think that in another circumstance, Trump would benefit greatly from having Fuentes on. But basically, the point is like the fake news mob is very strong, and now it's happening. I mean, it happened to you too, and I'm surprised you didn't shift at all, especially like when. I mean, I'll go back to us getting played in the Senate, but they completely have a monolith on groupthink, and look, like it's affected my personal life. Like now I'm at the point where now I'm streaming on Christmas, talking to you, because a lot of people in my personal life, they're like, I'm racist, they don't want to associate with me. But that essentially, if you go down, it comes from a place of love. It's love speech, loving everybody. I don't love
blaming the Jews and talking about how the Holocaust is not real is not coming from a place of loving everybody.
I don't agree with that. That's not what I
That's
believe
fine
in.
if you don't agree with that, but that's what Fuentes talks about. That's what Kanye's been talking about. It doesn't matter if you agree with it or not. That's what they're saying. And that's what people are reacting and responding to.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what's your predictions for that campaign?
For what, Ye's campaign?
Yeah.
I think he'll get bored and drop it in a month or two. But I could be wrong. But that's what he did last time he was running for president.
How do you think it's going to change public discourse? Because nobody's talked about this. There's nobody been that vocal about Jews since Hitler.
I mean, it's making everybody a lot more worried about like fucking anti-Semitic shit in the United States, so it's having that impact at least. But like in terms of lasting changes and shit, I have no idea. I don't know. None of the like anti-Holocaust stuff none of that gives you pause for concern or anything?
I understand questioning it. I understand people's apprehension, the fact that you have to say 6 million, but one of the statements that triggers me, and I don't get triggered often, but like saying I don't care about your dead grandma, or I don't care about your dead, like these people are still alive, you know? There's people that survived it that are still around to this day. I think that's a bit insensitive, and even a lot of people in my chat would disagree with that. But imagine going up to a black person and saying, I don't care about your dead slave family. I think it's the same thing.
Okay. Jeez. Damn.
He's what? Your factory game?
No, just just the wild path your life has taken. It's just.
Yeah, it's been a lot since I first spoke to you. Like it's been a wild year. Like what have your end of year reflections been? This has been by far the craziest year of my life. Like I've been doing a lot of reflecting, thinking back. Like when I first spoke to you, I was a brokey in Brooklyn, just like kind of talking a bit, like still doing YouTube stuff like that. Since I first talked to you, I've met Andrew Tate, I've met Ye, part of this. Like woke mob came after me, canceled by big tech. distance myself from, like, a lot of people don't want to associate with me anymore. It's been by far the most wild year of my life. And part of like that first conversation was like the first domino, but to end up here now, it's like anybody in your chat too, can you like imagine being in that position? Like, what's your end of year reflections? Like, you've been streaming for a long time. Is this been an abnormal year, or is this regular?
I mean, every year gets a little bit more crazy than the last. It's just kind of how it goes. I'm just curious, and I'm not like saying, because I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you think I'm wrong and I think you're wrong, which is fine. I understand the difference in opinion. But like, do you ever worry, or what do you do personally to like keep yourself from falling down just like a really bad hole of like, fuck, I might be completely wrong on everything, and like realizing that like too late? Do you ever worry about that? Or do you ever think about that?
No, never. Wrong about what?
Anything, everything.
Name what's one thing that you think that I could consider being wrong about?
It's not so much like disagreeing about a particular thing. So like for me personally, one of the biggest fears that I have in life, because I'm a streamer, so I have a fan base that has a vested interest in, and I could have a vested interest in having a certain political opinion, right? Have you ever heard of the term audience capture?
No.
Audience capture is like, let's say that I give a whole bunch of like ultra blue pill takes like all day, every day. Well, what's going to happen is my audience is going to come to expect me to say that. And so what if I run into a problem in the future to where like I want to give a political take about something and I don't agree with the blue pill shit, but now I feel like I'm forced to because like my audience wants me to. Yeah, that's called audience capture.
Oh no, I have that all the time. I go back and forth my chat. My chat's saying like Walaban, W Taliban, Whitler every single day. I had a Jewish woman on yesterday, and like the chat was just a lot of it's trolling because Rumble's a free speech platform, so people are able to say whatever the fuck they want. But like people are, you know, being like like she's a Satanist, she's the devil, she's a succubus, and I openly disagree with them on that. But I think it's good to have back and forth. And I don't think that's ever gonna happen because part of my brand is being able to learn and to add information, to go back and forth, and to change my opinion about things. I like to actively grow and learn on my streams. I don't see myself getting myself boxed in there, and I don't think I hold any like hardcore. If you look like to the core of my beliefs, it's like I try to follow God, and I don't trust people who want to control me. So our first discussion was about how much we trust the government. You trust the government, and I don't. Ultimately my worldview is down to the fact that people who want to keep me controlled and people who want more money do not have the best interests of the population in mind. They want us to be controlled, and they want to keep us as pawns. And I don't see myself ever changing that belief because that just makes sense if you look where the money goes. That's where you find the truth. If you follow the money, you could see where the truth lies, and I don't see that ever changing.
Okay, so do you mind if can I ask you a hard question or hard questions? Yeah, I'm not. This is gonna sound like I'm grilling you, but I'm truly just interested.
Okay.
Do you believe me when I say that, or do you not believe me?
About audience capture?
No. That I'm like, because there's two ways, and I can understand, especially at this point, because of how different we are, especially politically. Like, you can either think I'm asking questions because I'm interested, or you think I'm asking questions because I'm trying to get like a dunk from my audience to like shit on you or whatever.
No, I think right now, I think you're genuinely interested. This is like a...
Okay, yeah, gotcha. All right, just curious. Okay, so this is like a problem that I have from my perspective when people usually say this thing like, oh, we just need to like, I'm just asking questions. That's like a really common thing that I hear a lot, okay? I think that just asking questions and doing your own research, I think that those are two things that are actually really good. I think those are amazingly good things to do. But the issue that I run into is that every time people talk about like doing their own research or asking questions, they don't actually do any research. They just kind of like listen to like a podcast person, or they just like take somebody's word for it, or they watch like maybe one YouTube video that's like highly conspiratorial.
What's your definition of research? Like academic articles?
Sure, like reading a variety of articles, like getting a variety of news sources, like seeing like, well, what is the mainstream, what does the alternative media have to say, what does a historian have to say, what does an expert have to say, what do people on the ground have to say, like getting like a variety of sources based on something.
That's what I do. I professionally interview people. I interview people on the street. I have debates with people regularly, people like you, people who believe in antidepressants. I take in a lot of different information. I challenge my beliefs consistently, way more than the average person does.
Sure. I guess my question is like in regards to, because the thing that obviously is blowing up for everybody is like the Holocaust related stuff. If people want to be critical of the Holocaust, I'm like, well, I don't know, like, do we just have to believe every figure, like without anything else? Like, is that really how it's supposed to go? Doesn't that seem kind of shitty? And I agree that it could seem kind of shitty, but like, have you ever done any like actual real additional research on the Holocaust? where you're like breaking open a book or like watching like a documentary?
I've read books. I've watched a lot of documentaries. I cross-reference the stuff I learned in school and different historians. There's even a lot of people that say that I'll talk about a World War II historian that I read, and then people be like, that's a bot historian. You need to read this guy. And then I'll check out this video from a different religion. You have to, yeah, I do.
So, okay, so here's like another hard question. And if you don't want to answer any of these, by the way, you don't have to. Okay, so I'm not trying to like make you like blah, blah, blah. Do you think that like, I'm just trying to, because I know what Fuentes' believes on this. Do you think that like 6 million Jews like actually died? Do you think that number is massively overinflated, or that it's about right? Or like, do you have any opinions on like number of people that have died in the Holocaust?
Okay, here's my answer because I don't want to get put on a no-fly list.
Sure.
But
wait, never mind. You don't even have to answer.
No, I'll answer. I'll answer.
Okay,
I don't want to get a no-fly list. But like but what I can confidently say is there's no way to know like if it's gas chambers, how are you going to be able to count who's counting 6 million corpses? It's impossible. There's no way to actually track that. Just like in any other war, in any complete genocide, there's no way to actually know how many people it is. And just the fact that they say it's 6 million, no more, no less, is a very weird number. And the fact that like you're called a Holocaust denier, if you even question that number, it sets off alarm bells in my head. So it could be a lot more, it could be less, but like actually 6 million, there's absolutely, especially if it's gas chambers, there's no way to know that. Who's doing the tally marks?
Okay, so this is a good example of what I'm talking about. So I think that question is a really good question. But I think that that's like the very first question that you would ask. So then my question would be, do you know how they tallied up the dead people? Or have you not looked into like even that most because and I'm only going by earlier, you said you'd watched documentaries and you'd read multiple books and you'd consulted multiple historians. Do you know how they came up with the numbers of how many people died during the Holocaust?
When it comes to World War II, there's different information for all of this. I've heard every single side.
Okay, but like, doesn't it seem like that should probably be like a pretty basic like answer in terms of like, well, how do we know how many people died during the Holocaust, right? Like, it feels like that would be like the first thing that a historian would probably go over, right? World War II, to my understanding, is the most studied historical event in all of human history, bar none. World War II is the most studied event. A lot of historians, it's still relatively modern, you know, getting into like lots of sophisticated record keeping, a lot of different actors involved. Like, World War II is insanely well studied. Do you really think that 6 million number is just like pulled out of nowhere and nobody's really thought about it?
Of course people thought about it, but like even though just article I pulled up, it's like they're saying, and this is encyclopedia.org, it says towards the end of the war, Nazis attempted to destroy much of the documentation. And of course there's so many conflicting ideas and there's so many different personal interests with all these countries. The entire world was remapped after World War II. There's just, I don't think there's any way to
wait,
ever
hold
know.
on. The entire world was not remapped after World War II.
Okay, that's an exaggeration, but all of Europe was remapped.
All of Europe was not remapped after World War II. Pretty sure most of the original border. Now, there were a couple of countries that got cut up in the southeast, but it's not like France and Germany and the UK and like Italy and all these countries like redrew all of their fucking borders.
Okay, a good part of Europe was remapped after. My point is that there were so many different interests from all these different countries. I don't think I can't be convinced by any like what historian. Everybody has their own personal interest. Who could you trust when from what nation? Everybody has different biases when it comes to this. Who could you actually trust when it comes to this?
A consensus of historians working across multiple countries to like figure out what's going on, right?
And then the Alex Jones people will say like, okay, but historians from all different countries are trying to push the globalist agenda, so they're going to push one specific narrative.
But the Alex Jones people,
know.
how many of those people are like speaking German and then digging into historical archives to figure out like what happened historically, you know, during World War II? Like, are these real people that have done real research, or are these people that are like screaming about like a Twitter post that they saw, right? Like, wouldn't you weight that differently? Like, a lot of World War II historians, especially those who deal with the Holocaust, it's kind of like doing like moral philosophy. Like, they speak German. Like, nobody will take you seriously talking about deontology. You can't fucking read Kant like in the native language, right? And it's the same thing too, I think, for a lot of World War II researchers. Like, a lot of these people will actually read German because they want to read the original documents relating to a lot of the historical events that they're going over. And you would compare somebody that's like digging through archives to like Alex Jones, who's going on like Twitter headlines, who's never seen an original World War II document or read a primary source about any of this probably in his entire life? Or like, I guess like a question would be like, what evidence could possibly convince you otherwise? Oh, and then also, I would be careful here, as weird as this sounds, I wouldn't want to slander Alex Jones here because Alex Jones fucking hates Nazis, and he absolutely would not be on board with like the Holocaust revision stuff.
I'm not slandering Alex Jones.
Sure. No, well, I don't want it because it sounds like we're using Alex Jones as an example of something that would deny the Holocaust, and I don't think Alex Jones would. I think Alex Jones is a pretty big Holocaust believer.
I'm not even denying the Holocaust. I know the Holocaust happened. Just the baseline point is that.
Well, but your idea is that
6 million.
Sure. Do you think the Dresden bombings were about as bad as the Holocaust?
No.
Have you heard that talking about? Okay, because that's the talking about. Like, it's never a full-on denial. That's like old school. That's like stupid, like old Nazism, right? The new neo-Nazi talking points are like, well, no, of course the Holocaust happened, but there's probably like a few 100,000 Jews, not 6 million. How could you even know the numbers? Could the gas chambers really run that fast? If you were trying to bake 6 million cookies and you only had 11 ovens working full time, where are the smoke clouds? Weren't the doors made out of wood, right? Every single one of these points is addressed by historians if you take the time to like read any of it. But it feels like a lot of people don't actually take the time to dig through it. They just say like they do their own research and then they don't. I guess like ordinarily it'd be kind of like a whatever meme, like I don't really care much. But like when it seems like anti-Semitic rhetoric in the United States is like on a huge upswing, and then like people like you are kind of like being responsible for driving more of it. I don't know. I just think it's a little bit sad and a little
You think
bit
I'm
scary.
pushing anti-Semitism?
Yes, absolutely.
What part of what I said is pushing anti-Semitism?
When you say things like, I think that the number of Jews killed during the Holocaust is grossly exaggerated. That's an anti-Semitic talking point.
I didn't say it was exaggerated. I'm saying there's no way to actually know. I didn't say that it was.
So you think more than 6 million Jews could have been killed?
I think it's impossible to strictly determine that it was 6 million.
Okay.
I didn't say more or less.
Sure, I can tell you why it's anti-Semitic, right? If it's impossible to know, why do we use that number?
I mean, it's very effective at silencing any anti-Semitism. The ADL and all these.
Yeah, okay, that's an
I really don't want to get debanked, but like.
Sure, I know, but that's it. So that talking point is anti-Semitic, right? The idea that Jews are leveraging the Holocaust in order to shield themselves from criticism. That's an anti-Semitic talking point,
that's
right?
Not an that's just true. They use that. They use the Holocaust to silence anybody who has any criticism towards Jews, and you don't see any other race. And I constantly say that black people should be able to do the same thing with slavery, and they don't. Jews have used that to become stronger. They use the Holocaust to completely prevent that from happening again. It's not anti-Semitic.
Okay, hold on. Firstly, black people. First of all, black people do use that. Okay, we just had the whole fucking BLM riots. Okay, I don't know if you remember those or not. So black people in the United States absolutely do talk about their history as well. But
I don't know if that was black people that were benefiting off of.
Okay, it was
riots.
BLM. But regardless,
there was more black violence during BLM than there has been in the past.
Okay, that's fine. And there are more people that defend Jews than just Jewish people, right? There's white people too, right? So, do you think
I defend Jews all the time? I defend.
Okay, don't you think it's possible? Don't you think it's possible that one of the reasons why they want to like keep reminding people of this is so that you don't like slip back into that anti-Semitic world that Jews have a? Yeah, but now you're doing it. We're not agreeing. You're saying that they're using it as a shield from criticism. I'm saying maybe they're just bringing it up because they're worried that like another fucking Holocaust might happen.
I mean, it comes from the same place. They don't want another Holocaust to happen. They've used that to band together and become stronger.
No, those are two wildly different claims. Saying like, hey, don't forget this because I don't want to get fucking genocided again is a lot different than saying like, they're using this to increase their power so that they can have Israel be the rightful ruling country of the world. Those are two.
It started with that, and now it's very useful in having ultimate power.
Ultimate? What is the ultimate power?
Silencing any criticism and shutting people up as soon as they criticize. As soon as they say anything. Ye said DEFCON 3, I'm going to go DEFCON 3 in Jewish people, and then they completely look at how much power they have now because for so many decades they've said 6 million, 6 million, 6 million. They got to the point where they could just shut you out like that.
If I were to tweet out like I'm going DEFCON 3 on black people or trans people, you'd probably get...
Fine. You will be fine.
Hold on.
They said slavery was a choice.
Wait. Hold on.
7 years ago,
Firstly,
nothing happened.
First of all, no, he got a ton of heat for that statement. I don't know if you're not
He got dragged on Twitter. He didn't get debanked. He didn't get all of his. He didn't lose his Adidas deal. He didn't lose he didn't lose his bank account.
Yeah, because that was a random statement.
On Twitter.
Bro,
they just called
he
him
lost
dumb.
his Chase bank account shit was gone before he even made those fucking yay statements. He lost the Adidas deal, sure, but the Chase shit, he was talking shit about that bank way before he made any public statements for it. I'm pretty sure he was talking shit about the entire executive team because they weren't treating him how he wanted to be treated. But regardless of that, yeah,
Chase Bank was after the DEFCON 3 statement.
Google it. Go. I don't want to do every single story with you, okay? But Google Chase Bank drops yay, and that decision had been made because of comments that he'd made about that bank and the executives prior to any weird Nazi shit. The Adidas deal I'll admit that the Adidas deal was lost, but the statements that he started making about Jews were even more extreme than the statements that he was making about black people in slavery. So I mean, like, that's not that surprising. I don't think that's because
How was
Jews
it
are...
more saying slavery was a choice?
Did you even have you even listened to Kanye's comments about that?
Yes.
Okay, what did he mean when he said that?
Saying that when you're enslaved for that long and you continue in that place, then eventually it becomes a choice if you stay enslaved after a certain amount of time.
Close, kind of, yeah. What he's saying is that, like, slavery becomes like a state of mind, essentially, right? That, like, you can
Exactly.
get
After a certain amount of time,
yeah,
you get used to it.
Yeah, you can get locked into these mental patterns, you know. So those statements...
Right. You don't lose your Adidas deal for talking about any other ethnicity, any other...
No. But if he was out here saying, like, black people deserved slavery, or, like, slavery was fake, or I don't think it happened, or whatever, or, like, black people should be happy they were enslaved in America because now they got to come and live here when it's way better than living in Africa. If he would have said shit like that, he probably would have gotten fucked.
You can't equate that to his comment. He said, I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
That's not all he said. He said, I loved Hitler. He said he didn't believe in the Holocaust. He said the Jewish people control the media.
That was after all the cancellation.
Okay.
I Love Hitler and everything was after the cancellation. Saying I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. That was
okay? Let me I just want this to be entered in the record, so when people go and fact check, because you're wrong on this. I know you're wrong on this, but you can say it clearly. That statement. But do you think that I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on the Jews? You think that's the only anti-Semitic statement that he made for Adidas to drop him? That was the only one that he made. Because it wasn't. But I just want to hear you think. If you think that's the only statement that he made.
What else do you think it was?
I don't remember, but he was doing a lot of weird, like, tweeting and speech. I think, didn't he give that thing in front of the cars? But was that before the Adidas thing in front of the car where he's like, I'm not going to say who did it, blah, blah, blah. It was the Jews.
Red Media was after. That was after the DEFCON 3 tweet was the first one.
Okay. Did he say, like, I can say anti-Semitic shit and Adidas won't drop me? Was that before Adidas dropped him?
That was before Adidas dropped him, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would have to go back and look at it, but I know he made more statements than just that one tweet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, anyway, what else is that? Where have you been? Have you been, like, traveling back and forth between here and LA a ton lately?
No, I've been in Miami. I want to talk about this eventually, but, like,
yeah, you don't have to reveal anything. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, it's there's a lot that I want to talk about eventually, but I just don't want to It's really weird, like, meeting him after all these years.
Listening to his music for so long.
Yeah, and all that. There's so much that I want to say, but I don't want to, Yeah, he's definitely, there's nobody like that I've ever met. Do you think he's autistic?
Jesus. He's something. Wait, where are you allowed to say where you live now in Miami? Or, like, I moved to Miami Beach, so that's why I was just curious. I don't know how.
Yeah, I live in Brickell.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you're something. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Or manic or something. I don't know. He's something. He's something. But he thinks people only say that to him to try to lock his mind away, so I don't know.
Maybe a lot of people, they do try to handle him. He tweeted out, like, how they were trying to take away his children. I've never seen that amount of pressure. He's been, like, very transparent about how Hollywood tries to control you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have. Chappelle's talked about that a lot too, right? That was his whole thing for leaving and everything.
Yeah, did you even notice when he did that SNL speech, he gave out that statement before, like, just making sure he was reading that piece of paper saying, before I get into this, I love Jewish people. I'm not a bad person.
That was a joke.
I don't think that was a joke. I think he said it like it was a joke in his Chappelle way, because everything he says sounds funny, but I think that was genuine. That was him covering his ass.
No, that was genuinely a joke, because he kind of sort of almost covered for Ye a bit during that fucking stand-up routine. That was definitely a joke. Yeah, for sure.
What do you say that covered him?
Well, like he was making jokes about, like, I'm not saying every Jew is blah blah blah, but if you go there, they might all be Jew. Like, he was making, like, a lot of kind of, like, backhanded jokes like that. Like, I don't think he was 100% in disagreement with.
He also wasn't completely defending him either. He was just mostly doing, like, observational humor. He did a good job of playing both sides and getting the liberals in New York City to clap for him.
Sure. Okay. Hold on, RTBA. fuck, I need an account. Do you have to copy paste what do you want me to say? I don't know. Okay.
All right, man. Enjoy your factory game.
Thank you.
What time do you think you're gonna be done streaming?
Fuck, I don't know. Melina doesn't get back till like really late, so I'm not sure. Yeah. But I'll shoot you a text when she's here if you want to go out. We'll see if we can do something. Go for it.
All right, cool. Make sure to use a good picture of me when your editor clips this
Tell
up.
August he's listening. Okay, August, yeah.
Yeah,
Here's a good
August,
picture.
like, he's gonna make a picture of me looking like completely like manic. Like Sneeko's anti-Semitic. I don't think I've said anything anti-Semitic. I'm genuinely not an anti-Semitic person.
I know you. I know you're saying you're not, but like just as one more time for like maybe 3 people in your audience, I guess, to get this understood or whatever. The reason why Holocaust revisionism is considered anti-Semitic is because people usually claim that the Holocaust is either grossly exaggerated or entirely fabricated as a means for. That's fine. I don't care. But you're playing defense from
You should care. No, you should.
When you
care.
say
if
things
you're
like
gonna call me anti-Semitic,
when you say things like how could we know the numbers, right? You're essentially claiming.
But you can say that about any war.
Okay, hold on. No, you can't say that anywhere because there's census numbers, there's registrations, there's logs of people entering and leaving camps, there's records of train cars full of people, there's census data from before and after, there's reports from family, there's all sorts of ways to track people. They're not just like throwing darts at a board. There's tons of different ways. And if you do a little bit of research, you can stumble upon all the different ways that they track people. If you really care about it.
History is written by the winner.
No, that's not true. History is written by historians. That's why there are negative things recorded in history about the United States of America, even though the United States of America has won the vast majority of its wars. That's why in the United States, even though we're the victors...
Where's the Nazi historian? Where's the Nazi historian who was part of that and then has now written logs about what happened? They got wiped out, or they're in Argentina.
They haven't gotten wiped out. There's plenty of people. David Irving was a huge writer trying to vindicate fucking Hitler's record, and that dude ended up going to court trying to sue people over calling him a Nazi, and he lost on the facts when his shit got reviewed. So no, there are historians even today, and he was a guy that dug through the archives and went through records and read original fucking shit in order to figure out what he's saying. No, there's tons of people today. There's tons of historians. Like, a lot of topics are debated hotly among these academic communities. Even if people
just listen to how even if like just me questioning the amount, I get labeled anti-Semitic by you. Just questioning the amount of people.
It's because
is anti-Semitic.
The problem is that you don't understand, like, you just don't understand what asking the question is like. Like, you understand you can do a lot of, like, damage by asking certain types of questions.
Asking a question is anti-Semitic.
Okay, if I were to walk around and I were to ask
is
you,
that
like,
what you're saying? Are you saying asking a question is anti-Semitic?
It can be part of it, yeah. If I were
that's absolutely insane, and that's how free speech dies.
If I were to walk around, if I were to
questioning.
No. You're the one killing freedom of speech, okay? Because you're not asking real questions. You're playing word games. Because if you were asking real questions, like, how do they know how many Jews died? You wouldn't even ask me that. That's a Google search away. That's literally 2 minutes of reading. But you haven't even done that. So you're not really asking questions. You're making points and you're disguising those points with question marks. And that's why people are claiming it's anti-Semitic. Free speech dies not when we can't ask questions. It's when people pretend to ask questions and bad faith actors destroy the discourse. Then we can't have free speech anymore. Yeah, that's what's happening.
You're assuming by me asking a question that I'm making a statement that it's grossly exaggerated. That's never
what I said. But you are.
I genuinely don't believe that.
Okay, do you think that it's the case that maybe way more Jews died in the Holocaust?
That's possible.
Okay, what do you think is more likely? More Jews or less Jews? If Jewish people are using this story to drum up support for Israel and Jewish people across the world, would they exaggerate it or would they underplay it?
I don't think there's a way to know. And then I am not leaning on either side.
Okay. All right, well, anything else you want to go over?
Merry Christmas.
Okay.
W Jesus.
Merry Christmas.
Jesus and Destiny.
And you know what? Hey, happy Hanukkah if you celebrate it, okay? Have fun, buddy.
Yeah, happy Hanukkah. Lahan.
Okay, see you later, bye.
All right, bye.
Jesus. This tweet has a link to more context of the we need to rewrite comment. 11 minutes. Ah, fuck it. Let's listen to it. I'm really tired.
Hey, welcome to my face. Hey, George. Hey, you should send.
Oh, nice, dude. No fucking volume. Amazing. and sound fixer doesn't work. Hold on.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to my face.
Hey, George.
Hey.
You should send out that diagram you made of the Twitter software architecture.
All right, I'll post
Yeah,
it.
it's epic.
You know, the worst thing is I don't even think that's the problem.
Okay.
Like, the diagram itself is fine, and that diagram is easy for 20 people to keep in their heads. I think the problem is when you have thousands of engineers, you're going to get millions of lines of code.
Yeah. Is there like 20 million lines of Scala or something like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's a lot.
I've looked into the number of lines of just some of the microservices, and it's unbelievable.
Yes.
It just, again, I have no programming background at all. I don't, and I'm truly just going completely out of my ass. I'm going to be honest with you. 95% of my fucking programming knowledge comes from the Programmer Humor subreddit, okay? That's where like 95% of it comes from, okay? This just, it sounds like middle management to me, where you've got a guy and he comes in and he's like, I think we need to look at improving, we need to streamline some of our microservices. And it's like, what's wrong with them? Well, I heard there's like 15,000 lines of code for them. It's like, okay, which ones do you want to get rid of? Like, what does that mean? Say something.
Okay, I found some stuff where people would just copy and paste code, and it looks like it was largely copy and pasted just so somebody could have committed a lot of lines.
Yeah.
Really? Is that... It's just somebody's like, look at how big my commit is as I just copy paste. Seriously? Is that really what's happening?
And like, yeah.
Oh shit, Tag is in chat. Tag, what's up? I'll pull you on after if you want, okay? I'll pull you on. Yeah, I'll pull you on after.
If that's what the company's incentive structures are, you're going to end up with this. And I think a lot of people say that you need this complexity at scale, but it has nothing at all to do with scale.
No, it doesn't
Scale?
have anything. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Like, there's two types of scale. There's horizontal scale and vertical scale. Horizontal scale should require nothing. Vertical scale, sure, if you have like edges in a graph, it's going to be a bit to maintain. But yeah, if you don't have that, it has nothing to do with the complexity. The complexity is just a function of the number of engineers in your organization.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to say 1 point for every line of code and 2 points for every line you delete. That should be the incentive structure.
Wait. Can we start?
I don't know. I don't. Like, does a line of code count? Like, if I put... I don't know. Never mind. I don't know. I truly don't know. Maybe that is how you should pay people. It's like per line of code contributed. Like, you need to like obfuscate with like the most ridiculously fucking complex fucking script, whatever dumb shit you could do. Like, it just sounds so stupid, right? That's the issue. But I don't know. I don't know. Just saying. I don't know, right? Like, am I getting paid like per curly brace here, or like?
Start doing that at Twitter. A lot of people are writing 100%. A lot of lines of code.
It should be like, 2 points for like deleting a line, 1 point for adding a line.
I was sitting there this morning. One of the things that was so demoralizing was I was sitting there this morning reading Git log and watching all the new lines go into the code base. And I'm like, literally nothing I do here can do anything.
What does that even mean? Can you imagine this is the guy overlooking your fucking code? That like you fucking do your fucking project and you push to whatever fucking whatever branch you're working on, and then some guy emails you and is like, so I've noticed that you just submitted 47 lines of code. Did you really need that many? Couldn't you have done it in 30? Like, what do we even? This sounds like a fucking. This sounds like a parody. This sounds like some fucking not The Office. Yeah, The Office. I was gonna say Office Space. It sounds like The Office. It's like Michael Scott.
Okay. I mean, yeah. There is signal. There is some signal, but the signal to noise ratio is not great yet. It will be, but it's not great yet.
I worry about the lines going to the code base for view counts also.
that should be easy. That's the weird thing. Honestly, it's like that microservices sketch. Have you seen that? That's which is a super funny.
Oh yeah, the YouTube video.
Extremely accurate.
Yeah.
It's like where the guy's trying to add birthday to the profile, and it's like it's going to take like a year, and it's 8,000 microservices.
You gotta go to Bingo. Bingo knows his name. Hit up Galactica. You know, Galactus. Oh yeah.
Galactus, exactly. And then there's ISO timestamp. Oh man, that didn't come through. Okay, we're screwed.
This isn't even where the crazy that feature in particular, the complexity of it has to do with its higher QPS than anything else at Twitter. So you have way more.
Oh my god. I was trying to think, if I was a musician, what could somebody say to like trigger me like this? I want to see if somebody's connected to my brain with me saying that. Who is Elon Musk? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what just popped in my brain? Fuck, one person. No one's gonna get it. I don't know, it might be more, I don't think it's an obscure movie at all. Oh, NNN, my brother.
A good effort. Oh, well, decidedly that. An excellent effort. You have shown us something quite new tonight.
It is new. It is, isn't it, sire?
Yes, indeed.
So, then you liked it. You really liked it, sire.
Well, of course I did. It's very good. Of course, now and then, just now and then, it seemed a touch,
What do you mean, sire?
Well, I mean, occasionally it seems to have, how shall one say, how shall one say, Director?
Too many notes, Your Majesty.
Exactly. Very well put. Too many notes.
I don't understand. There are just as many notes, Majesty, as are required, neither more
This is like a one-to-one analogy. There are too many lines of code.
nor less.
Well, my dear fellow,
Which ones
there
would you
are, in
remove?
fact, only so many notes the ear can hear in the course of an evening. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I, court composer?
Yes. Yes. On the whole, yes, Majesty. This is absurd.
My dear young man, don't take it too hard. Your work is ingenious.
Fuck, I'm gonna get copyright hit. Hold on, let me see if I can time steer this before it shuts my stream off.
It's quality work. And there are simply too many notes. That's all. Just cut a few and it'll be perfect.
Which view did you have in mind, Majesty?
And then Elon shuts down the call. Who is this asshole? I'm sorry, but this is exactly what it sounds like to me. Holy shit.
Impressions, way more views than you do likes. And
Yeah,
if
but-
you want to, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the thing is, the view count is already. Views are already being counted. They're just batched. And
Yes.
So if you do a batched write, you can do a batched read. It should be like roughly equivalent. It's provided you don't care about it in real time. It's like in real time, I think doesn't matter for view count. And for the larger audience out there, we're just literally trying to show people how many times a tweet was viewed, because that's really going to make Twitter pop a lot more than just looking at the number of likes, because people are reluctant to do public likes or replies, and you'll often see if people look at their own view count that the number of tweet views can sometimes be 100 times more than the number of likes. It's just there's so many people that use Twitter in read-only mode, because there needs to be like some sort of setting here where you can say, okay, I like something, but I don't want Earth to know that I like that thing. Or frankly, if let's say there was an earthquake. In fact, there was an earthquake today, but nobody likes an earthquake. It's noteworthy, and that should just be an indicator of interest where you can say, this is noteworthy. I don't heart an earthquake, but like right now, you have a choice of either hearting an earthquake or nothing. So
do we really?
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna. Okay, so this is.
Dude, this is just like your manager comes to you like, we need more features. Okay, what do you want, boss? Okay, firstly, we need verification to be open for everybody. And also, that's going to be a fucking disaster. So we also need to reinvent verification. So after we open the first verification open for $8 a month, we also need to have a second verification to replace the first verification. Okay, stage 2. I want something that's like a like, but not a like. Okay, so maybe like a saw or like approve of. So like, give me like a secondary like. Even the current iteration of Twitter, and I'm not even like a big design guy, the view thing looks like ass. I don't know why the fuck they stuck this here. I don't like it. Do we need this? Does it matter? Like, I feel like you could already figure out between like we already had ratioing. You could already tell between like comment responses and fucking between comment responses and likes and shit. You could already tell like how popular a tweet was or wasn't. I don't know.
We can go off into product and say what product should be view counts. I shouldn't have even brought that up as whether it's a good feature or a bad feature or a hard feature. My point is, it is so impossible to move.
Views are good. The only reason why I don't like the views things is because I don't know what views mean, I guess. That's my issue with that's my issues with the views button. So like, for instance, if somebody's like liking something, I know that somebody's engaged. If somebody's commenting something, I know somebody's engaged with something. But I don't know if a view is like, let's say somebody's got their phone up and they just like scroll through like 100 tweets. Am I getting a view on that? Does that count as an impression? Or if somebody clicks like a tweet thread and the whole thing pops up, does that count as an impression? Or if it's like, I just have no idea. Or like right here, like even for this particular thing, even when I just looked at. So like when I load this page, did everything just get one view? Like every loaded tweet on this page? Or is it only when I scroll down far enough? Or do I have to hover over it? Or do I need to click on it to engage with it? Or, like, I have no idea like where these come from. That's like the annoying thing for me, I guess. That's why I don't like the feature. That's why I prefer like more solid metrics of engagement. But
okay, and for my calculation,
wrong one. Okay, sorry. Back to this.
In this code base because it was built by so many engineers. And I think this is true at every single FANG company. And I think the way that you beat them is you figure out how to have, how about this? The same serialization and deserialization that is so expensive for all the microservices is also true for people. The cost to deserialize and like the cost to just get somebody onboarded and brought up is so high, and then what they end up doing is bad, that like, yeah, like this is where all this overhead comes from, in both writing the features and in executing the code. Again, I think they're the same thing. I think the company's code base and the company itself are inextricably linked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is generally true that you can see the flaws in a product, that like whatever the flaws are in a company's organizational structure manifest themselves in the product, whether that's a physical product or as a software. And so Twitter was incredibly siloed, so then you had incredibly siloed software development. Where communication didn't make sense. Yeah.
Who raised their hand? Yeah, no, absolutely true.
But hey, at least Spaces is working.
Yeah.
I think another thing too for Elon answering these questions, like I think part of being a leader, I talk about this a lot, that like part of being an effective leader is learning how to delegate. If somebody wanted to come on and they wanted to ask me questions about like, oh, like can you explain like how your site works? Like my response would be, yeah, of course I can. Let me go ahead and grab Cake to do it, or let me grab Jada or somebody. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to tell you like how our APIs work or how like the fucking chat services work, or like, because I'm not gonna be able to explain it to you. I wouldn't even fucking try. I know that's outside of my wheelhouse.
Do you have any perspective on this? What should Twitter do?
I think that there's a lot of conflation here of like number of engineers, number of features, and amount of time, where like for a company to iterate on its product and change and add things like Spaces, there has to be a lot of exploration, and those teams will often build their own things in order to not get stuck by a lot of the mud that we're describing here. And I'm sure that a lot of the stuff building the WebRTC and the connection infrastructure for Spaces is relatively separate from the rest of the core Twitter code base. but now we have more things in the mental model to deal with, and that's how we end up with that crazy diagram with all of the parts. There's some level of consistency in the core Twitter features now that I could see viability in rewriting that set with a small core team. But in order to keep exploring in lots of different directions at once, there is some amount of additional headcount necessary. I totally agree that like trimming as much as was done makes a ton of sense. But there is some amount of growth necessary to explore more as your company grows and as your product set or features grow.
This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking
Much
about.
harder to build if you don't know exactly what it is you're building. But what you want to do is you want to make the velocity of features as high as possible.
Yes. I mean, I think, frankly, if you want to have a really high velocity of features, I think
Oh, this is Tag. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I just dick rode you so hard. Sorry. Fucking sorry. My bad. Jesus.
Do a total rewrite of the whole thing. I'm
assuming when you say velocity of features, are you referring to like how long does it take to implement something from like idea and wireframe to like deliverable feature that you can at least look in a testing environment? Is that like the velocity of the feature? Is like what is like the time to implement an idea, or at least to like have it in testing? Is that what that means? So I'm guessing like more fucked code base, longer time, slower velocity, more bullshit work you have to do. Definition to deliver. Yeah. Okay.
One feature.
Seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, what is Twitter? Revolution or reform?
I just mean like literally like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists, or rewrite it.
But when you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like break it down.
Have you seen George's like diagram?
No. I mean like, what do you mean by crazy? No, seriously. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? I don't know. You gave me the fucking mic. I got no.
I didn't give you
the mic. Whoa, I'm doing the mic, and let's keep it civil in my space.
I mean, yeah.
Like what? No, man. You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Like what is the stack?
Keep things technical in my space, please.
Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on, give it to me.
All right. So first off,
amazing. Wow, you're a jackass.
Okay.
All right, no. I got no credibility here, buddy. I got no idea.
First off, let's keep my space civil.
Here,
we removed him from speakers.
Good.
Elon,
what a moron.
Can I go into it?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the biggest problems is that you can't run Twitter locally. So when I was at Facebook, you could run all of Facebook on a laptop. There is no way to run Twitter outside of a very bespoke configuration in a data center, and it makes it nearly impossible to build anything new on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 20 million lines of Scala. Think about that. That's insane. The thing that have you?
So the other guy talking, that sounded like he knew something, right? So I imagine, and again, I'm not a programmer, I don't know, but I imagine, I guess for a lot of larger like things, there's probably like scaled down versions where you can run something locally so that if you want to build new products or features, it's easy to have a local copy of something. You like emulate services, you program and you design something, and you can see how it works. And not being able to do that with Twitter might inhibit like new feature discovery or whatever, right? Or creation. That sounds like that's a decent answer. I can understand that. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. And then Elon immediately was like, yeah, 15,000 Antonin Scalia code lines, not good, And it's like, okay.
Did you post that diagram?
No. I didn't post the diagram, but
post the meme.
The joke of the diagram isn't that there's that many pieces. It's that when people think of a microservice, they think of 200 lines of code, not 200,000.
Yes.
And it's 200,000 for most of them.
It should be trivial to do something like add view count. It should be like like literally another sort of line in a database.
So
that whether or not something is trivial to add, like, all comes down to like the implementation of everything you've done. Sometimes adding a new thing, depending on like how your project is built out, can be incredibly easy. Other times it could like actually require an entire fucking rewrite, depending on like how things are done. I don't know. I'm being like really nitpicky. I don't like Elon, man, and everything he says just sounds so fucking stupid.
It should be trivial, but
that's also like a middle manager thing. You've got like some like very old like archaic fucking database or some shit, and he comes in and he's like, hey, I want to be able to add like profile pictures, like Facebook can do that. Like, can you just like add a line of code so that we can have like pictures in the database? And you have like no storage, you've got like no way to, and you're like, this is really complicated. He's like, no, it's really easy. Like, just add like a box. Right? My friend does HTML. Just like add a box and then make it so everybody can put a profile picture there. And it's like, that request is way more complicated than you think it does, right? Or than you think it is.
It's not trivial because of the insane complexity of the Twitter software stack.
I disagree about view count. I think view count is actually inherently a hard feature. But for example,
so even the guy. Wait, is that the tag guy talking? Fuck. I don't want to dig right you fucking piece of shit if you're coming on.
Right now, there's a service.
Or is that Jason? I don't know if that's a different guy.
That runs a model, and there's a service that calls that, like, there's a RPC to run a model, basically.
No, that's
at
George.
Comma, it's one line if you want to put the model inside the process. At Twitter, it's 2 weeks of the best.
Okay. All right. Do you want to message me or add me on Discord? I don't know what you want to add. Tag does not have permission on the call. No, he just has to add me on Discord. I can hop in a random Vox channel in your server. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I'm not gonna be able to fucking join any channel still, huh? Because my shit is fucked. Based. Wait, join general lobby and I'll just DM you. Because I think I can do private calls for some reason. Well, you just made me before when you said you liked the changes to verification on Twitter. Oh no, my shit is working. No, it sounded like their original plan for verification. What I thought I heard initially sounded like a good idea. It sounded like they were gonna keep the original verification process in place, but they were gonna open it up to people to pay to get access to the verification process. Not just like, you spend like $8 and you're automatically verified. That sounds fucking stupid, right? I feel like I heard him say initially that was what the plan was, and then it just became like, oh, $8 for a check mark. What are you guys doing in here? What the fuck?
We're hanging out.
We were hanging out. Why are you hanging out in Destiny's room? This is my room.
Yeah, we were gonna also help you out with your little discussion.
Oh, well, who are you?
To George.
Oh,
You've given me a physical hug, bro.
That's Facebook guy.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. I just checked. Well, but I don't know you as I'm gay / gay. Are you making fun of pronouns with that?
He's gay.
Yeah.
Is that your pronouns, gay? When you say he's gay, don't you mean gay's gay?
Yeah.
Yeah, misgendering him.
Listen, I have like multiple shields, alright? You can't make fun of me.
Well, cool. Hold on, I'm waiting for that guy to join general lobby. If he can figure out how to do it.
George Otts?
No, the tech guy who was in this call apparently is also in my chat.
Theo?
Is he Theo?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Theo.
He's T3 is what he said, I think.
Oh, that's a different guy.
Ooh. Is that actually Theo? I can't tell. Let's track it then.
He said, I'm in waiting room.
T1, waiting room, yeah.
Oh, wait, is it Theo?
Yeah, it's Theo.
Theo.
Are you sure that's him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy in chat? Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Oh. Hi, what's up?
Yo. Yep. That's me. T3.gg. I suck at branding.
Cool. Well, what's up? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Happy holidays.
Dude,
Good
happy
life.
holidays, man.
Yeah, so I saw you saw my unexpected talk with Elon.
Yeah, wait, are you like an employee at Twitter?
No, I was an employee at Twitch for about 5 years and then I quit. Now I run a startup.
Wait, what were you doing on Twitch that I'm still fucking banned?
Yeah, I am one of many who was very frustrated by that. Probably the only one on the safety team.
Wait, hold on. When did you stop working for Twitch?
2017. I stopped in 2020.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Wait, 2021
no,
last
that's
year.
what I asked. When did you stop working for Twitch?
2020, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, were you part of Trust and Safety?
Yeah, it was Trust and Safety. I don't know if I said 2020. 2021, at the beginning of last year, I left finally. I was in Creator when I did that. I, as many Twitch employees, was reorged like 7 times and also hopped teams a lot. So I started on Creative. I wrote the video in for Bob Ross Marathon, like the Power Rangers, Mr. Rogers, all that stuff. Hopped over to VOD. It was a nightmare. Hopped over to Safety. Built a lot of the internal video and internal stuff there. Then I built ModView. Really proud of that still. Got bored. Went over to Creator. Tried fixing the dashboard in Studio. Got really frustrated with those teams and gave up. And here I am.
Do you know, is his name, does it start with an R? The head of the guy? Do you know what I'm talking about for Trust and Safety?
Oh, yeah. If it is who I think it is, yeah, he's a good friend.
Yeah, he seemed like a cool guy. I had lunch with him and a few times, but he couldn't save me. So fuck him. I don't like him anymore.
You weren't savable. I am sorry.
It's all good. Don't worry. One day, when Twitch is crumbling, they'll come crawling back to me. Okay.
Yeah. I've been like, I could go on a whole rant about what's happened to like the politics scene on Twitch, but your presence is missed.
Yeah, don't worry. Oh God, Melina told me a fucking horror story, about she went to like they invited a bunch of creators to like, how can we improve IRL content on Twitch, to like a summit thing or whatever at TwitchCon, and it was like her. Oh, did you hear about this?
There was a few things like this. I haven't heard in detail this one.
Oh yeah, it was her and like a few other people. I think maybe ST Peach, maybe Jake and Bake, and then it was like this like legion of like fucking like politics streamers, like Denims and stuff like that. And apparently they spent the whole time talking about like politics streams. And Melina was like, it's so fucking awkward being here, like with you being banned, and then they're not talking about any IRL content except for like this stuff, like this politics shit. And it was like the cringiest fucking. But I wasn't there to see it, so I'm just going by her reporting. But I thought that was funny. Yeah.
That's hilarious. There's a bunch of those like awkward partner rooms. I had a fun one where like I had access to a lot of staff stuff because I'm also a streamer and a partner on Twitch. So I got into some of the like partners networking with like the higher up Twitch staff stuff. And since there's been so much churn over the last year or 2 years, almost nobody recognized me. So I was able to go in like an unfamiliar face and just like figure out what the hell's going on. And I have never been more bearish on Twitch. It's a total shit show. I'm upset. I had a conversation with Emmett not too long ago, like 4 or so months ago, and he started swinging me the other way, but just like all of his hires have been bad. All of the decisions have been worse. They've treated me in particular like absolute shit. I'm so done with Twitch.
Has he, well, you're literally done. You don't work there anymore, right?
Yeah. I still stream on Twitch, but
yeah. Are you, wait, is Emmett still CEO?
Yes,
oh,
somehow.
Okay. Justin's not there anymore, right?
Justin hasn't been there since like 2015 or so, not even. Like he wasn't really even there for the Twitch transition.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he wasn't CEO before then either. Michael Seibel was.
Okay, anyway, what's up?
Not much. I wanted to try my best to steelman a little bit of Elon and George's take here because I think there can be an argument made for a rewrite, but I don't think either of them made it.
Yeah, I want to be ultra clear here, okay? I'm not arguing that Twitter's code base is like neat and tidy, well maintained, and has like, you know,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
I think that your point's been
my point is just that anytime Elon talks, he comes off to me like Trump, where he just doesn't know what he's talking about. He always gives me that feeling. And I said this even before Twitter, because people are going to accuse me of being politically biased. I always said before that he has this uncanny ability to go on stage and start talking about things. And it, like, I listened to him do speeches on, it was even, I think it was like AI or something. And it just like, some of the things he was saying was like, this guy doesn't, he sounds like he's good at kind of like, I don't want to say being a con man, but like he'll talk about shit, but he doesn't really know what he's talking about. It's like a lot of buzzwords and shit. But yeah, that's the irritating thing when I hear him talking. It could be the case like Twitter's code base is a fucking mess and it needs a rewrite and all that shit. He just sucked ass at like talking about that at all.
Yeah, I don't know the current state of Twitter's code base. I've heard mixed things, mostly good-ish. I'm thinking much more like as a CEO and like on the like higher level, since I've been on both sides of like running a business and also running a code base.
Sure.
Why it would make sense to do something that even many of the engineers might not agree with here. There's like in any code base that's that old, like 15-ish years for many parts, like
Jesus,
it's just that's a lot of baggage to move with. There's a general theory, I forgot the guy who came up with this, but it's like just broken my brain since I heard it. It's every 3 years any given piece of software gets 3 times easier to write.
Okay.
And when you have code that's been around for 15 years, a lot of it is written in a way that's exponentially more complex than it has to be now.
Sure. And these are like, I hear horror stories of like, there's like one fucking guy in the office that can like maintain like some particular thing. And if like a guy leaves, you're like fucked or shit like that. I don't know how true that is for like modern software development, but yeah.
I think the bigger problem when you're in a product org is when changes need to be made, who knows the thing well enough to make those changes reliably, and how many things have to be changed in order to make that product real.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Twitter's an interesting spot because they're not profitable, and they're in a really rough spot, especially since Elon doesn't know how ads work. So I think that like they should be focused on adding things and finding opportunities to make more money. And in the pursuit of that, like if they sit down, write out look at the numbers, look at the path to profit, look at how much money they're making, look at their burn, look at their runway. Realistically speaking, what's the most likely to make them profitable the soonest? And if they're not sure about that thing, and a rewrite would theoretically let them do 3 things instead of 1 slightly faster, just like plot all these paths, which gets you money fastest.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Like if there were features that I could like, if I could rewrite a huge chunk of my website in order to like in the future support like 2 chat rooms, or if I could like rewrite a small part that allows me to support like tier 6, 7, and 8 subs, I'd probably opt for the smaller part quicker because there's a quicker path to monetization there, and then we work on the other stuff later, especially if I was like bleeding cash or something and I needed some, right?
Exactly. And this is why the view count thing is the stupidest fucking circle around like bullshit. Why did they put any time into that? Like they're burning money and they're like rebuilding half their infra so they can put an arbitrary number so Elon feels better when he goes to bed at night. Like that's all view count is. It's like an ego stroke because he was jealous when he looked at other platforms and how well things are doing on those. He just wanted a number to point at so he could feel better.
This is spiteful, so I'm trying not to buy into this, but I saw a really funny tweet. I don't know how true this is, but it's the idea that basically like every new feature from Twitter is coming from some like ass pain that like Elon had in the past. So like I saw somebody link something where it was like when Apple was shitting on him, it was like the next day he was like, we're going to remove like the, written on iPhone shit, like stuff like that, basically, that a lot of the features are being added or removed based on stuff that's like personally frustrating him. If that's true, that's pretty funny, but yeah.
Almost certainly to an extent. I like the way that they've changed safety stuff in particular around like parody accounts and shit's clearly a direct response to him being bullied and feeling insecure.
Sure.
I would say that rewrites, probably in the way that Elon means it, probably not a good idea. Facebook actually rewrote their entire website semi-recently. And when I say rewrite,
I had a great chat with the guy who did that like 2 weeks ago at a React event in the city that I was speaking at.
Yeah, so when I say that doesn't mean literally like start from scratch.
Yeah.
That is hoist the old website on stilts and then start removing the stilts and replacing them with, better things over time. Because it never makes sense to actually rewrite everything from scratch. There's a lot of built-up knowledge and history, and there's reasons why things are written a certain way. It's a huge endeavor to just rewrite things and then hope that you get things correct, and then also hope that you don't have to like rebuild a bunch of crap that used to be there.
Generally agree. Facebook in particular is a weird case because they did actually fully rewrite the like user interface front end. Like the whole front end from the ground up was rewritten from scratch, and you had the old site or the new site, and everything in it was the new site.
No, that's not true.
Ooh. Damn.
It was. They like blew out the entire HTML like crazy.
You can still go to screens on Facebook.com and it'll render in a very weird way. It's because it's using the old stack.
Yeah, it's literally iframing in an old web page. That's not like the website was rewritten. I guess I agree in the sense that there are still pieces that they didn't rewrite, but it's like as far as I as an engineer would ever be concerned, that was a full-on rewrite. Like the top of the site, like the entry point and everything that happens from there is fundamentally different. Way down, like the analogy you gave of like stripping it down to the stilts and then building on top separately, it's the opposite of that. It's literally sledgehammering it, realizing the 4 of those stilts need to be around, and then putting those back in on top after.
Well, and I think actually to chime in here, what you guys are talking about right now, I mean, like kind of even showcases of like, what does a rewrite even mean? Like, does a rewrite mean we're literally like opening up Notepad and starting from fucking ground zero on every single thing? Or like, are you just redesigning like parts of the front end or what? Like, it's probably like what a rewrite even means is like up for debate, I imagine, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is like, as an engineer, when I hear something along the lines of like, stripping it down and then building something else on top, I'm not expecting a fundamental different, like a different code base runs the website of facebook.com right now. Like when you go to facebook.com, the code base that starts that process and loads that page and generates the HTML you see is a different code base than the one from 3 years ago. Like from the ground up rewrite, they have other parts they didn't port over, so they link you back to those ones. But to me, that's about as far as rewrite could go in a big business.
I would probably estimate that maybe 30% is new. It feels like a rewrite because a lot of things on the front end changed. However, a lot of the back end systems did not change.
Well, he was saying it was a total front end rewrite, right?
Well, if we're talking about a rewrite in terms of Elon's rewrite, it wasn't at all. I don't know what type of
his would probably just be back end. I don't think he cares about the state of the front end by the sounds of the convo that we had.
Maybe, I don't know. It sounds like he was very complaining about all the UI in the mobile app and stuff. But anyway,
want to go back in a bit
right
on
way to approach this, right, is never to just throw out everything and then like assume amnesia and then write stuff from scratch. It'll never work. And the point earlier about like, oh, you'll always have some guy that just has esoteric knowledge, and if you lose them, then you're just fucked. That's just a common fact, and it's just a fact. It's always going to happen, whether you rewrite or not. You're always
Well, but there's probably going to be a big difference between like, I imagine like there's some, you know, like piece of code that some guy had written and like he's like the most familiar with it, versus there's something written in some language that's like super deprecated or nobody even uses it anymore, and there's some guy that's like 57 years old and he's the only one that can, right? I imagine there's a difference between those two things, no?
Not really. I wouldn't.
You really don't think so? They're like, well, fuck, you guys are, never mind, you more than I have.
Once you get to a certain point, like programming languages are very much the same. Like it's not very hard for me to go read a program in a completely different language I don't know. Generally speaking, they flow in very similar ways. So like the logic behind it is the thing that's actually like where you need the knowledge about. And you're just going to be writing new logic, and then you're going to hope that you document it correctly, which you're never going to do.
I think the bigger problem's like a step higher. It's not like the actual lines of code. And I feel like so much of the conversation became about the lines of code that was incredibly frustrating to me. It's thinking about the relationship between services, like the dimensions of the systems you're building. Code is one dimension, and it's the most boring one. There is like, where are these systems deployed? Where do they get data from? How do they communicate? What happens when one goes down? How do you distribute across the world? How do you replicate the data? Like these questions are not many lines of code, but end up being the place where so much of the complexity lives. And if you can take advantage of modern practice and systems, things like serverless architecture, and just trim massive chunks, like whole dimensions off of your infra and off of the complexity you're dealing with, you're able to move faster. And if you're not sure if your business can be profitable or not, and it takes you 2 years to try a different model out, or you could spend half a year to get to a place where you can try different things every 3 months, you should probably do that. But it depends a lot about where you are and being realistic on what gets you to where you want to be.
Wow.
You know, maybe you wouldn't have such a knowledge gap if you didn't fire most of the people.
Did he fire a lot of people that were developers? I don't even know how many of like who got.
Yeah.
I will say that I knew a lot of engineers at Twitter, and I have not personally noticed a correlation between the ones who stayed and left and the ones who were and weren't like high quality. Like I know some very good engineers who left and some very good engineers who stayed, and some lackluster ones who left and stayed as well. I do personally know a handful of super talented engineers who chose to stay at Twitter though. So for what it's worth, there are people there who know what they were doing and can like describe these things well. And I know a lot of them have had like surprisingly okay conversations with Elon, but he seems to have picked up a bunch of buzzwords and then just spouts them.
Based.
Yeah. I would love to try and like analyze how Elon got here, because like the way his product brain works, I think explains a lot of his like behavior here. I think that going into cars as a new player was a move that hadn't been seen like really ever before.
yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people at every step were saying, you can't just show up here and do that. You don't know how the fuck a car works. You're here from PayPal. Like, come on, dude. And somehow he did. I can't personally say how viable people's critiques were and how well he worked to get there, but he did manage to do it. And as you even said before, there's a problem a lot of people have where when they do something hard and get really good at it, they assume that they're good at everything nearby it and eventually assume they're very good at everything beyond it. If you do something that's hard, like the tech at PayPal, and have a huge like success story from that, and then you do something crazier like cars and you succeed with that, and then you do something crazier like space and you succeed at that point you're just going to assume you can't fucking fail.
Yeah.
And also there are certain patterns in the things he has done which were, if you put too much effort into being the best, that will make you successful here. That's not the case in the market he's in right now. Ads is a fundamentally different market from space and from Tesla and from PayPal, because all of them were trying to sell the best thing and could mark up at whatever the fuck they wanted because they won. They're the top. And once you're at the top, you can charge whatever and do whatever. Ads is a margins game, and he doesn't know how to play margins games, and he just doesn't seem to understand how non-quality, like product that isn't sold at the highest possible price as a majority works. Like, he's just out of his element and cannot transition, and like his ad stance really showed this.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that statement. He wanted to get like 50% of the revenue coming in through subscription. It seemed like a wild, like, ask. I don't know how many years it would take to hit that well, unless you drop all of your advertising revenue. I guess you could do it very quickly.
Yeah, it's like there's two ways to get 50% ad or 50% like support rev, and he's definitely doing that one.
He's going in one of the directions. Yeah.
Yeah. We did actually talk a bit about video ad stuff in the space, and he seemed to kind of get that. It was funny because he went from saying I know nothing about ads to fully agreeing with me and just parroting my points like halfway through the space.
How the fuck? I need to take this out of here, but only when the belt is like full. How do I do this? What do you you said you work for a startup now. What is your what
Yep.
do you like say the industry or?
Yeah, so I did stay in the industry. We're also exploring DevTool stuff now, but I started ping.gg. TLDR, we built Zoom for streamers. Goal is to make it so we can have like calls like this as simple as possible, bring a guest into your show with high quality video. We're used by people like Majority Report, Linus Tech Tips, VShojo, Elgato, Microsoft, Xbox, just to do high quality guest live shows.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Supreme's in chat. Yeah, we met at TwitchCon. I hung out with a bunch of like that crew, the OG Politics guys.
Oh, and you didn't hang out with me.
Yeah,
the OG
you were,
Politics guy. Thanks.
Yeah, I was networking the whole time, and you weren't inside the venue, if I recall.
No, but I was right outside, screaming at people to come and hang out with me. So fuck you.
Yeah, that's fair. Probably should have come out. My bad on that. Yeah, I am generally bearish on the creator space at this point. Yeah, it's just a shit show. Like, this is a terrible place to come to make money.
The creator space?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, like the sponsor side of things, absolutely. Like, there's insane money there, but when it comes to like building things for creators, like I couldn't see a new Elgato.
You mean from
right
your
now.
perspective as a
Yes.
person?
Yes,
Oh.
as a CEO, yes. I'm also, I mean, I make more money as a YouTuber by like 4x than we're making at our business right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Figuring out like a product to offer is just so hard when so many other things are like so integrated. Like you talked about like that Zoom thing. And my first, like my go-to thought personally is like, why would I ever use it over Discord when I'm already using Discord, you know?
Because browser sources, we let you do high quality like individual layers. So if you're doing like a fancy podcast where you know the 4 people, you're going to go live at a specific time, you need these 3 people all at 1080p, we're the best way to do that. But for your type of drop-in stuff, we can't compete with Discord. That's why I'm calling on Discord now. We use Discord for all our internal calls, and this is why we're exploring other things. Did get into Y Combinator somehow though. That was fun.
Nice. Well, Well, wait, is there anything else you want to talk about or anything? I'm getting tired, so.
Nah, that was the big thing. If you ever want someone to come shitpost about the like developers cost and like the business side of development, I think I can counter some of Dan's takes decently well.
Ooh, we're always up for shitting on Dan, so absolutely.
Yeah, I'll be around for that. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Well,
happy holidays.
Yeah, have
Peace.
fun. Peace out. Okay, I think if I make a buffer here, we can do this. What are you doing here, Linus?
Oh, I was talking about how my girlfriend got acid reflux and
Why?
and then,
Yeah, it's very tragic.
And puked last night.
Wait, have you ever had really bad acid reflux before?
No, but funnily enough, my girlfriend has just last night.
Did you think she was gonna die?
Yeah, I was on my phone, and I was trying to determine if she had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Or acid reflux.
One time in my life I've had really like it. The feeling I get, or I don't know if this is acid reflux, or maybe I just ate too fast and I'm fucking retarded. I don't know how to eat my food. But like it's like something is like stuck. It feels like something is stuck right down here, and you're trying to like burp it up, but it's not coming up. And I had that feeling one time before. It was kind of funny because it's like LOL. Like I've had like that happens sometimes. It just happens, whatever. But I had it and it wouldn't go away, and I thought I was gonna fucking die. Like I was getting like feelings like this is the end for me. Like I actually can't. This isn't moving. I can still breathe, but it's like the worst feeling ever. And oh my fucking god, it was so scary. Holy shit. So
Yeah, that's exactly what she went through. I thought she was gonna die.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, I get heartburn sometimes, and that's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, but it wasn't like I didn't have any problems breathing, but it was like, yeah, Jesus, what a horrible feeling. Fuck that. Not cool.
Get some Tums.
Yeah, I guess, or something. Or just eat. I just need to chew my food more. Sometimes I'm really bad about eating way too fast.
You mean sucking down Soylent too fast?
Yeah, good one. Good one.
I got 6 empty Huel canisters here on my desk.
Oh, yeah?
Which, yeah, it's the oat version of Soylent. I just chug this stuff, and I should stop, probably.
Why, is it, like, bad for you?
I think it's bad to chug 400 calories in, like, 5 seconds. Yeah, I think that's bad.
Is it?
I
Sounds
think
like
it
a
is.
YouTube channel, honestly.
I think it's bad to do that.
Well, stop doing it, then.
I can't. They're not very good.
Oh. Are they better for you than the Soylent stuff?
They're not. They're the same nutritionally, but soy doesn't agree very well with me. Gives me huge farts, and Huel gives me very normal farts, so preferable.
Damn. Okay. Well.
Yeah. You ever play that guitar back there?
I used to practice it, but I haven't since I haven't in a while. I need to get back into it though. That's why I set it up, and I'm like, okay, well, if it's set up, I'll practice it. But I need to get my schedule is just a nightmare. Everything in my life is falling apart right now. It's because I have like I'm like going to sleep at like 6 a.m. Not good.
6 a.m.
Yeah, that's bad for me. I was sleeping at like 2 a.m. That's good for me.
What are you doing?
I just Factorio, walking around, feeling like shit. I don't like it when things in my life aren't like put together, and like not having internet is like fucking with my head a lot. Like having to fuck with these. Like I'm tethered to my Google Fi hotspot on my gaming computer. I'm tethered to my Verizon hotspot on my streaming computer, and then I'm like my connections kind of suck. I've got to constantly monitor my internet because I already exhausted like 2 of my hotspots. It's just like all that shit is just fucking annoying. It's not, and I'm streaming at like a shit quality. I can't upload any of my VODs for fucking August. Like my websites are all lagging and shit. Like I couldn't use Discord earlier. It's a rough life out here. Okay.
Yeah, I've been there. When I moved into my new house, I had to order a special SIM card with unlimited data to have 4G internet while they set up my fiber.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that. It's just expensive.
What? How expensive?
Like $90 a month.
Wow. Fuck you. I would gladly pay that. Yeah.
Then pay it.
I bought a Verizon card that's supposed to be super unlimited. I just don't have a way to put it on my phone yet. I'm hoping that I got a SIM card for a hotspot, but I can't use it with the other hotspot I bought because that's a Verizon one, I guess. It's proprietary. Do you think I can stick a data SIM card in my phone and use my phone to hotspot?
A data SIM card in yeah.
Okay,
Probably.
I just can't make calls with it, right?
If your carrier supports it, I think most phones have like a carrier lock on their hotspotting these days.
Sure. Okay. Should be okay. Then.
Unless it's unlocked, yeah.
Hopefully, okay. How is Melina gonna stream when she gets back? I do not fucking care. She can figure that out on her own. T-Mobile and Verizon have unlimited 5G home internet. Yeah, no, I got the one from Verizon. I have to have a business account for it, but I got a business account, so it's $75 a month. I don't believe it, but we'll find out when I start using it. I asked you, I was like, if I do 100 gigs a day, you guys aren't gonna throttle me? And he's like, you can do 100 gigs a day, and we won't throttle you. And I'm like, all right, dude. Okay, chief, if you say so.
Are you doing 100 gigs a day?
No, but I probably do a lot.
They haven't throttled you, have they?
Well, no, I haven't hooked that one in yet, and I'm not doing a lot right now. I'm only doing 4 megs a second instead of 16. 16 a second is 2 megabytes per second? So 120 a minute. Times 60 is 7,200, 7.2 gigs an hour times 10. Oh, it would be like 10 hours would be 72 gigabytes and 72 gigabytes in 10 hours if I stream for 10 hours, I think, right? So it would be about 100 gigabytes a day.
I haven't throttled yet.
Well, I haven't streamed that yet, and I haven't hooked that SIM card yet, so we'll try it. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll see.
This LTE internet's better than your old Cox internet.
That don't even remind me of those days. The horror times. Oh my god. Not good. Not cool. Not fun.
You don't miss those days? Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit, I would say, yeah.
I kind of miss those days.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, a little bit. For entirely different reasons.
Yeah, not the internet laggy ones, I would imagine.
Yeah.
How's your hair doing?
Mine?
Is it all dry and frizzed up?
No, I've got like a special conditioner I use for it. It actually feels okay. Not as like smooth and nice as it would normally, but it's okay.
How many times have you washed it since it got dyed?
Probably 20 times, I think.
Are you serious?
Yeah, why?
Oh, it's just a very strong dye if it's still that blue.
Well, I use
Was it? Do you know if it was a semi or demi or permanent color?
I have no fucking idea what color you use, but I use this blue conditioner every day, or every other day at least. So like after I get out of the shower, I'll dry my hair, then I rub this in, and it sits for 30 minutes, and then I get back into the shower, and then I rinse it out again. So I think this is like re-dyeing my hair a little bit every time, so it keeps the color.
Right. Do you know what volume developer was used?
20. No.
Oh, okay.
No. That's the producer. No, I don't know what the developer was, I think. Or wait, is it the developer or the producer? I was thinking the bleach.
The developer. The bleach doesn't have a number.
Oh, then it would have been 20 developer, right? Is that the one that melts my fucking scalp?
Yeah, it could burn people's scalps. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one that was 20. He said it shouldn't be that bad because he said 40 is when it starts to get real bad, but even the 21 was fucking annoying to have.
Yeah, 20 is on the low end. Usually you would do like a 30. But... I heard you say that like you get a lot of compliments from people, but have you like been looking at yourself differently in the mirror now?
I think it actually looks kind of cool, as funny as that is. Like I thought, because every time I've seen people dyed hair, I haven't liked it. I think because oh, I can just see this in a fucking fuel refinery. I don't like it because one, usually people dyed hair use a lot of product, and I don't like sticky, staticky, like crusty hair. That feels gross to me. And then usually because the colors get like really faded and gross looking, like that. Yeah. I don't like that. But like this is like a very strong. This is like a super strong color of blue. And then it like feels nice. So like after I like use a blow dryer on it and I like comb it through and it's like nice and fluffy and cute, I think it actually it's grown on me a lot.
Yeah, blue and red specifically are like really hard to get out of your hair if you ever want to get it out of your hair.
This is super easy to get out of my hair because as soon as I'm ready to get it out, I'm fucking shaving my head. So.
Well, yeah.
That's the easiest.
Have you
way
noticed any breakage, or do you think your hair is like fairly healthy?
It seems pretty healthy. I mean, like I lose some hair, like when I comb it and stuff. Like I think I
How do
normally.
you, how do you wash and then dry your hair? Can you describe the process in intimate detail?
Well, I go into the shower and then I shampoo my hair. I get gloves on, and then with a pair of plastic gloves, I shampoo the fuck out of my hair. They said I'm not supposed to do that, but I have to. I just can't. It like.
How do you shampoo your hair? What's your technique?
So usually shampoo goes in a dollop on the hand, then it goes in a dollop on the head, and then with my fingertips, I'm kind of like scrubbing it into my scalp, and then I come down to the sides, do the back,
That's pro
all of
technique.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
In a straight line, right?
In a straight line.
You're supposed to use your fingers in a straight line to scrub your scalp.
I just go back and forth. I don't know.
Are you? I've never heard that.
I don't know what the straight line technique is. Fuck, dude. Have I been fucking up?
Just
the whole
don't make
time?
circles, basically.
Oh, okay.
Who the fuck makes circles?
Yeah, back and forth.
Jesus, circles are for brushing teeth. Okay.
Okay, so you shampoo appropriately. All right, wash it out, and then.
Then I'll get out of the shower. I'll use usually 2 towels to like dry it off as much as possible. I might sit in a towel on my computer for like 5 minutes, let it dry a little bit more, and then once it's like fairly dryish, like just a little bit damp, I'll take all that. I'll do another set of gloves, and then I smush all that conditioner shit into the hair, and then I go through it all. Probably spend like a good like 3 or 4 minutes like doing all that shit, and then I go sit back down again in a towel, and then I wait another 30 minutes for it to be like blue, is I guess. And then I go into the shower, and then I rinse it off with cold water, and then I dry again, and then I'm done. Ugh.
That conditioner says 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's probably why it's still very blue.
Yeah, I think it does. Hopefully, the directions are on the back. Fuck, I can't find it. But yeah, I think it says after your hair is dry, you leave it sit for 30 minutes. Yeah.
Wow, that's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Do you wash your face?
Yeah, with soap. I don't use like a facial cleaner or whatever.
This I'm gay guy. He really turned me on to face washing.
Who did?
This I'm gay guy.
Oh. Did you really?
Yeah, I mean, you really shouldn't be using soap, but if you have oily skin, I can understand why.
Yeah, I do have oily skin, okay? I don't need you unoily skin fucking losers who are like,
I have
oh yeah.
oily skin.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you do, kid. You don't know oily skin until you've seen my skin, okay? I have the most oily skin.
You should use a salicylic acid cleanser instead.
Yeah, fuck that shit. You know what salicylic acid is? That's called,
Salicylic?
that's called not Accutane when you're a teenager and you're trying to get rid of acne, okay? Fuck that shit. I used so many salicylic acid cleaners when I was a kid to try to get rid of acne and shit, and all that shit did was dry my fucking skin out. I didn't do fucking anything. Fuck those cleaners. Fuck that shit.
Soap doesn't?
No. I just use like body soap. Just like I'm not using like fucking, it's not like 98 fucking % alcohol, like melt my face off shit. Oh, actually, I have to take little blots and I have to do alcohol around my forehead. I'll take isopropyl alcohol and I take little cotton swabs and I have to clean around so that my whole forehead doesn't get dyed blue. That's some annoying shit I have to do. Fuck. God, how annoying. That's the only thing that sucks. I don't know if... I don't know how long I can handle it. We'll see. Okay, field processor. Engine stone iron. Well, what else? What are you guys talking about?
Well, we were talking about his cool new bomber jacket.
Yeah.
Popped in.
Yeah, my cool new bomber jacket.
Is it really cool?
Yeah, it's a Buzz Rickson X William Gibson USAF 1957 replica MA1 bomber jacket. It's pretty cool.
Do you like airplanes or something, or why?
No, there's a video game review man on the internet named Tim Rogers, and he did a review of Cyberpunk 2077. And in the video, he talked about the jacket, and I thought it was really cool, so I bought it.
Interesting.
You know, speaking of hygiene, I heard you shit on tongue scrapers.
I mean, I've used them before. I don't see the hype. You can just brush the back of your tongue if you want.
Oh, no way. If I don't
That
scrape
doesn't
my tongue.
remove nearly as much gunk.
Yeah, but I don't think the shit you remove, I don't think it matters. But
It matters a
don't
lot.
think so.
If I brush
Where
my
do you-
teeth and then I breathe deeply onto someone else versus scrape my tongue. The tongue scraping is going to get a much better reaction every time.
Where do you think most of the bacteria in your mouth is?
Did you know that most of the bacteria responsible for bad breath resides in the back of your mouth on your tongue? That's why you need to buy this tongue scraper. Yeah.
I mean, where do you think the smell comes from?
Probably from the general, like, uncleanliness of the inside of your mouth, would be my guess.
And that general is, like, concentrated in one spot, usually?
It's probably all over the place. I imagine if you're brushing your teeth well, okay, and then you fucking have fluoride all over your fucking mouth and everything, you can give your tongue a scrub if you want. Not a bad idea. But, like, getting the whole, like, tongue scraper shit, I don't know. I don't know about that. But maybe.
Are you just afraid that you're gonna gag too much?
No, not really.
As you're gagging, you good at that?
I think I can tongue scrape without gagging.
Okay. Oh, do you floss?
No. I used to, but fuck that shit, okay?
Have you tried a water pick?
No, also fuck that shit.
They're pretty fun.
Are they?
Yeah, I don't floss, but I water pick.
Okay, based.
It's fun. It's like shooting your teeth with
an adult.
a gun.
I flossed with $30 floss, by the way. That's
Jesus
how cool I am.
Christ.
Whoa, link it.
You want this shit, bro?
No, I just want to know. I want to know what $30 floss is.
It's
hold on, real quick. I have never had a major cavity in my life. I'm 34 years old, so suck my fucking dick, you fucking morons. Firstly, there is no data whatsoever to support the fact that flossing even prevents cavities, you motherfuckers. So suck my dick, okay? That's why I don't floss anymore. Fuck that shit.
Is that even true?
Yeah, it is.
I thought it's for gum health, right?
I think for gum health, I think it's more important to brush well. I think a lot of people are really bad at brushing. I think that's probably the most important thing to do.
This just goes against everything every dentist has told me ever.
Well, go do the research. Believe it or not, dentists don't actually like research that much either. Dental shit is like one of the least like fucking research like topics of medical health compared to like traditional medical health. They're pretty fucking lazy about that shit, okay? Hold them to...
Yeah, I know that they're more barbaric in general.
Yeah, hold them to account, okay? Make them answer for their crimes.
I have pretty poor dental genetics, I would say. I was like born without a few teeth, but
Jesus.
Ever since I started flossing and tongue scraping and brushing with electric toothbrush, I haven't had any issues. So.
Oh man, dude, we're just gonna disagree on every single dental take. I hate electric toothbrushes. I think they're such a fucking meme.
Why?
They're just such a fucking meme. How does it help?
You know how to use them?
How does it help? They're
you just use it like a normal
ultrasonic.
toothbrush. I don't know why you would care if it's electric or not.
Because one, I'm worried I'm gonna break it. Why would you need it to be?
Wait,
what does the electric part do?
It just scrubs a little bit more. You've ever used an ultrasonic cleaner on anything? It's the same thing.
Like if you scrub something really fast back and forth, that's better than slowly.
The reason why I disagree is because when I brush my teeth, I feel like the scrubbing action comes from the leverage I have on the toothbrush. It's not from a thing that I barely push on my tooth that goes.
You're not really supposed to brush your teeth very hard, right?
Yeah.
I disagree.
That just destroys your enamel. That just destroys your enamel.
My teeth. Listen, when you go to the doctor and they polish your tooth with their things, they're pushing it on there pretty hard. If you've felt them like do like a tooth polishing before, like it's pretty hardcore.
It's also rubber.
What do you mean it's rubber?
The thing they use to polish your teeth, it's rubber. It's not like hard bristles.
Are hard bristles harder than the enamel of your teeth?
No, but the force you apply with it, right?
Does it matter? If you're talking like Rock's hardness scale, if you're scratching one object, a softer object with a harder one, does it matter how much force you apply? I thought that the harder...
that it's a bunch of little points rather than just like a big blob of rubber.
Okay, I have no idea. I've used electric toothbrushes in the past and I just didn't like them. I'd rather just have like an ordinary toothbrush with like lots of bristles, like a big thing that I feel like I'm covering all my teeth with when I brush, rather than just like holding like an electric thing and like pushing it around my teeth. I feel like I'm not cleaning anything that way. And it feels a lot harder to get into my gums because the electric toothbrush, the heads are usually like very restrictive. Like the head of an electric toothbrush will just be like a little circle and then like some bristles, whereas like a traditional toothbrush will be like super, there's like 50 million bristles. Feels like I can get like way deeper and do way more than with an electric toothbrush. But maybe I've only had like shitty. The last ones I bought like one of those $300 like those really nice electric toothbrushes. I just didn't like it, but I don't know.
Whatever
I mean,
gets
you're
you
supposed to just
brushing.
use them as a normal toothbrush, so I don't know why you would care. I guess the
Hey.
only
You
fact
can't-
that the head is different.
The reason why I wouldn't use a normal toothbrush because
Wait, hey, Steve.
Jesus
it's both.
Christ.
I
Hello?
know. Hey, I'm on mobile. It's really important.
What's up?
Hey, how are you? And your friends as well. If you guys talk too loud, I'm on mobile, then you're gonna hear yourselves.
Gotcha. How's it going?
Not bad at all. Hey, I called you because I was watching your stream and I heard you talking about cavities. You heard the thing about how cavities are like contagious, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's this thing where basically if a parent has kind of like poor oral health, they have this bacteria that they can pass on to a child prior to 3 years old. So like if a mom cleans her pacifier, like your pacifier with her mouth, or she shares a straw with you or something, they can pass on this bacteria that makes you extremely susceptible to cavities. So if you didn't have a mom that was like overly close with you or didn't like, kiss you too much or didn't like, share a straw with you, then you probably wouldn't get this bacteria and then you wouldn't get cavities.
Wow, it's no wonder Steven has such good dental hygiene.
Yeah, so like if your mom wasn't close with you or anything, you wouldn't get this.
Interesting. Wow.
Okay, well, I thought that was helpful. I hope it was clear because I'm on mobile, but you guys have a good night. Happy Christmas Eve.
Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thanks for the updated information.
No problem. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Wait, are you sick?
Oh, no, I'm
Or is
just
your-
having a good night.
Oh, your voice is like hoarse. You're just like shouting along. Okay.
Honestly, it's a little bit of allergies. I wish you didn't notice. I'm a little embarrassed now.
Yeah, you should be because it's really noticeable. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
I'm actually
alright, well, I
so
hope I
embarrassed
sound
for you
cute.
right now.
Goodbye.
Have fun. Bye.
On the similar vein, have you heard that trauma is like passed on to your kid while they're in the womb and shit?
They're what, like cortisol levels or something, or?
I don't know the specifics. I slightly skimmed an article that said like there is generational trauma and it's like a physical thing that can be passed on to your kid, which I thought was interesting.
Wow. Well, cool. Or not cool, I guess. I don't know.
You should start flossing. It's probably good for you.
I don't think so. I don't believe it. I tried to find studies. I tried to find research on this, and I was like, "Is it?" And there was because somebody had made a claim in chat. Somebody had said something like, there's no evidence that flossing actually does anything. And I was like, no fucking shot, you fucking moron. Every single dentist I've ever been to recommends it. And I feel like I started Googling around, and I found out that it didn't sound like there was any empirical research that said that flossing actually did anything. I was like, oh, well, fuck me. But then I also found that apparently dentists in general just don't do a lot of research. Like, there's not a lot of, like, dental research. Like, a lot of it is just kind of like, I don't want to say old wives' tales, but, like, dentists kind of, like, learn a thing and they pass it on. And there's, like, not much, like, empirical foundation for a lot of dental recommendation shit.
Yeah, I guess, like, if you say, hey, bacteria causes cavities, and you remove more bacteria, seems more better, but, yeah.
I don't know if that's the case. I'd have to go and read it. I don't know if it's that removing bacteria is what prevents cavities, or I don't know if it's like preventing tartar buildup is what prevents cavities. What do you think is the more important thing? I have no idea. I'm legitimately asking.
Not having bacteria on your teeth for an extended period of time so that the shit can produce acid, right? That's how your enamel gets broken down.
Yeah, keeping your mouth less acidic.
Like, you could eat a whole bag of gummy bears within,
Mhm.
like, 10 minutes, and
Nice.
that's a shit ton of sugar, but that's fine. If you ate that same bag over, like, 10 hours, you're just repeatedly applying more and more sugar over your teeth over an extended period of time. That's way more damaging, even though it's the same amount of sugar.
Gotcha.
Because you're just re-upping all the bacteria with, like, food. Whereas your saliva would just take care of, like, the bacteria immediately in that one sitting, right?
Fascinating.
So yeah, when I floss, big globs of shit come out, so seems good.
Nice.
But only if you use the $30 floss. $1 floss doesn't work.
You can't use the porous floss. That's a given.
Actually, there is a little bit of truth to that. If you get like the super thin like glide floss, that is not as effective as your normal ass wax floss because you need to scrub like 10 times more to get the same amount of garbage out. The floss that I linked in chat, which is $30, is made out of like cocoa wax and shit. It is the thickest floss I've ever used, and I think you just need to like use it once or twice down a tooth, and that's it.
Damn.
So it makes it a lot faster, and it smells good.
Based.
Yeah. Also a discipline thing. Can you really call yourself an adult if you can't do this one thing?
Yeah.
Well, if it doesn't help, then why the fuck would I bother?
I mean, it's like making your bed. It literally doesn't do anything, but like, you know, it makes you feel like slightly more than
I think having your bed made does.
I would
some-
never make my bed.
You don't make your bed?
I don't
I
would
make
never,
my bed either, but I fly.
I would never pick my clothes up off the floor until it was laundry time.
Base. We got a lot of rebels in here today.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least
It's a
I have a
waste of
hamster,
time. I could be coding.
True.
You're not a coder anymore, Linus.
Yeah, that's true. I could be telling other people to code.
Do you actually think waffle towels are better than normal towels?
I don't know what a waffle towel is.
It's the type of towel you have.
I don't know it. I brush it against my body and it dries me off.
Like the weavy one versus the one that's not weavy.
The waffle, if you're talking about the waffles ones, then I think I might hate those types. If it's the one with like the
Hate
patches like up and down or something, I don't know if I'm describing if that's even like the right thing.
No, it's like a pretty plush towel, not with like fibers, with like waffle-like texture.
I don't know what the fuck a waffle texture means.
A bunch of squares.
No, fuck, that sounds horrible.
I remember you saying it was the best thing you've ever found.
Oh,
for
well then it was
drying yourself.
amazing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wasn't that Dan? I mean,
It might have been Dan.
Was it Dan? It
Sounds
was
like something
maybe
Dan would say.
You know, Dan said he quit today. I don't know what he meant by that.
Yeah, he said he's done.
Done with what?
I don't know. He just came into comp
randomly
sci.
said, "I'm done," and then
I'm
that's it.
done. And then he
Jesus.
left. He didn't respond to anyone.
I think he's done being on stream. It's too much for old man Dan.
All right. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh, you're leaving because I'm here. You don't want to talk anymore.
Oh no, I'm leaving because my girlfriend's sitting on the bed waiting for me to stop talking.
What? Why? She wants to take you away from your friends? You know that's like a red flag.
No,
right?
we were gonna watch Wednesday on Netflix together when she was done drawing her Christmas drawing.
Yeah, is it a
I
good
think
Christmas
she's-
drawing?
I think it probably will be pretty good. I haven't checked it out yet, but
Dude, you should tell her to draw me as like a slave owner with a throbbing dick, and then like all of my orbiters as like dogs with like muscles and shit. Just a random suggestion.
Wait, but there was only like one, really 5 dogs, and like all the orbiters were people, right?
Were they?
Yeah, you should take another look.
Oh fuck! It was like so demented. I couldn't stare into it for too long. I was getting
Yeah,
scared.
forethought. He really loved it.
Yeah, did he?
Yeah, he was really proud. He thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool too. I mean, like.
I mean, it was a nice drawing, but a little demented.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty intense way to look at someone.
Wait. Do you think Max is abusive towards her?
Do I? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Not like, oh, they definitely need to break up abusive. I think certain people handle different types of abuse better than others. Some people like it. I don't know. She likes it. Maybe she likes it.
Fuck. Okay. Whatever. I respect your emotional opinions on people, so I was hoping you would disagree, so we could fight
No,
about it.
I mean, I think like if you were to, does he do things that like are probably unhealthy for people to be subjected to constantly?
I feel like
Yeah,
the
but-
dynamic is like super fucked. That's the feeling that I get. Like she comes across as like a fucking like zombie prisoner. Like that's how
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we only see
the
what we
videos that
see.
are posted, the way that she acts online, the difference in behavior between now and before. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I,
you know,
I
other than
but
that-
I mean, some people need some shit like that. Wasn't she raised in a cult or something?
I don't know. She seemed really happy 5 years ago, and I'm listening to her doing podcasts about her fucking like indie music and dancing around and all that shit. She seemed like she was doing okay. But maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe some women just need to be, you know, fucking abused.
I mean, yeah, not
based,
not you know, not like as a general statement, but I'm sure some people do prefer having someone kind of fucked up in their life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. Anyway, Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah, go have fun. Be careful. Stay safe.
I'm gonna go watch Wednesday.
Yeah, be careful. I heard it's a good show.
Yeah, she's 20 years old. I think the actor is.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know how that's relevant to anything we're talking about, but
Oh, the listeners will know what I mean. All right. See you later.
have fun, buddy. Bye. Oh, it's just you and me now.
Isn't that crazy?
How's do you still work at the big M?
I do.
That's good. You
It's,
survived the layoffs. Are you an active participant in your company's meta server, or a fucking hater?
So
I see.
That whole thing was pretty wild, because the layoffs weren't announced beforehand.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
so people leaked that to Blind, and so there was just rumors for I think a solid 2 to 3 days before it actually happened, where people are going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the night it did happen, I stayed up until 6 a.m. because according to the rumors and the leaks, like emails were going to be sent out at 4 a.m. I think to tell you if you were going to be fucked or not.
Jesus.
So yeah, everyone was up. My manager was up, and he got an email that was like, "Oh hey, haha, here are all the people that just got deleted from your team."
Mm-hmm.
I personally lost, I think, three people. Yeah, that I worked with directly.
Mhm.
Actually, 4 people I worked with directly that just like evaporated, which kind of sucks. Actually, sucks a lot.
Mhm.
General feeling pretty bad, honestly.
Yeah, I think layoffs will probably do that. Especially
like-
unannounced layoffs with massive amounts of the company disappearing. Yeah, I imagine that'll probably happen. Yeah.
It's like it was what 10% or some shit. I don't know. It's not a massive amount, but it's still if it
It's
affects
a big company.
you-
10% is, I feel like, quite a few people, but
I mean, absolute number wise, yeah, but like it doesn't really hit you unless it actually affects your team, right?
Sure,
There's
sure,
a bunch of
sure.
people where they're like, nothing changed and
Mhm.
everything's fine. But it seems like there was a very obvious, low performers get cut, but there was also just like a randomized. I know a bunch of people that I would consider very high performing that just got cut.
Mhm.
And so there was a very like obvious random element to it.
do you really think it was random, or were they just like cutting teams that they like, even if it was talent?
I
They were
think
like, it's not
there
profitable.
was a random element to it. So I think that they probably got, some insight into the low performers and then cut that and they're like, oh shit, that's not enough. And then they're kind of like, all right, well, just run a random number generator and start, taking some people out.
No shot. Really?
I can't explain some of the people that got laid off. So that's my explanation. I literally cannot explain otherwise. Like, these are people with very good, deep domain expertise and everything.
Mhm.
And it's like very surprising that they would be let go.
Hmm. Well,
Also very high level. You would imagine that like layoffs would mostly be junior engineers and stuff, but
I thought you didn't have those anymore. I thought I read somewhere. I think I asked Chad a question. It was like everybody that gets hired is like instantly called a senior dev or some stupid shit.
that's not true at all.
Oh, okay.
Whoever said that's an idiot.
Fucking Chad.
No, we love junior engineers. They're the actual they're the people that actually write code.
Based.
And when you're at that level, that's your only worth is writing code.
Mhm.
So very, very useful. But yeah, that coupled with the whole internship fiasco, and then like the plummet of the stock, things are things are a little dicey.
I'm sure you guys will be okay. No worries.
Yeah, I mean the company's fine, but it just feels like shit.
Mm-hmm.
But then I can't really complain because my friends at Twitter, I just got eviscerated.
What the I need you to find somebody in trust and safety. Have you made that friend yet? I gave you that. I signed you that job. It was very important.
No, I did not.
Jesus Christ. Unbelievable.
But yeah, I don't know. I've been doing my thing. So you're still bullish on Facebook as a stock?
Well, as of this point, yeah. I don't know if as of me buying it at 170 a share, I'm not sure, but yeah, now it's got nowhere to go but up, so.
I mean, the company has recovered from, I would say, probably worse shit, like Cambridge Analytica. I think current thing is probably just a lot of people being soyed out over the metaverse. Or not really soyed out, but like, they're like, oh no, everything's the metaverse.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, that was kind of how I viewed it at the time, that like people were overcorrecting for like, oh god, this metaverse shit is gonna like sink Facebook, and it's like, bro, it's Facebook, it's Instagram, it's like, isn't it WhatsApp too or something? There's another major chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's no shot that Facebook disappears. But then also like all of tech is down like really bad right now, so.
Yeah, the whole market's down.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Facebook will be fine.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have any fear that the company's going to go under, so I'm going to get paid. There's still very interesting problems I work on, so.
Yeah. What does user acquisition look like for Facebook now, though? That's something I'm curious about.
That's like scraping the very edges of the universe at this point, I would imagine. There's like some insane number, right? Like 3 billion monthly actives across all the surfaces. I don't even know how many people are on the internet.
On the planet that you, yeah.
Yeah, like that, what percentage that is, like removing China, because who the fuck can operate in China? Yeah, it has to be over 50% easily, and probably over 60 to 70%. I don't know where else you get new users. I know that like the company does a lot of outreachy type programs where they go to underdeveloped countries and like provide connectivity services and blah blah blah. And I think like when you're in that game, you've kind of saturated the market elsewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the U.S. because it's like everyone here hates the company. So.
Damn.
But you're really like, that's where the big stock drop came from, right? We announced for the first time that like, oh no, we didn't get any new users.
Yeah, and it's like at some point, like you're running out of like human beings to put phones into their hands to like even have an account or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just the very first time ever that Facebook has announced that they haven't gained any new users. So. But it's always funny because in the world I exist in, the gamer sphere, whatever, Twitter is the king. Twitter is the only thing that people use, and it's like the only thing that people care about. Even in the developer scene.
Yeah.
Where Twitter is like a fraction of the size of Facebook in terms of active users and stuff.
Like developers are more often on Facebook than Twitter?
No. I'm saying both for the gamer sphere and the developer sphere, Twitter is king.
Oh, gotcha.
And so for everyone I talk to, my world makes it seem like Twitter is vastly like the thing that everyone uses, bigger than Facebook, bigger than everything else. But the real actual numbers paint a very different story.
Yeah, I try not to get caught up in like what does my bubble think too much, because like that's why you'll hear, because you hear a lot of people saying shit like nobody's on Facebook anymore, and it's like, bruh, what do you mean
Yeah,
you
I
say
mean,
nobody?
The element of truth to that is really just younger people, which is like understandable. Younger people generally don't want to associate with their parents and stuff.
Sure.
But
there even are
still,
still like a lot of, there probably still are a lot of young people on Facebook. It's just not as visible in like gaming areas or something, right?
There's just like a disgusting amount of people otherwise on the platform.
Yeah.
And I don't know, hearing the little Twitter Spaces video with Elon Musk was especially painful, because Twitter's operating at like a very small fraction of the user base and demand that Facebook operates at.
It's like 1/10, right? Is it around 300 million users or something?
Yeah, it's literally like 1/10-ish. And just like me trying to imagine someone just like, oh yeah, let's just fucking rewrite everything. It's a little insane to me to like comprehend.
Sure.
Because I don't think the average person really realizes how fucking complex things are behind the scenes, and just how much fucking raw shit like computers have to process, and like how many servers we have and all that shit.
Yeah, I can imagine scaling
It's
services
just like,
gets insane at that point. Yeah.
And I think that if you wanted to have a conversation about this, you would have to go really out of your way to find someone that isn't online. Because anyone that's going to be online, including me, probably not a good source, and probably is going to be not working on something that's like impactful.
Sure.
The Theo guy that came in earlier. Listen, there's his YouTube channel. He's got a video on there. I just watched one of his videos, and it was not good. But you know,
about what?
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Uh-oh.
He basically shilled some sponsor that paid him to make a video. It's just okay.
Damn, and you're saying it was an untruthful video.
I'm saying it was a hyped up video, very obviously paid for, and I think he says that, but it's like he's hyping up a tool that I don't know that he would necessarily agree is useful. It was basically an IDE for React, and like a way to see the React component as you're building it, or building it with the GUI, which doesn't seem useful at all to developers, but you know, I'm not a React person, so what do I know?
Is this like a what you see is what you get fucking IDE or something? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know.
I don't think any of those IDs have ever been successful ever in the history of everything.
Damn, that's just brutal. Insane. Savage.
Yeah.
You just destroyed this kid's whole career.
Well, how much do you know about your Conclave channel in Discord?
Nothing. You guys are weird. I don't know anything about you guys.
Okay. Well, it's a bully zone. He's come into the channel before a long time ago, and he got relentlessly bullied.
What the fuck, guys?
It's all good fun.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure he'll come back and defend himself.
Darius says, hashtag comp sci kids are my bitches. Do whatever I say. Is that really true? Are you guys his bitch?
No, we make fun of Darius constantly.
Are you sure? Because that's not what Darius is saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
You ever wondered what great things you could have gone on to achieve if you invested the same amount of hours you invested in Factorio into something like learning a programming language? Has that ever crossed your mind?
I've thought about it, but like typically what I do when I have thoughts like that is I try to go down a list of things that I could cut from my life that would make me how could I better allocate my time in ways that are more, I guess, like conducive to personal growth. And I think right now, probably the thing that I spend the most amount of time on is figuring out the most effective way to sexually please your mom. And I think if I was gonna like learn something else more fruitful in life, I'd probably axe that from my schedule before Factorio.
Do you ever worry? I don't know if you have a history of this in your family, but do you ever worry of developing something like dementia or Alzheimer's?
Probably. I mean, my mom has it now. Her mom had it. I've heard that the biggest safeguards against that are diet and exercise and sleep. I think that's actually the three things. I know I've read sleep plays a big thing into it, so I try to take my sleep fairly seriously. It's probably a pretty big genetic component, and then I've heard like some amount of like exercise or physical activity is big, so I kind of do what I can, but I mean, I'm not gonna like.
I think
yeah, go ahead.
the other point is keeping your mind healthy, which invariably just means like learn new things.
I don't know if that is that. I don't know if that's a thing or not. It might, maybe. If it is, that's good.
It is.
Okay, well.
So my sister researches this stuff, and this is like I think probably the newer things that are coming out, where it's like people that have a routine and then just get stuck in that routine for 50+ years.
Yeah, that seems really bad.
Very much more likely to just develop that shit versus someone that has hobbies and like learns new hobbies consistently. But anyway. I still just think it'd be insanely entertaining to watch you learn something on stream like coding.
It would be, it would be fucking cancerous as fuck.
I know it would be cancer for you, but like, that's not what I care about here.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be endless entertainment for you. But yeah, it would be the closest thing to pushing me to suicide. I think probably my entire life.
That really?
I think so. Learning anything on stream was fucking the most difficult thing ever. Yeah.
Well, I have nothing else to say, so.
Okay. Well, hey, have fun. Be careful.
Yep.
Stay safe, bucko. Okay.
Yep. Bye.
Be careful. I don't understand how some of these things got fucked up. What the fuck did I copy here to get this in here? How could this have possibly happened? No. Jesus. Whoa. Bruv, you're not even full. Good luck. Lex Friedman, LOL. How to improve Twitter. Oh shit. Mr. Medical going over whatever the fuck is happening to him. Dude's fucked. Apparently, after removing tumor, his body went absolutely haywire.
Tell us what your. Can you tell us what were your early symptoms? Thank you.
Wait, let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on. Okay, I just debated you so hard. Fuck. We'll watch this tomorrow, okay? I felt like I should pick Melina up from the airport since she had to fly back here. So I'm gonna go meet her there. I love you guys, it's been fun. Quick XQC update. Didn't we already watch this? We must have. We're back tomorrow. Peace out.